good with y'all boys, man? Let me get my pants up. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to see all that. You know what I'm saying? What's good with y'all? What's good with y'all? Hold up, Nathan. I need to ask you something. Hold on. I need to ask you something. Let me plug in my headphones. You feel me? Let me plug in my headphones. Boom. Headphones. Plug it in. Hold on, hop on Discord real quick. I need to ask you something about like the bot or whatever. Cause I'm having technical difficulties. You feel me? Yeah. Ooh. You know what I'm saying? What's good with y'all? Young. Boo. I'm playing. Yo, baby. 17. I'm in this. Ooh. I'm gonna just ask you. You know what I'm saying? How do I make the bot like announce when I'm live? Cause it only announces when I upload a video. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Yo.
Jerk.
Hello?
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 Yeah.
That was embarrassing.
Alright, what's it called? Okay, so like with the bot, right? Like how do I make it like announce when I'm
I think
live?
Nathan got to do it.
I don't know. I think you can do it if you have a manager.
Because you do.
No, but I made it so that anybody with admin on the role can access the bot thing.
So I just click the bot and then
You got to go to the website for it.
Yeah, just go kind of play around with it. I don't know.
I'm gonna look at it.
This is my first time doing this, and I don't know if it's possible because I know on Twitch it works because I'm on some chats, some Discords, wherever I get a notification whenever they go live on Twitch. But I don't know if it works on YouTube.
I'm gonna look at it.
Hey, y'all, can y'all test out some of these commands? I found out what's it called? I got stream elements. And I got some commands. Hold on, I'm gonna put them on screen.
Wait, Discord commands or YouTube commands?
YouTube.
Oh, can we do like emoji? I know how you know how on Twitch you have like reactions and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get those. So I got exclamation point 8-ball. Ask the magic 8-ball a question. Exclamation. I keep forgetting the name of the exclamation point. Exclamation point next. I guess I don't know how you do the songs or whatever. Then you got exclamation point quote. Show a random quote. Let me just hold on. Y'all, can y'all try some of these? I want to see if they work. You know what I'm saying?
I'm looking into the bot right now.
You said what?
I'm looking into the bot.
Alright. Hold on, let me log into my other account. Hold on. 1 second. Ebentus. I made a whole gaming channel and I don't even upload on there. Alright, let me do boom.
This is a groovy bot. Oh my freaking gosh, bro.
8-ball.
Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. How do you get what's the command thing for the bot that does the YouTube, Nathan?
Is it exclamation?
Let's see.
You said what?
Just like exclamation point help.
Loot extra backup. What's good with you?
No.
What? I thought it was.
Let me try a question mark.
See, did not work.
I could have sworn it was exclamation point.
You know what I'm saying? What is this?
Wait, why didn't it work when I did it? Wait, what? Okay, wait, why did the community pull up?
Because I did dash help.
Oh.
Loot extra backup. You know what I'm saying? The gang for real. He joined the squad. I already know Loot extra backup. He TSG certified. You feel me? I'm saying? You heard that? You feel me? Oh, bots,
Let's see.
commands, and okay, Groovy. Groovy is the easiest way to play music in your Discord server. Supports Spotify, YouTube, SoundCloud. To get started,
You don't need to read that. It's just, it's just a thing.
the one that what's it called? Your age uses in Rouge. I think it's called like Me6 or something like that.
Yeah, I know that.
What's
Yeah.
the Discord server? Hold on, I'm finna put it in the chat. Hold on.
Who's asking?
Smokey.
You just join BC.
Wait, no. Let me go to 1.
Mason.
Yeah.
No, I was saying who joined BC.
Wait, who did?
Me.
Mason.
Yeah, what's good with you?
What's up?
Hey, let me see that smile, my boy. Hold on, let me see that smile.
I'm eating, bro.
Let me see that smile. Nah, I don't care. Let me see that smile. Let me see that smile,
I'm
bro.
eating.
Let me see that
I'm
smile.
eating.
I'm gonna need to see it. Pronto.
Later,
Braces
bro.
is off. I need to see that smile.
Later, bro.
Later, bro. Man, you tripping. Alright, hold on. I'm finna put the Discord server in the chat, y'all. Hey, y'all make sure y'all like the stream. If you ain't like the stream, you lame, right? You know what I'm saying? It's simple. Gang, gang, gang.
You're streaming.
Gang, gang, gang. I just heard myself. That's so nasty. Why I sound like that?
I just got home too.
It is Dash.
What it is, Dash?
The bot for this, but it's not showing it. Like it also.
All right, I just saved the new command, so try exclamation point again. See if it works.
Okay.
What y'all trying to do?
We trying to set up.
Trying to get the bot.
Do you have manager role?
Yeah, I have administrator. Or
Oh, wait, it just worked.
No.
You trying to do what?
What is? I'm trying to test out these stream. I don't know. What
Oh wait, it's dash exclamation point. I gotta change it to just exclamation.
Oh wait, let me try dash exclamation.
No wait, I just changed it.
Oh. Okay, it just worked.
Oh, does it just DM it to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I'm trying to figure out how this works.
Hey, what's up with y'all boys?
Yo, it's good.
What's good?
Smokey, part of the game for real.
Hold on fast. Hey, this is Caleb Barnett.
Oh,
For real?
Yeah.
Take him in.
Who in this guy?
you said what?
Who in this guy?
Take him, Caleb.
Mason,
What?
Nathan, Alex.
Oh, there he goes.
What the?
Bro, can we get a break?
You said,
No, Evan.
huh?
From that, bro. Mason always on some gay stuff.
Bro, Evan, I really have school in August 2nd, bro.
Bro, you got 8 plus.
I forgot he
1.
was on the Creed.
You got
Bro.
1, 2, 3. Hold on, let me do the math. 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days. You back in
Bro,
school.
are you
That's
playing
tough.
football?
Yeah.
I'm about to say, okay. I'm about, bro.
That's the only reason I went there.
Well, I'm about to say, you might as well just stay at Landmark when you playing football, bro.
Hold on. Open up the Magic 8 Ball to. Oh, okay. I see. Exclamation point. 8
I'm trying to get music.
ball.
Oh.
Yeah, that's.
No, we already got that, but he's just trying to do like commands and stuff.
Okay, let me see.
Look,
if this
Evan,
works.
just play your album.
My album tough for real. See, I don't
Just play
understand how
it.
this works, bro. These things too confusing. Module 8 ball. Hold on.
Let me come over and hop on a song, bro.
I don't like the way you said that. Something about it.
Right, bro. Like, hold on, bro.
Something about the way you said that just make me uncomfortable.
That's literally the most normal way he could have said that.
It's still, bro. Still.
Bro.
I don't know. Custom command. See, how do I like? Okay. Okay, so it says blah 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 user. There's a chat. See, this makes 0 sense. Hold on 1 second. I need my charger. Hold on. See, it say. Okay.
Is it an event?
You said what?
Is it like listing it as an event? Because if it's an event, then I could change the event.
For the stream? Are you trying to make it so it gives a notification every time it goes live?
What is it? It says you.
Yeah, I think that has to be in the thing that sets it up. So I think you gotta set it up.
Here, wait. I can just you can do it though if you have a manager.
Well, no, I can do the commands, but because you put it in the server,
Oh, brother, it's Caleb.
like how you just changed the prefix. Like, how did you change the prefix? You just went to the
I signed into my Discord on that website for the bot.
yeah,
And then
because you signed in.
Oh, did you do that?
No, when you set it up, you're signing in because usually the owner is the one putting the bots in the server because they start the server.
But
because
you can let
this
your
owner
mods.
didn't know.
You can let your mods do it though.
Edit.
Let me see.
Yeah, so sign into Discord on the YAG PDB XYZ website.
Let's see.
Okay, so,
Control panel.
Are you on your phone or on your computer?
Computer. Log
I
in
want
using
to-
Discord.
Yeah. Do that.
bro, this jump
It's
makes
loading.
no sense. So it says that it's activated or that it's active, but it doesn't like actually like work.
What do you mean?
I got the Stream Elements thing, the chat bot or whatever.
Oh, are you talking about on YouTube?
Yeah.
We're talking about
YouTube.
Discord.
Oh. Let me see.
Are you doing something with YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh wow, it worked. Nice.
Okay, let me
Wait, so did it just give a notification?
Evan,
yeah.
Like it let me choose the
you going to
server,
work today, bro?
and it chose
said
two
what?
smooth lines.
You going to work today?
I beg your pardon,
You did yesterday.
bro. That wasn't even me, bro. It was edited.
Right, you know what Tobias sent me? He screen recorded it, right? And then he said pulls down pants.
Hey, wow.
Wouldn't be the first time.
What?
How
Hold on.
do you not remember when you did that?
Oh, you talk? Nah, bro. That ain't even happen, bro. Nah, bro.
Hey, what's his name's getting banned? Dirtbox. He gets time. How do you time him out for that?
Shoot. Wait, what did he do?
He just verbally assaulted the mods.
What did he say? Shut up, Jordan. Bro, imagine.
I'm giving you. This is your warning.
More. Speak message. I didn't know you could do chase a bag.
Evan, does it feel weird when you brush your teeth first after you get them off?
Nah.
Cause I've been to brush my teeth, but I drank a Gatorade and it was cold.
Hey, what if I ban him?
Who?
Don't ban him.
I'm joking. I ain't gonna ban him. Who is that?
That's not me.
Who's what?
See, I don't even know what Kenyatta was saying. I ain't even gonna keep my screen open. He might get me in trouble. Let me see.
Were your teeth yellow when you got your braces on?
To the orthodontist. Wait, can you re-ask the question? I think I misunderstood.
He's unmuted. Oh yeah, he's never muted.
Oh my god.
Alright, 1 second. So let me try.
My sound just went off.
Oh, that's crazy.
See, this junk not working, bro.
What you doing on stream?
You know what I'm saying? Dang. He ain't even say nothing this time. He said, bro, shut up.
I'm gonna brush my teeth and see how it feels.
Whoa.
Oh, yo.
What was that?
Yeah, I don't know. Who's remote user?
Who's remote user?
I don't know. Well, is our chat getting rated already?
What you mean?
That was a random person named remote user.
Just ban him.
Bro,
No,
what?
I don't want to. That's not how you
Bro,
grow.
what if he was what if he just wanted to check out the Discord and then he just
I already
banned
kicked him before. Never mind. It don't even matter.
Yo, remote user.
I done kicked him before.
What's up? Imagine he just
I just
comes
kicked
on
him.
to the chat and just starts saying hard R.
Dang, you ain't never gonna have no fan. Why you brushing in none, brush?
Mason, you look like what's his
Listen,
name?
nah, bro. Let me see your teeth. No homo.
You look like Comethazine.
Yeah.
Man, your teeth small, my boy. Why your-
Dang, I hate my
I got my braces off today. They're bleeding, bro.
What do they want? Why are they thinking?
Bleeding.
What I do?
My gums are bleeding.
My boy, you don't
I'm
brush
cleaning
your
my brush
teeth,
up.
my boy.
I had braces. I can't get to the roots, my boy, and I wasn't flossing.
Oh my
Oh,
G.
that's probably why.
I had them for 4 years, bro. I didn't floss.
You didn't floss. You didn't floss for 4. That's. Wonder.
I know a guy
But
who
you
doesn't
ain't
brush it.
flossed one time in 4 years?
I know.
unless the dentist did it for me.
I used to know a guy who didn't brush it
bro.
in 2 years.
Cause it just hurt, and I couldn't keep looking at the blood come out, so I just had to stop.
Unexpected like a mixtape. Catch at your crib if you're reading this is too late. You know what I'm saying? Ha.
No.
Hey, put on a beat. I'm trying to freestyle.
I'll put on you.
What?
Famous last words.
What?
I'm getting a PC. Oh wait, no, that's old.
Who's that in the background?
Who's that in the background? It hasn't
Don't worry.
gone-
Don't worry about it.
It hasn't gone through for me. Hold on. It's loading.
Oh,
It's loading. It's cool.
he said, "Don't worry about it."
Mason, what are you doing,
Bro, who is smoking? What is their profile picture? Oh my god.
bro? Don't worry about it.
Oh, it has a poop emoji. Is that what you sent? It's the poop thing? That boy, bro, this is Lexi. He came in there yesterday and said play Minecraft the whole time.
He needs to join the Discord.
Finish building and play Roblox. I don't even have Roblox.
Hey, thanks in the chat.
Yeah,
Tell him to join the Discord, bro.
he broke. He's in the Discord. He's like user, like with a bunch of numbers behind it.
That's him. That's him.
He's hold on, let me scroll up. He's
Remote user.
He's at 49868505108517.
Wait, who is it?
That's Langston.
He can't build.
Oh,
a
if it's
matchup.
remote user, then I kept kicking him.
I don't.
He's
Why
not
you
remote
keep
user.
kicking remote user?
Bro, because the
Yeah.
first time he joined, no one was there, so he just joined silently. I'm like, where he get the link from? And then
I
the
put it in
second
the
time
chat.
he just joined. No, but I'm saying the first time he joined, you weren't even streaming.
Oh,
He just joined.
when?
So I'm like, how did he get the link?
When was this?
So I kicked him. It was a while ago.
Ah,
Oh dang, they didn't even join. I thought they joined back. I was trying to snitch Alex. Snitch on Alex. Bro, what do they want? They keep pinging me. Oh my god.
who pinged? What?
Why does Kevin never join the Discord?
Is Kevin?
Bro,
I
why
think
can I
Kevin
not
is in the
speak,
Discord.
bro? Oh, I can.
He's in the Discord. I don't think he's actually in the Discord at this
Yeah,
moment.
I know he's in it.
Hey, we finna do this talent show tomorrow, though.
Let's do it
Yeah.
tonight, bro.
No, I gotta go. I gotta go like in like half hour.
What's your talent, Nathan? Doing
Piano.
Rubik's cubes? I'm playing the piano. And I know you're basic like that, so go on.
Did you just say that you play the piano?
I do play piano.
Imagine.
I mean, it sounds really bad over Discord. It might sound nice. It might sound nice in real life, but it sounds really bad over Discord.
What do you play, Caleb?
Huh?
I said, what does Caleb play?
I play the guitar.
Hey, don't.
Why did
No,
you
I
I
play?
mean, tell me what I play. Tell me what I play. Exactly, Nathan. Chase a bag.
21-14.
Who was he
Let us-
talking to?
Bro, Caleb, do you leave your computer on once you finish playing the game?
Probably.
Bro,
Why?
cause it always says that you're online.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Groovy. I'm finna freestyle real quick. Hold
Who's
on.
on? Who started that beat?
Nah, I'm just online all day, every day. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, undeafen that boy.
Yeah, groovy.
That boy.
Yeah, groovy. Oh, that's like very exciting music. What do you want in class on a Monday morning?
You
Okay,
know, we should
listen.
I'm gonna miss that so much.
Listen.
No cap.
Listen. Hold on. Hold up with that chopper. Put it in
This
his
ain't even
booty.
a beat to be talking about choppers.
Exactly.
No, that's the whole point of the art.
Exactly.
Subverting expectations.
Exactly.
Be one thing.
Exactly. Listen. Listen. I'ma pull up with that chopper. I'ma put it in your booty. I got the hops. Like I'm Judy. Y'all ain't even hear that bar for real. Judy Hops.
This man literally thinks he's okay.
Nah, Evan.
Uh-huh.
Isn't Judy Hopps from
Turn the beat off real quick.
She from Zootopia.
kind of bad though, no cap.
Hey, that's an animal.
Brother.
Langston's in the what we doing? We just chilling. We just vibing. You feel me, Kevin?
Why is he in a chat by himself?
Broken, icky African wolf snake.
Tell him to join the Discord, bro.
Tell who?
He's in here. He was in the other voice chat.
Yeah, I saw Langston was in there, but he was in the other one.
Which
Groovy, stop. He was in the he just joined.
No, he didn't.
No, he was in the Freestyle Freaks one. Give me 5 minutes.
What's his name?
It was FCHW Langston.
Oh,
Okay. Listen. Listen. Hold on. 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 Listen. Pull up. Huh? Pull up on him. Hey. Hold on. Hey. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Listen. It's me. The big booty. The machine. Ooh. Hold on. Ooh. Skidoo. Ooh. Spitting bars. Driving cars. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Bro, what you mean, bro?
not even instrumental. It's just you do slash playing in the song.
Yeah, baby.
I think it's like slash playing in the song.
Langston, that picture is outdated. You have hair. Hey, put it on another fire beat. I promise you I'm gonna destroy it.
How do you put on the beat, bro?
I promise you I'm really the best rapper of this generation. You know how they like, what's it called? They like, you know what I'm saying? Like Tupac is like to go to the 90s, you know what I'm saying? You got Lil Wayne. They got me up there too. Hey now. Don't put me in the same sense as Coi Leray.
No, not connect.
Dun. What?
You were off beat, bro.
Bro, what you mean, my boy? What you mean, my boy? I was spitting. I was finna spit some heat.
Huh?
I was finna spit some heat. Who's who?
Groovy is the bot.
It's a robot.
Oh.
Personally, I don't trust robots because I seen this movie called I, Robot, and the robots.
Carol, you don't go there no more.
You said what? That boy repping Landmark. He don't even go there no more. That boy got fake merch on.
Fake merch. It's real.
Oh,
It doesn't go anymore.
he false advertising. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. You know what's funny? I literally know this beat because it's like the number one.
Turn on your camera and dance.
You said what?
Turn on your
I
camera.
already heard this before.
Huh?
Turn on your camera and dance.
I can't turn on my camera
Wait, why?
because I'm using it for other things.
What
Pause.
you mean, weirdo?
Bro, no, it's not what it sounds like. It's not what it sounds like. Got a Gatorade. Not no Powerade.
I wanna see your face.
Hold on. Don't make me mute you, Mason. Don't make me mute you. I'm rapping right now. Don't make me do it. Do this. What I say? What are you doing? Mason, bro, what?
Bro, Mason, you've been brushing for 30 minutes.
That boy like the way he feel. Okay, that boy Space Invader in
He
it,
said
bitch.
what? He said he likes the way it feels.
Yeah.
I got my bases off today.
That boy feeling his gums for the first time in weeks.
It's probably a little
That
pause.
I mean, you rhyme more when you're just speaking normal sentences than just trying to freak out.
Big facts. Big facts.
what you mean?
This is Evan. Evan be like, yeah, hit him with that chopper.
Yeah.
Hit him with that chopper.
Yeah. Hey, you spitting, bro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go crazy, Kev.
The camera actually looks clear.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. I paid $35 for this camera.
Look at Kevin. This is glitching.
Bro, Kev, you not doing an Android no justice, bro.
This shit glitching.
Bro, chill out, bro.
Bro, you making y'all look bad, bro. You know how they be like, I'm going to. Hey!
Look at this motto on my piece.
He said, look at this mulatto on his.
No, he said model. I think. I hope so.
What
I did say model. It would have been funny if I said mulatto.
That's what I expected.
Yeah. Listen. 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 Listen.
Nigga, I'm
Listen.
listening.
Listen. 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 Hey, you, the beat stopped. What happened? What happened?
Yeah, but we're not song in the
I
queue.
can hear your voice.
Hey, just give me a second.
Put on the beat, bro. I'm gonna put on the beat fast.
I gotta get hard. I mean, I need to get warm. I need to get warm. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say.
Don't even act like you did just do that.
Bro, that's what I meant to say. Hold on. No. Keep this.
Wait, this the song though. He gonna start
Going.
in a minute.
Going to the farm with my animals, with my dogs, with my cows.
We're gonna get in trouble for this.
Who is it? How we gonna get in trouble? Imagine somebody tells. That's crazy. What do you gain from that?
Oh, Mason, why are you typing it in general?
Yeah, do box commands in the box commands chat, please.
Wait, what did he do?
Shut up.
You typing it in general.
Hey, I can mute you.
Do it.
Negro.
Wait, was that Mason or was that Caleb? I couldn't even tell the voice. I'm muting y'all both.
It was Caleb.
Yeah, it was Mason. Which broke him muted.
It sounded like Caleb.
Oh.
Hey, clip Mason. Clip it.
Hey, me and Mason, they ain't doing the same dance again.
Why are you doing the animatronic camera movements? With the rotation shit. You like
Hold on. Wait.
He stood up musically.
Hold on.
No, do it again. Hey, do it again.
Hold on. Wait.
He on stream, it don't matter if I'm being recorded anyway.
Oh. Hold on. Wait.
Put this on the snap for the screen for TikTok.
Hold on.
Screen clip.
Hold on. Wait. Hey, that's the hardest dance on this on planet Earth.
Yes.
Hey now. You ain't even have to do that for real.
Listen, did not have to do that for real.
On my ankle. Hold on.
I'm gonna unmute them.
Listen. Hold on. Listen. I'm a.
Unmute me.
Have you been saying
Hold
that
on.
you need this whole
Hold
time
on.
while mute?
Listen. Listen. Listen.
No.
Listen.
I was like, bro,
Listen.
I lined up when I talk, and then I
Listen.
looked at it, and I tried to unmute
Listen. Listen. Listen.
Bro, Evan,
Listen. Alright, don't make me mute you. I bet. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, nigga? Yeah, you not speaking no more. How's it feel? Listen. Listen. What? Listen. Listen.
Caleb said that
Listen.
to me every day for the rest of the year. Let's play Among Us.
Bro, I'm leaving at 22.
Did you learn your lesson?
It literally is 22. It's 26.
No, it's 2200. I mean 2200.
There's no way he just said that, bro.
He uses that type of time.
It's so weird.
You're so weird.
I changed.
Yeah, he tried to not be basic, but end up being basic, you know. How it is.
I'm only basic for half the day.
What do you mean you only? Oh my god.
I'm only basic for half the day. In the evening, I'm
Yeah.
not still. I'm not working though.
2200. That means 12 o'clock, right?
No.
What does it mean?
24 hours in a day. 22 means 12.
12 and 24.
Evan, all you do is add 12 hours.
No, 22 minus 10 is 12. So that means that it's 12 o'clock, right? Listen.
22 minus
12
10.
hours.
22 minus 10.
Yeah, 22 minus 10 equals 12, so it's 12 o'clock.
Evan Dean, hop on Roblox. I mean, Evan, hop on.
Play Minecraft.
Bro, I don't even.
Play Minecraft.
Bro, listen, why do you like Minecraft so much, bro?
Like, you literally be sitting there watching him build.
How do you hate Minecraft?
I don't. I hate it.
This what?
He's just bad at every other game.
Facts.
Bro, I'm great at every game I touch.
You're actually terrible.
But
Like,
you
every
great
time
when
you
you
play
play with
balls.
balls.
What?
Every time you play Fortnite on stream, I dislike the stream.
Wow.
Bro, yesterday, they got killed by bots.
Bro, they jumped us, bro. We got jumped.
Oh my
Hey. Hey, chill out. What do they say in here? They don't get too wild, right? They don't get too wild, right? They finna get me banned.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I just skipped that. I read what it said. I saw what it's gonna play.
Hold on, what was it?
Can you
Come
replay
on.
the song, bro? That was my song.
Bro, we're not playing that remix, bro. On stream.
are, bro. You're tripping.
Bro, that boy said, "Oh." The African American male is a different person.
Stop it, bro. Don't stop it.
Hold on, that boy went to freestyle freak. What is he doing?
Record that, bro. Record that, bro.
What is wrong, bro? It's already on camera. What is he streaming?
So you on stream doing that? You on? Oh, Evan's face is blocking it. Evan, move your webcam.
My face?
Yes.
What you mean, my boy?
To the bottom left corner. Put your webcam to the bottom left corner.
Alright.
Left side.
Bro, I just got shook. Uh-huh.
I'm getting your shit taken down.
Whoa, hey now. Hey now. It's never that serious.
Y'all really gonna listen to the whole song, bro?
Buts and commands.
Bro, so is that what the stream is just gonna be?
Seems like it.
Is that the type of guy you are?
Now listen. How many be faking their streams? Getting they place some machines.
Oh, let's play that.
Some individuals make money. Other individuals make memes. Yo, Mason, are you in the shower?
If he shows camera, I'm leaving and disliking the stream.
Wow.
How much money you got?
A lot.
How much money you got?
A lot.
Feel like I hop in a rocket, we going straight up to the top.
A lot.
In the car, come tell me you're
A lot.
believe in magic when my dogs hit
A lot.
the grass. All
Hey.
up on my back,
A lot.
tryna hit me up.
A lot.
Asking for the cash.
A lot.
On my phone, no, they hit me up.
A lot.
Got the gun, keep the pistol tucked.
A lot.
In the streets.
A lot.
Know it's getting rough.
A lot.
In the street.
A lot.
Finna
Bro, what's, I'm muting you, Mason. A lot. A lot. A lot. A lot. A lot. How many? How many? How many? How many? How many? A lot. 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 Listen. A lot. Hold on, I'm spitting. I'm I'm spitting.
Okay.
I'm spitting. I'm licking. Spitting. Licking on the tip. Brush of death. Treble clef. Chopper.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Walker. Flocker. We go hard in the paint.
Look it up.
I'm gonna unmute Langston. Let me see what he has to say. Have you learned your lesson?
Evan,
Yeah.
I love how you didn't get me twerking on screen.
Huh?
You didn't get the part where I was twerking.
Oh man, I wish I had that so I can have it for later.
Bro, we're not playing full songs, bro. Any
What is he?
You gotta create yourself.
Oh,
I love
don't
how I turned down the volume on my phone.
I'm literally not trying. Y'all know I'm not bad.
No one is saying anything. Nathan, Nathan keeps saying, yeah,
Bro, you can't tell me I wasn't spitting though.
and Chopper.
And why is what's it called, Caleb sharing his screen and it's just the Discord?
Cause he left it on for y'all to know.
He wants to what? What? He just gasped and didn't say anything.
Oh no, that was me.
Why did you gasp and didn't say anything?
Cause I gotta go wake up early.
I dropped something.
What you gotta wake up early for? What is?
I gotta.
Kevin, why are you wet? Hold on, no, come back, Kevin. Come back, Kevin. Why were you wet? Why were you wet, bro?
I got out the shower. I was in the shower.
There's no way you got in the shower while in the midstream.
We need a pay for proof.
I was in the shower.
But I can't. I'm gonna shower too after I poop.
So you pooping? There's something wrong with y'all. How is it? Bro, so y'all on a call? You could have left the call. Huh?
You pooping on stream, Mason?
Yeah.
Nah, bro. Nah, there's something. That's
You wonder why people don't watch the streams? It's because you got people on here doing stuff like this.
Probably. Yeah, it's probably because of me and people like me and Mason.
bro took a whole shower in the middle. He's
No. Hear me out, right? Because I was in the woods, and so I was just quickly trying to take a shower, just in case I had ticks on me, because I was like deep in the woods and John.
What was you doing in the woods?
I don't know.
Kevin killed somebody. He's trying to hide the body, bro.
No, I was just chilling in the woods.
Bro, why did you? Nah, bro, Kevin, you gotta, stop turning off your camera, bro.
I was trying to make sure I had no ticks on me, so I took a quick shower.
Bro, why did you pan down, Kevin?
I was wiping off my phone. I really didn't think about it, but I got in the shower.
Why did you pan down, though?
You have dads.
What?
Mine is downstairs.
Yeah, mine is not at home right now, but
He at the stove.
bro, he's gonna be here like
Coming
4 days.
back.
That's what everybody says.
I have him on like 360, bro. It's okay.
This guy has a instant-
Hold on, this man
Like
can't.
0.1 black in him. He's not coming back.
I'm not finna open Caleb's message while I'm on
It's
screen.
like 40%.
He said you. This man Caleb said you smell chase a bag. What's wrong with him, bro?
Hey, if anybody says chase, put it in the rules. I'm making a rules chat.
You can't you make a banned word?
Yeah, it's a bag.
Hold on, wait. Mason is muted.
They said bag is banned. For sure.
No, somebody muted me at first. I don't know why.
Ah.
Oh, my fault.
That boy said, "Oh my."
Bro, I'm depressed. This bro hasn't gave me that ass in a while.
I beg your pardon.
Bro, look, I got you Sunday. We got team count. Get a room with me, and I got you all night. All night long. All night long.
Your team camps on Sunday?
Hey, if there's
Leave on Sunday.
Dang. We start afternoon practice on Monday, bro.
you know what else starts on Monday?
March y'all practice tomorrow.
You said what?
We never
Wait, I
practice on
forgot.
Friday.
Evan that said y'all had the whole week off.
No, we don't practice on Friday.
Yeah, baby. 17. I say hello, what's up? Hello. Sit your pretty. Soon as you came in the door.
Look at him. He's eating.
Bro, dry off, Kevin. He's eating bread while wet. This is not normal, Kevin.
Saudi on everything.
Rules.
I'm hungry, my boy.
Wait, can y'all see this?
Don't be stupid.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, can y'all see? Somebody that doesn't have a rank, Langston, can you see the rules chat?
Yeah.
No, no,
What?
no. This is the rules chat.
What about
Langston has no neck. How you feel about that, Langston?
typing?
Who said that?
Wait a minute. Can you
Jordan did. Jordan Clyde said it.
No. It said
Jordan, join the Discord, bro.
Joined it. Oh.
Get Jordan in here, bro. Get Jordan in here.
it says
Hold on. The link is on there.
Jordan, click the link, bro.
Ban words. Hard R, chase a bag. That's it.
don't ban the hard R?
What?
Mason, you're so gay.
Why would you ban the hard R?
And ban inappropriate pictures of your you know what I'm saying, genitals.
Who would say that besides you?
It's like I gotta talk.
That's how you got banned on Monkey.
Bro, dry off. Kevin.
Toilet tissue. I'm gonna have to just walk up with no wipe.
Face is nearly white.
Just
Kevin.
call me
Fantastic.
J14 is now too
Because
smooth.
the refrigerator's open.
Anything else is fine. Chill out. Hey, that's you giving them.
Kevin, you have a refrigerator?
That's so. That's just. It's, oh my gosh, you have a refrigerator? What are you doing?
Kevin is literally carrying the stream right now, bro.
I ain't even gonna lie. I might have to disable your video, Langston. I'm.
It's like one of those hot
What are you
tubs,
doing, bro? The hot tub streamers.
But I'm not gonna lie, Kevin got that whole beard, bro.
I ain't even gonna. That boy got sideburns, bro. I be seeing him walking the.
Looking at Mason, bro.
Hey, I promise you, I got hairs on my chin. I be playing with them.
Okay, buddy.
I
Stop
s-
eating bread and dry off, bro.
this man
You're gonna
different.
get bumps.
Bro, dry it off, bro.
He's gonna get bumps.
You walking around the house in a towel, you're wet. Unless you just have a fridge in your room or the bathroom.
I told you he doesn't have one.
He doesn't have a what?
It's only my hair. That's
Refrigerator.
wet. It's
He-
only my hair that's wet.
Bro, your whole body look wet, bro.
It's my hair. I promise you.
Bro, why was your chest wet, bro?
'Cause my hair-
What's in your mouth? Eye, bro. You gotta get your.
Chill.
Nah,
Feed him.
nah. You just gotta learn your lesson. You feel me?
I'm sorry.
Nah, you just gotta do your time. Nothing
I
NSFW.
will make Osei run you. Do not try me.
How does that even work? You gonna make it run you
Wait.
cause you was smacking on stream. You learn, Kevin. Why you got the whole bottle? You ain't no way you drinking it straight out. Does anybody else use it?
Let me see, Kevin.
Is that your bottle or is it the house's bottle? And you just being.
It's about to be empty. It's about to be empty. So I'm about to drink the rest.
That's like a thing.
Bro, your whole body is wet, bro.
Bro, your chest is wet. That's not. Hey, yo, chill out, Kevin. Yo, you going way too low. You going way too.
Not even monetized yet.
He can get me banned. Show it. If you show your whole genital on stream, why is you? Hey, Mason, nah, bro.
Bro, what's Mason doing, bro?
They gonna think it's something else.
Nah, chill out. That's a YouTube. That is a male.
You can head, my boy.
Kevin.
You gonna get hit? Yeah.
Kevin.
Yes.
Kevin.
Bro, you wonder why your stream isn't taking
Kevin,
off.
count to 3.
1, 2, 3.
You see how his screen didn't move when he counted?
Wait, you said what?
Do it again.
Bro, you froze, bro.
Because every time he tries to count.
Hold on, do it. No. Redeem yourself, Kevin. You got this. Ah, man.
Never freeze.
I told you.
Try it one more time. You got it. Bro, you got this. I promise. Bro, Kevin, yeah, you got it, bro. Come on, bro. It's your camera running smooth right now, bro. Wait, did you just put in a cassette tape? Is that a microwave? Bro, what are you got in your room? Who is this? Sean's Chicken Shoot? Is that Sean Allen? Allen?
Bro, just leaking people's names.
Oh, hey, that's not his name, y'all.
You leak the school. You leak people's real names.
Bro, I've been leaked to school, bro.
Bro.
I've been leaked to school. What you mean?
People watching
I-
your stream
I-
now is us.
Yeah.
Bro, those people in there that I've never seen before, though. Like, Mr. Slime.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Slime. I think he's from Chicago.
Faithful supporter, bro. Mr. Slime.
Mr. Slime the GOAT, for real.
Mr. Slime, if you're watching this, shout out to you, man.
Bro, look at Mason.
Mason, I'm about to disable your video. You better not be booty butt naked.
Roll it down.
No. Hey, y'all chill out, bro. Y'all chill out, bro. Announcements.
Sean.
What is this?
I
I want to hear your voice. Talk for me, baby.
Bro, what? What's wrong with you?
Sean, you don't start responding to my texts. I don't know why you ignore me.
I'm not.
He does it to me, too, bro.
No, I don't. Sean just act like nobody be texting him, but he expects you to answer his calls.
What are you talking about?
Why you said it like that?
What you mean?
Oh, I forgot Kanye dropping.
I did my driver's ed in 2 days.
So did I. When did you get your license yet? I thought you said you didn't want to get it.
Y'all acting like that's a flex. Being irresponsible. Acting like you're being irresponsible as a personality.
Don't text me now.
Hey, y'all want to see me dance?
No.
Wow.
Actually, I want to see this.
All right, let me get the speaker knockers playing. Let me get the speaker knockers playing. Uh huh.
put your camera on
My-
Discord.
I can't turn it on. I can't turn it on at the same time that I got my.
Kevin,
Can I?
I'm gonna get clean real quick.
pick your tongue out real quick.
I'm good.
I can't, but it's pixelated. I can't even see it.
I didn't even do anything.
Hey, Kevin, count to 3.
Yeah, I can't use my camera while I'm on stream.
Kevin, count to 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, he did it.
Y'all, why y'all be violating Kevin, bro?
Kevin, is your food hot?
Yeah.
How?
The microwave.
You have one?
Bro, what's?
I hate this nigga so much. I hate this
I
nigga
was
so
on
much.
Holly's. 2. Yeah.
Funnier every time.
Hey, listen, hey, listen.
Evan, what would you say if I walked in your house and broke your whole setup?
I mean, I ain't pay for like any of it, if we being real, other than the game capture.
Who paid for it?
Well, this is my dad's laptop. I mean, not laptop, monitor. It's his old monitor. This is his old computer.
The question is, will they pay
So, Evan,
again?
how would you feel if I dropped your address right now on screen?
You don't. Whoa, chill. Nah, bro. You gotta go, bro.
I'm joking. Yeah, he's a menace to society.
Nah, bro. Bro said, what did you do if I dropped your whole ass? Bro, I got so scared when I played that one game. What's it called? Lollipop?
Credit card?
Yeah, I thought they leaked my credit card, but it was just a random number. I was so, because it looked like mine's. But this man, yeah.
What actually is your credit card?
Oh, you want to know my credit card number? Hold on, let me read it to you.
Yeah, like the numbers and then
Alright.
on the back.
1 second.
Yeah. Please, thank you.
Hey, everybody
What are you gonna do with it, John?
We just want to know.
Alright.
to my house.
Hey, well, I'm finna leak Caleb's address. I'm playing.
Everybody on stream, pull up to my house at 7717 Parkside Drive, Lithia Springs.
Yo, you wildin'. Yo, you wildin' right now, bro. Nah, bro. nah, bro. You wildin'. Yo, you wildin'. Yo, you wildin'. Yo, you wildin'. You wildin'. Nah, bro. You wildin'. You not getting unmuted. You not getting unmuted.
Am I unmuted?
Yes. Oh. Hey, Nate, is Nathan still here?
No, he left.
Bro, Nathan, he missed somebody breaking the rules. He got to get banned. Let me ban him.
Georgia.
Is it going?
Hard R is his reason for ban. He had to go.
Meaning all they did was drag Alex because he was. He said, "Can you unmute me, Evan?"
Huh?
He said, "Tell him to unmute me."
Nah, bro.
He said keep him muted.
I bet. I got you.
Yo, Evan, hop on Roblox.
I don't have Roblox.
Yes, you did. You saw you playing it the other day.
When? You talking about when it was glitching? Yo, Caleb.
What? There's wrestling practice? No.
Bot commands and music.
I'm good.
How did he? Whoa.
He said the names of the school, everything. That's crazy.
Who did?
Oh, you can't hear it. Never mind. I forgot.
I left voice channel because I was inactive for too long. If you are a premium member, you can disable this by typing in 247. Langston, did you learn your lesson?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right.
What's here?
Who's that? Is that Kevin?
I'm sorry.
I'm bald.
Turn the camera back on.
Turn it off. Hey.
Sean, aren't you black? Don't you want to hear it?
Wait, Layla, come back to the screen.
I would never be a blackie.
Huh?
Come back to the screen.
No.
Bro, come on.
Sean bullied me.
No, I promise I won't laugh.
Mm.
I promise I won't laugh.
Hey, we want to see your beautiful face again.
Everyone calls Sean the hard R.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Chill out, chill out. Tell him to turn the camera off. Yo, Tyler.
Find out who put the N-word on Kahoot.
Oh yeah, that is true. Who did that?
We all know who it was, though. Really think about it.
Was it Evelyn or Blake?
Bro, why you name dropping?
Name. You don't drop their name.
What's up with y'all?
I meant Sarah, and I meant turkey. I meant bacon and hot sauce.
Bro, what?
Bacon it. I'm
Mm.
definitely hot sauce.
Are you saying Evelyn is hot?
What?
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 Let me find out, Caleb.
How did remote user get back in, bro?
Who's
I
that?
I banned him.
You probably made a different account.
He has the
What'd you ban
same.
him for?
I banned him for saying hard R.
What's wrong with that?
What do you,
Exactly.
I beg your pardon?
Bro,
Put
I
some in
don't
their
like,
face.
bro. I think they be like, I think he be disabling the chat for me because I be saying people text like he be like, they be texting and then I be trying to text like he's so fine and they don't let me like what? Like is that not acceptable?
I don't think YouTube allows that, but you know.
But I seen somebody put the word fine.
Maybe it's like a different context. Maybe YouTube just
And
smart
then,
like that.
Then I have to like send it separate sometimes. Like if I gotta be like Caleb has, I have to put Caleb has and then type
Fat booty.
yeah. I gotta type it.
Bro, they
separate.
said that boy would have ran so much faster if he ain't had that dump truck. Don't say
Bro,
it.
he need a butt reduction.
But this man Caleb Nichols been in here the whole time.
Sean gonna be like, bro, his booty is so massive.
Hey Sean, I have a question for you.
It's this new kid.
Sean, I have a question.
Who's new?
He's
We
on
at football.
Oh.
Hey
They
Sean,
took
I
down
have
the
a
rosters,
question.
so I don't- Okay.
What?
Sean, are you
They took
gay?
down the rosters. They took down the rosters because I don't know because
So-
people changing their schedule.
It's Reg, yes sir. Wait, you talking about Reggie as in?
I hope
What's-
Caleb's
what's
not in all
Reggie?
of my classes again.
Why?
I'm dropping your address right now.
Hey, Caleb. I mean, what's it
Wait,
called?
Let's talk about the real problem.
I'll
Mrs.
drop-
Meek
hey.
trying to teach us in every grade. That's the real problem.
She follows us everywhere. She follows us everywhere, bro.
She's actually weird for that.
Yo.
If she not
Yes,
giving
that's
me
what
a
I
D,
did.
I don't want her as my teacher.
Hey, make sure y'all join the Discord.
Yeah, she
Wait,
wants
hold
to
on. Let me go back to ninth grade and see what she gave me in her class.
She gave me a 79, bro. I think I had a 79 the first semester. Oh man,
Let me see what it is. That's gonna determine what I get in her class this year.
bro.
I had a 42.
Hey, Langston, does 1813 Dogwood Lane ring a bell?
Send me the link. It's in the chat. You see it? What's pinned?
Dogwood Lane ring a bell.
You see what's pinned? I can't. It says site can't be
It's
reached.
your address.
1813?
Yeah, 1813 Dogwood Lane.
Why are you dropping? It's not actually his address. I can't go in the portal right now. It's not working.
No, it's not. I don't even know why he said that.
That don't even sound like somewhere a black person would live. Dogwood Lane.
Dogwood Lane.
My road is now too smooth. Join the
What
squad.
address are you looking at? Because that's really not mine.
Bro, I made it up. Bye. You think I'm actually saying
Oh,
Mm,
I got a 68 in her class.
my shoulder.
something?
Hey, when you dropping the album, Kev?
I told him that, bro. Just not want to drop that. There's not me. My folks
That's a
don't
bias.
want
You
me
sound like
quiet.
that was mine.
Hey, just get a $30 mic, bro. Just get a $30 mic and get to making music. I made my
My dad didn't want me to slide without your pants there.
Gonna drop mixtape
Kevin, I'll
back
send
to
you-
back to back.
remember when
Kevin, just send
I-
me your address right now. I'll send you a mic, my guy.
remember I made a whole what? Remember I made a whole album in 30 minutes? Come on now.
I bet it was all
Bruh,
about
Sean,
That album was tough.
In her class,
That
first
shit was
semester,
ass.
I got a 68. Second
Hey.
semester, I got a 78.
Langston, that's
I'm
failing.
not passing her class.
That's failing, Langston.
Wait, what did you have?
A 68 first semester.
God.
78 second semester.
How you get a 68 the first semester?
My bad.
Boy,
Nigga, how else would he do
them
it?
tests was kicking my booty. I was so.
They were what?
You heard me.
No, I did it. I need you to repeat.
They was, I can't cuss, but it was kicking my booty.
Oh, I can't first review test ate my ass.
Yeah,
Bro,
for real.
why?
I don't know what to do.
You could have said so. There's so many ways you could have said that.
Bowl of ramen, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it did.
Oh my.
It did. Naruto was just.
Nah, I ain't even gonna lie. Y'all right though. Y'all right though. I had an 87. It dropped all the way down to like a 60 after the first one.
How you open that big bag of cheese?
Bro, her class, bro, no.
Mm.
I was sad at DGP in 8th grade. That probably explains why I got a
I
bad
think
grade.
that's for like a party or something.
Mm.
Oh,
Yo, K, yo.
Gonna be here.
Hey, Kev, let me see that beard. Let me see that mustache.
Bro, I think I'm gonna just skip Team Cam.
Let me see your facial hair.
We gonna be straight on that, bro.
You know how to get
We
clear.
gonna die.
I got the award for her class. Shut up, Tyler.
I looked up where we going. They don't even have a football
That's
team.
a bias.
They don't have a football team. Whoa. Hey, chill out with the.
Going for our Team Cam.
True, McConnell doesn't have a.
Some college. I
It's-
forgot what it's called.
It's true at McConnell.
College?
Yeah, Trip McConnell, yeah.
Oh yeah, ain't that the 1 week one shit you can?
I don't even know, bro.
Yeah, they don't have a football field.
True
Yeah,
it.
they go back.
Then where are we going? Man, if we condition,
We gonna be on a
He
baseball
gonna
field.
die, bro. That man haven't been to football.
bro, why can't I use?
Bro, when you said Team Cam, I'm thinking, oh yeah, we finna go there do tug of war and stuff, team bonding stuff. This man said, yeah, y'all need to.
Bro, we finna be
before y'all get up there. I said, what?
we finna be conditioning the whole time, but they don't even got a field.
He said, bring your helmet and cleats. I was like, what?
Wait, he said we gotta study our plays?
Yes,
bro.
Caleb,
That's a good thing I'm a lineman.
exactly, bro. You don't got no plays. Just block the person in front of you. Maybe you have to pull. Do you play guard or tackle?
Yo, I thought we was going up there for team
I don't know.
bonding.
On the line?
Team bonding, Alexa?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You thought,
You think team bonding is sleeping with a bunch of niggas?
Yeah.
bro? They really done divided us.
I need to run with Lex,
Yeah,
man.
man, bro, they split it up like black and white and older and younger, bro.
For real.
Like,
Gonna
I
do
could
that.
make an all black cabin and an all white cabin. We sliding.
bro, I'm finna be. Imagine,
As long as the food not nasty, I'm good.
bro. You think Pickett going?
You think
Of course not.
good?
You asked that.
I don't even know why you asked.
Hey, maybe if we tell him it's just team bonding, he'll go. He don't even got the permission slip.
There's gonna be food.
He,
How long we going up there for an Apex tournament?
hey, we got PS4. Swear, swear, twin.
In every room, bro.
he come. He like, where the PS4s at?
Somebody bring that game up for real. Bring our game up for real.
Bro, we're probably never gonna have TVs.
Exactly.
Video game, Kevin.
I'll bring mine. I'll bring mine.
Bro, what you gonna bring? A Nintendo 3DS?
Monitor, bro.
You're tripping.
Hey, you go stream there?
Nah. What I look like?
You gonna stream on your
On
phone?
God, you should stream. On God, you should stream.
I just stream for.
Playing with-
Exactly. I got a laptop.
I almost burned down the house.
What? Mm.
Jet left the toaster on 500, bruh. Jumped. Bro,
Wait.
I almost burned down my mansion. But it how bigger than the one out here in Florida. That's why.
Bro. Hey, let me see Johnson. Let me see his fine. What?
Dude, why you want to see little boys, bro?
That's how I roll. Call me R. Kelly. I'm playing. Yeah, hey, now. Hey, now, that's not even what I said for real. You misheard me. Yo, Kevin, did you freeze, bro? You froze, bro.
That man been in the same spot,
Bro, I got a phone call. I got a phone call.
The way hit the.
I got a phone call.
Bro, you been freezing this whole entire time, bro. What's,
I don't want to hear it.
bro, Kevin? Why you keep freezing, bro?
I got a phone call.
Bro. Hold on, count to 3.
Bro, we have a 2-a-day on Thursday.
Please, bro, count to 3. This.
Oh, look, bro, this is my last week of summer break, bro.
Yup, you go back to second. That's crazy.
And we got full pads on Monday at 4 o'clock.
Hold on, I gotta get the clothes out the washer. Y'all don't say anything wild.
It's gonna be 90 degrees, bro.
Everybody drop it. Everybody drop Evan's address.
Where look,
I don't
really,
even know it.
It's on Portal.
You think I still know how to use that, bro?
I'm really just waiting for Friday because we're going paintball and I think.
The team or,
Yeah, as a team.
bruh,
This Friday?
you know, bruh. What you mean this
Yeah,
Friday,
did
bro?
you really
No.
just say this Friday? Like, bro, what?
Oh, yeah, they can definitely go into that.
Pickett's not.
That boy gonna be sliding like Apex.
We're not gonna see Pickett till the scrimmage.
I ain't heard about no other y'all ain't it. I ain't heard about no paintballing.
Yeah, I ain't
We're
even
not gonna New Jersey.
What about Isaac?
Ultra Gator, hello.
Who said we going paintballing?
Wait, is that
Hey.
Isaac?
You send an email.
Hey, this
Does Isaac go to practice?
Isaac went to one
That
practice
man
this
pull up
week.
with a white beater and the same outfit every day.
Isaac told me he wasn't coming because he had a sneaky link.
Why?
He had a sneaky link.
He said he didn't want to be sweaty when he went, so he didn't come to
What's
practice.
going on, Evan? You know what I'm saying?
Bro, you seen what he posted on his story of that haircut?
What?
Bro got a.
Posted.
He had the Drake thing.
Bro, you see him post it, Evan?
I don't
Yeah.
even know what to eat.
I didn't see it.
The one-
Hold
He
on.
just posted?
Hungry.
And he was like giving the haircut.
No.
I'm gonna screen record it and send it to the Discord, bro.
I
I just saw it. Oh, that
he cut his hair down, and he I don't think he want waves no more, Langston. That boy already got a cut down.
Bad.
I'm bold.
I'm gonna just go to his story. I don't know why you're. Oh yeah, he had to get right for his SL. Bro, he probably will. He told me. He told me he was brushing.
Hey, please tell me you have pants on, bro. Please tell me you have pants on, Mason. Mason, are you pooping?
Evan,
Mason, what are you doing?
brushing, but I was like, you need to put your hair down a little bit more since it's not as straight.
Welcome back to Guess My TikTok. Today we have our guest. Sorry, so what's your guess? Seven Hana. I popped the pill, Mr. Petty Officer. I popped the pill, Mr. Petty Officer. Bro, AFP is funny, bro. AFP Chris, bro.
Hey,
Uh-huh.
who smoke?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You just cut out. He said one time. Can you say it one more time, Kev?
I don't know.
Come on, Kevin. 700, is that your final answer? Yes.
Without freezing.
Why I asked you, then you said yeah.
Ooh, hit the doggy. Ooh, hit the doggy. Ooh, hit the doggy. Ooh, hit the doggy. Ooh, hit the
You
doggy.
seen that little Momo thing?
The little Momo thing. Who's Momo? Who's Momo? Well, your boy got one thing today. Yes, sir.
Look her up.
You said Momo?
Yeah.
Is that a person?
Look her up, bro.
Momo, the Momo Challenge host. The Momo Challenge was a host that the urban, that was a host and the
Looking up. It's literally MOMO.
the Momo Challenge was a hoax that that and that the internet
Oh
the
my gosh.
bro, chill out. Just let me bro, let me read, bro. I'm trying to read. Okay. To rumored that
This man Mason got rotted up by a 7-year-old.
that bro. Hold on, put the video in the Discord, bro. Hold on, put it in the Discord, bro.
I don't know how to.
Bro, just go to general. Go to the little, you know what I'm saying, the little image button.
Wait, bro, I scored on you too, so it don't matter.
Scored on me. I wasn't even playing. Oh wait. Oh yeah, you did catch it.
Oh, this thing. Dang, she got some wowzers on her.
Hold up. I'm finna download. I mean, save it to my camera. Hold up.
You mean Momo, bro?
Yeah, bro. Hey, nah. You don't need, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, hit the Dougie. Ooh, hit the Dougie. Bro, it's literally a week ago. Just go through time.
I found it.
They shouldn't even call it team camp, bro. Y'all got conditioning camp.
Chill.
Yeah, it's
All they do is wait. Imagine they do that. Wake you up at 4 in the morning to go.
Alright. I'm finna send it.
Bro, I can't even run for real, bro. I got severe glaucoma.
Look at it.
What?
That boy Mason was like, I'm finna lock it up. He went crazy. He did you down bad, Mason. I ain't even gonna lie, bro.
I slipped in my socks, bro.
I ain't even gonna lie. You got did down bad, bro. You see me dripped out. You see me in the Dewey and the Hawk shirt. I wear that Hawk shirt way too much. I ain't even gonna lie. Anytime that I came to Mason's house, I wear the same fit. I ain't even gonna lie.
The kid do you like that?
What?
You let the kid do you like that?
I had on socks, bro.
I'm sending this to your head coach.
I don't care.
I ain't even gonna lie, bro.
I'm sending this to the wide receiver coach, bro. You are the defense coach.
Hey Mason, look at the stream. Look at his ankle. Go to the stream. Hold on. Look at your ankle. That boy got dirty. I ain't even gonna lie. That boy running. He was like, "Yes, sir." How you go vertical like that? Greedies, bro.
Today at practice, what's in his Fraser put Mike on lockdown,
Bro, that boy Coach Fraser jammed him up, bro.
but it was bad.
Nowhere. Yeah. He was muscling him. He said.
He was like,
And then he tried to go the other way. Look, he said, come here.
"Yo, Kevin, where are your lights at?" Okay, I'm trying. I'm playing.
LED lights too.
Bro, what's up? Why you violate that man like?
The whole house is yours.
Yeah.
What's that in your room?
You said what?
What's that in your room, Kevin?
Oh, Kevin. Oh, thank God.
What's that lighting up?
Is that a lamp?
What is that?
Oh, it's on this door.
Kevin, what is that?
It's
What's your LEDs on?
It's my lights.
I can't hear
It's
you.
my lights. It's
You
my
have them?
lights. Yes.
Mason, put on a shirt, my boy.
He's so light skinned, bro.
You see me dancing? You see me
I ain't
dancing?
gonna lie, bro. His picture kind of sus. Why he look like
Yeah, why you look like that? Look retarded. Hey, Mason, you.
Bro, can you get some type of chest definition?
You got a beer belly, bro.
Well, I have a six-pack.
Bro. What were you saying about that boy, that freshman?
I said he gotta be do the butt reduction. Mom, tell me, bro. Like, when I tell you it was holding him back, he could have.
Bro. Bro, he said he need a butt reduction.
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Bruh.
What was we said about Cody? I said you're not escaping.
Oh, yeah. Bro, he ran a 4.47. Bro, Cody different. He ran a 4.47
He's going D1
on the trash field too. We are going sideways.
look at you and smile when you trying to run off that punch.
Bro, they really did 3/5 of the field, bro. They ain't even finished the whole
And
thing.
it was muddy.
Exactly.
And it was sprinklers on.
Better one to
Had I
get
been
that
out there, I know I would have ran that 4-2.
Man, Kevin, you had a 20-inch vertical, bro. Kevin,
You said what?
yo, vertical leap. Bro, we watched you. Kevin, you was not getting up there, bro.
I was up there with Brandon, bro. I was up there with Brandon.
Wait,
Probably had the worst vertical out of every skill player.
what is your vertical?
That boy, Langston, that boy Evan, the tall Evan, bro. Man was talking about he gonna jump out the gym.
Evan who?
Got an 18.
Oh no, yo,
Evan Westland?
no Ward.
Ward.
Oh.
He got an 18.
Isn't he a basketball player? Yeah, he had on a basketball shirt.
Bro, I wish Pickett was there. Bro, I want to see Pickett run the 40 and do the vertical, bro.
Froze again, bro. Like,
What?
this man can't put a frozen.
Nah, he chilling. His face is moving.
Everybody before we did vertical, Justin was gonna get the highest.
Justin didn't get the highest.
What did he
He
get?
did. He got higher than Brandon.
What did he get?
Brandon said he got like. Brandon? What did Brandon say?
Miles got 10 feet.
I just know. I was like, Brandon, you got the highest, and he was like, nah, Justin got higher than me. I was like, dang.
I think Mike did
Miles got a 10 feet.
34.
Miles is about 5'7" and he got 10 feet.
No, Mikey
Nah,
got
when
a
I
whole
walked
34.
up, you know how you gotta stretch your hand and just walk through it?
Yeah.
My hand didn't even
Bro, that
touch
joke was so
the
funny, bro. They was joking on this
My
man,
hand
bro.
hit it. I walked right under it.
Sure,
Dude.
bro.
Nah, I
What's the
swear
stream
they
time?
didn't do it right, cause bro, I looked up. I said, bro, that red kind of high.
It said
I was like,
chat
oh, no.
disconnected.
He talking about you can get to the red, but I was like, nah, that's kind of high. Cause when I did it with Coach Harris, it wasn't that high.
But Austin was talking about his time was wrong.
Wait, who ran faster?
He been working for months and Archie still got faster time.
Wait, what time did Archie ran?
4-1. I mean 5-1. 5-1.
Oh,
Nah, I think Archie got like 5'3", 5'2".
what did Swint get?
You know, Austin got a 5-4 and Archie got a 5-1.
40?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang.
Ain't no.
That was slow, but
Hey,
you know who kind of moving though? Evan.
Ward?
Yes, the tall man. You ran
Yeah.
the second fastest one.
Bro, he ran like a 4.7.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, that was Evan W's first favorite event, and he missed it. And he missed the vertical. He remember in summer workout. I mean spring.
Langston, were you at the 7-on-7?
The second one, not the first one.
Yeah, bro. The man who only catch was on accident, bro.
What you say?
I said his only catch was on accident.
Bro, he funny,
yeah.
bro.
Bro, look, I was like, Coach, you're sitting here telling me you have Alex Larsh and this man, Evan, who can't catch a receiver, and there's multiple running backs sitting here. I was like, okay.
Alex Larsh is playing receiver?
Yeah, they had this man at receiver, bro.
Bro, that's
What?
Bro, I came to the wrong 77. Everybody was hurt at the one.
bro. Remember when the lineman was trying to? Remember at the lineman challenge one when the lineman was trying to get with the skill players? They're like, nah, bro, go to the lineman challenge.
Wait, Tobias, did you have your meeting with Coach Ray?
Yeah, it was awkward.
He asked me what could we improve on as a team. And you know what I told this man?
What?
I said the bench. I was like, Coach, I don't want to be worried when I come out. Our bench is gonna get scored on.
Why?
Bro, cause look, what if the starters come out for a break? They put the second string in. They just get scored on as soon as
Bro,
they come in.
the lineman gonna have to be in there for the whole game. I ain't even gonna lie.
Bro, I told Swint.
They not getting no
before the season
breaks.
started, this man gonna have to block. They gonna make him block. If we
He gonna
make
have to
it
change that number
If we
again.
make it to championship, Swint's blocking.
He gonna have to change that number again.
Hey, who y'all got?
I don't know why he didn't do 51 in the first place.
Like he said his grandma or something.
Huh?
He said someone died in his family. That's why he got 21.
I'm trying to do the math. Like, when? I'm trying to do.
I don't know.
Maybe that was a lucky number or something.
He told me someone died in his family. Well, he can get 73. 7 times 3, 21. Boom.
7. Why you had to say it like? Hold on, but think about it. Think about it though. Wait, you can't wear number 21 on O line?
No.
Ah.
Who has like the braid?
17, bro.
Yeah, that's that one. Kevin, you have a secret admirer.
Hi, General.
He's taking for life. I'm sorry, son.
Nola Adepojo. Kevin is so cute. Kevin has a man. I mean, a girl. I didn't even mean to say that. Where'd Kevin go? Kevin leave? Kevin leave?
Yeah, Kevin got a whole wife, bro.
Exactly. Nola, you can't get it. Pack smoked. Pack Smoke. Hope he survived the glue That was taken out of context.
What happened in our relationship?
Can I get the context?
I don't know.
He wasn't beating the Donines.
Bro, Mason.
I would have done it for him.
Hey, bro, y'all want to listen to some Soulja Boy? Hey, why y'all be hating on the GOAT?
Shut up, your boy.
Bro, remember, I remember Langston. I mean, not Langston.
I wonder what's going to happen to Landmark Sports when our class leaves. For real, our class is the last good grade.
Nah, they got, what's it called? The grade, wait, is Chris even going? Chris hasn't been in practice, I don't know.
Chris is on vacation. He coming to team camp.
Bro.
Oh.
Our class is the last good grade.
Dang.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the rest of them got the little white chubby kids.
You know, all them niggas ass.
The short white chubby kids.
Bro, you are on live, my boy. Right? Your conversation to be a live stream.
We're just not gonna post this one. You're not monetized anyway, so you're chilling. You're not gonna lose no money.
If you were monetized, bro, you would have to block me.
I would have to block you?
Yeah, I'll play copyright music and all. I'm money blocking.
Hey, bro, since I'm not monetized yet, I'm gonna have to, top block you on that one. But I only have 1,000 hours. How many hours you got?
You said what?
So how many hours you got?
I got like 600.
You ass, bro.
Cause I stopped uploading. I didn't upload for like 6 months, and I came back and I stopped uploading again, and now I started streaming.
Let me.
No. He's in his room.
I figure if he like come in your room, he'd be like, "Hey, Toby."
What the?
That's how he's. Hell.
Hey. Say, you see that nigga in that cut? Yeah, him right there. Hey, watch him. He keep looking over here.
Yeah, he's gonna get that.
They must be we won't block out soon as them niggas pop out.
Bro, what's up with you, bro? How do you use Groovy, bro? I don't know how to use it. Yo, Mason. What? Hold on. What? Hold on. Yo, Mason. Mason. Mason Miranda. Mason LeBron James.
What?
How do you
use Groovy? I don't understand.
But Evan, the music, I was bobbing too much. I forgot what I was going. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Bruh, I haven't listened to any rap music for like months in the weight room.
Oh, I had every day.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? All they play is gospel music.
You got your own weight room, right?
Like play a song in the Discord.
It's not like we bring headphones in there.
Wait, Mason, how do you use Groovy?
How do you use what? Okay, so go to YouTube,
Uh-huh.
copy the link of the song, and then put it in the Discord.
Alright, bet. Alright.
You don't know
Huh?
you don't know how to use your own Discord server? Your bum.
No, I ain't even make it, bro.
Who made
I don't know, cat. Discord kind of be confusing sometimes.
It's a very what's it called, Nathan? Well, he made the bot, or he set up the bot. I ain't know he used.
KT made it.
Hey, who made this big, black, humongous clock?
I need Kevin to finish this song, bro.
Hey, Langston.
Huh?
Who are y'all reaching this year?
Bro, why you? His voice kind of like a.
Who said that? I can't tell who that is.
No, it's Caleb Barnett.
Oh,
Yeah.
you haven't been talking the whole time.
Bro, this is.
Same people
You
we
been
played
mean this
last
week,
year.
bro.
Hey.
I'll listen to the Kanye thing.
Oh.
Damn,
I forgot he dropped this album.
Album's supposed to drop.
He dropped. He live right now.
Kanye's doo-doo, bro.
Yeah, you're right. Alright. But who are y'all reaching them?
Same people we played last year.
Y'all got a dub, man.
They're talking about Elka and Trinity is supposed to get out of the region next year.
Bro, I don't care about Trinity, bro.
But Trinity is
Let me
doo-doo,
out,
bro.
but that's
Trinity
my
is
weird,
doo-doo.
Yo, Mason, it
Them
didn't work.
Them white boys were dick riding Trinity too hard.
Bro, Trinity's.
Bro, I remember we
That's
had
straight,
a
that's
talk,
straight.
like the game week of Trinity, and I was like, raise your hand if y'all already think we're finna lose to Trinity. All of them raised their hands.
Wait, when did you do that?
That's straight, I promise you.
You were on the
Last
team,
year.
Evan. You were on the
Oh.
And I was like, raise your hand if you
How
think
you gonna go in the game thinking you
they
finna
all
lose?
raised their hand.
I mean, why you ask that?
Because we had a team. We had a player meeting.
Oh. Kind of a stupid question to ask. I ain't gonna cap.
We was like losing like really bad the whole season. So I was like, let's be honest. Coming in this week, who all think we finna lose already? And they all raised their hand. I'm saying, dang.
Y'all call that L though?
Yeah, we did. But it
Oh,
wasn't
is it
bad.
working? Oh yeah.
You know, Tyler threw his. He threw us out of the game. That's all I'm gonna say. They had more defensive points than
Yeah.
offensive points. I think they
Soldier
only
boy.
had, like,
Soldier. Soldier.
the rest of the defense, and they scored like.
Hey,
40
hey, hey.
This right here.
Evan,
Boy swag.
Evan,
Yeah.
they scored like 40 points, and 2 touchdowns came from offense.
You said what?
They scored 40 points, and 2 touchdowns came from offense.
So the rest of them for y'all threw what? The rest of them were like interception returns and fumble
Don't
returns.
be confused.
Yeah, Trinity's receivers are failing. I'm not even gonna lie.
They're failing.
Selling.
Ah,
Bro, if Josh like actually trained as a DB, like how
play the goat Fagel.
the people like the real
So
DBs in high school
Fagel?
train, he'd be so tough.
Soldier Boy's the goat.
He really just relies on his speed.
Who does?
Reggie,
Reggie who?
Josh Reggie,
Oh, Smith.
yeah.
Ah,
Regmont.
If he actually had technique.
I agree with you, Langston.
I think I rely on my 4-2 speed. You feel me?
Nigga, you don't rely on nothing.
Bro,
On your what, Evan?
my 4-2 speed. 4-2
Six
flat.
to do. You
What's
were
your range today, Evan?
I ran a 5 flat.
He's lying.
I swear I ran a 5.03.
How was your form, bro? Tell them the camera. Show us your
It
form.
was terrible.
My form great. What you mean? You know what I'm saying?
Bro, 40s really don't count, cause it's like, bro, it was money out there and everything.
Bro, bro, people were having Madden glitches out there when they was stumbling, bro.
Made us do a full workout before we ran.
Man, he said Fago greater than Soldier Boy. That's crazy.
Who said that?
Jordan.
Isn't Fago like 14?
Nah, that's Baby Santana.
Oh.
How old is
She
Evan
going.
Too Smooth?
You said, huh?
How old is Evan Too Smooth?
35.
15.
300.
I'm 35 years old. I got 2 kids and 2 baby mamas. You heard about Dr. Dre?
Mm-hmm.
That boy gotta pay $300K monthly to his wife, his ex-wife, just cause they divorced. They ain't even had no kids.
Or a year.
A month, bro, and like it's like $3 million something a year.
Ain't no way he has that much money.
He's a billionaire. What do you mean, Dr. Dre?
Bro,
Yeah.
how many kids buy Beats a year?
Oh, he's Beats.
Beats
never
by
mind.
Dre.
Yeah, I say Beats. Never mind.
You know what else I beat? By Dre. That's not even what I was finna say, bro. Y'all weird, bro. What's up with
I
y'all?
didn't say that though.
You know what I'm saying?
Beats by Dre.
You beat your kids?
Whoa.
Oh yeah, they acting up.
Hey,
Little niggas.
they don't even gotta be acting up. I do it for fun. I'm playing. Chill. It's not that serious.
Shut up, bro.
They call me. Listen, hold on. Somebody put on a beat. I'm finna freestyle.
Man, Evan, y'all so lucky, bro. Y'all didn't have
You're in
no
charge.
friends, bro.
You said what?
Freshman year, Osei was a different breed, bro.
What'd you mean?
He gave no S, bro. He didn't care. Bro, if you even walk the wrong way, he'd be like, all right, come on, let's do these bear claws.
Evan.
Yeah?
Okay, Saturday practice. Like, they told us Saturday practices were stretching and stuff. And Osei was the only coach there. And we ended up doing 100-yard sprints on the track.
Hey, that's a violation. I ain't even gonna lie.
He would be tripping. Bro, I remember I would, like get in trouble in school, bro. Everybody else practicing. You see me over there with 45 plates, like, and but he got me like, got it on my lap.
He said, I'll say your Michael best friends.
I'm over there balancing a 45-pound plate on my lap while holding it back. Tired.
Evan.
What?
Bro, no, the other one. I mean, Mason.
He said Evan, no, the other one. Which one? Ain't no other Evan.
No, Mason, bro. This man Mikey had 130 pounds on his back 2 days ago when we're doing push-up holds, bro.
Oh, gosh.
He's built different, bro.
Bro, didn't he do the most on front squat? Didn't he start with like 200 something, bro?
Bro, okay, Mason, bro, we were on our like second rep, like a second set, bro. The man was already on 300.
I'm telling you, bro.
Front squat, bro.
My first set of front squat is a 45 and a 10.
Bro, I thought I was doing something in the twos.
Man, I started with a 25.
Oh, how much Micah did? He was like,
Bro, Micah, bro,
I said, what?
Bro, Micah.
Y'all gotta practice tomorrow, nah.
225, bro.
How can you hold that much weight on your fingers, bro? On
He's gonna have bad knees.
On your, on me.
He's gonna have bad knees, bro.
He gonna be in a wheelchair after college.
Yo, y'all wildin'.
They're gonna play like 3 seasons of 3 years at NFL.
He's squatting 1,000 in college, bro. He's squatting 1,000.
Yeah, I've been seeing those dudes in the NFL, like.
That's some Todd Gurley knees.
Listen.
Todd Gurley went crazy for 3 seasons. It's not his knees is done.
Running backs have 3 to 5 years tops.
Exactly.
They be doing 600-pound squats, bro. I'm like, bro, your body.
The only one,
but you can really just do like three something.
I don't know how Adrian Peterson stayed in the league so long. He don't make sense to me.
You talking about Adrian Peterson? Look at Frank Gore.
Frank Gore different. He been in the league since like 2002.
Bro, his son is so fine football.
Let me look up Frank Gore age.
I think he's like 30 something.
Hold on, let me look it
He's
up.
like 38.
He 30. Oh my god. He 38, still playing running back, bro.
And he had to do up downs for the day of the game.
Who?
Payton.
Oh yeah, he had to do gorillas.
Oh my god, that was so funny. That was 2 years ago.
Well, he had to do up downs after a game.
He had to do gorillas before the game in jeans.
Why?
Cause he got in trouble.
How did he get in trouble?
Mrs. Dykes, she told Coach Peters.
Oh. I remember he got in trouble in Miss Dyke's class.
It's not like my old friend, bro. We got in trouble for our game, bro. The man sat us out and made us run around the gym while the game was happening.
That's crazy. I ain't even
Nah,
gonna
bro. We had a paddock camp, and before they started, a kid from Chapel Hill was rolling on the field.
Bro, this man Cam came to practice for the last day, bro.
Who?
Cam, he was on the swim team, bro.
Bro, that reminded me, bro. I gotta show what's the name the video of J-Rock, bro.
Bro, his form was so funny, bro. He had his arms all the way up there, bro.
Who?
What's it called? There's so many people that ran like that, where they had their arms all the way behind their head.
You too, boy.
Nah, bro, you saw me. I had that Usain Bolt form. Come on, quit playing with me.
I'm finished show.
Ran that 9.
Tobias the video of J-Rock.
What did he do?
Act.
Oh.
Coach Ross was heated, bro.
Why was Coach Ross mad?
You can't treat the little guys like that, and him and Cody in the same grade.
He was 17 at the time. What?
Bro,
Cody at that point, Cody been dropping.
Cody was a cheat code in 8th grade, bro.
But I was like, Cody, where you come from? He said, yeah, I just got my driver's license. We was getting ready, the game day, but he pulled up in the car.
Bro, he was a cheat code in 8th grade. He was the quarterback, and he would just run it. And it was just a bunch of children out there. Remember when he picked up, bro? Remember when he picked up the dude and slammed him?
Oh, yeah, I don't know if Tobias seen that video.
I think it's on his Instagram. Hold on.
Yeah, it is. He slammed that kid.
Let me see.
Oh, where's the video? Hold up. Bro, I can't find it. Don't tell me I deleted it.
I'm finna share my screen.
Bro, J-Rock wanted to quit football, bro. He was about to be
He basically did quit, bro.
Bro, I remember Osei had his bear call, him and Dre. They both threw up.
Oh, bro, I remember what's it called?
I ain't gonna cap.
I remember
how I survived.
I remember Dr. Badowski got mad at me because I had one of the football jerseys on, even though I didn't play, because J-Rock took his off, and I said, can I take it? I don't number 80-something, bro.
I remember he gave Shane that fracture on the sideline. Because he wasn't supposed to be down there.
Why wasn't he supposed to be down there? He's on the team.
He got kicked out from the game.
Bro, I was there, right? Because, like, we was doing all that stuff in practice. So, like,
Nola just asked me for picks.
Listen, see if you can find it in our text. I can't find it.
I'm watching my face right now.
Oh.
Let me see you wash your face, my boy.
Why? It just got proactive plus.
I want to see you get clean, nigga. You know what I'm saying? What happened?
Some light skin shit, bro.
Here's what I want to see you get clean.
I like to see clean stuff.
Okay, buddy.
Nice and squeaky clean.
Okay. See?
I'm licking my lips right now. Whoa, what was that sound? Hey. Do you think that Michael would do 100 push-ups right now for 50 cents?
What?
Do you think Michael would do 100 push-ups right now for 50 cents?
Bro, I'm still on the fact he just told me he had 100+ pounds on his back doing push-ups.
Oh, is that Caleb Barnett?
We're in the first or second group, right?
I've been going to the second because he be like, it's not enough people over there.
You said what?
Yeah. When we're doing the push-up pose, the low and high push-up pose, man had 100 pounds.
Bro, that nigga's coach.
Oh, bro, I can barely even do it. My legs be. I mean, my
your legs,
bro, no. Listen. I forgot my words, bro. I be getting my body parts mixed up sometimes. Come on, you know. You see, here's the thing about it. You know what I'm saying? Listen. Y'all not listening for real. Hold on, listen.
Why do you keep telling us to listen when you don't say anything?
Listen. So listen. So shoulders. Yeah. These things.
Anyways, bruh, I think what's the name might be the only one. Actually, no. I seen what Osei be doing when he work out. I don't think nobody can start.
Where did he? Hold on, wait. Y'all were in the cabin when he did this?
Yes, that's the only place we've been.
Where did he even get all that weight from?
I see him.
There's the metal weights on the back.
Oh.
Bro, Evan, when I tell you I walked in, I seen that man. He got done from doing like a minute handstand, right? Bro, that man popped right up. it's like 4 jump boxes stacked
Light
on top of
skin
each other.
and
He jumped up there. I said, oh no.
you said wait, say it one more time.
It was like 4 boxes stacked on top of each other. He jumped up there.
Oh
After,
nah.
like getting done doing a handstand for like a minute.
What was he just doing a handstand for?
And then he was doing 1-arm pull-ups, bruh.
Nah, he different.
Then he, bro, you remember when we did morning workouts? He'd come in, finish his workout by doing 1-arm push-ups on both arms.
Bro, remember when y'all were doing that competition? Where he had the balance?
Oh yeah, Coach Ose was telling us why when he got pulled over when we was in 8th grade, bro. The cop was like touching him and like he touched his nuts, and the officer asked him why he tensing up.
He was like, "You tensing up? You got me scared, man." I was like, "What do you mean? You touching up his balls? What do you mean? What are you getting scared for? I'll be terrified. I'll be terrified."
Listen, I gotta find that video, bro.
I might have it. Let me check.
The video of what? J-Rock getting knocked out?
Oh wait, no, not yet. Hold up.
Nah, he got slumped though.
Yeah, that nigga helmet came on.
Oh, this man Payne said going to California with a gang, he went with one person.
Right.
Yeah, he's only with one of his friends. The rest is his family. Like, bro, what?
Hey. You said family?
Chill, Dom Toretto.
That check is so stupid, bro.
He said going to California with a gang, and unless he was a one person.
Ooh, I'm doing my stretches, my dynamic. Ooh, I feel it.
Turn your camera on so we can see.
Bro, you check the stream or what?
Why this nigga's gay?
I'm not going back to this shit. This one pick up this
Ooh.
Please stop moving in my ear, bro.
Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. Ooh, I feel it. I sure do. I sure do feel it, man. Ooh. Ha.
Can you stop, bro?
Ooh. Okay, I'm chilling now. Yeah.
Remember when that dude on Omega was freestyling about your mom?
Bro.
Bro, I wonder, bro.
The only thing about it, I just have to keep switching between things because you never know, you might see a warrant. Bro, there's this one dude, when you just see the torso, that's how you know he's trouble, bro. That's how you know, bro, it has devilish intentions.
That's how you got banned on Monkey, bro.
Hey, now, you see, I was legit, you know what I'm saying? We don't even got to speak about that. Hey, those times are over, I promise.
Boy, no way, boy.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, listen. Ooh.
Bro, Mason, I'm gonna find this, bro.
Listen, hold on. Listen.
Oh, I found it, Mason.
Listen.
Send it to the Discord.
Alright. Bro, when he came back over, he was crying, bro.
Are you for real?
Yes.
He was like shedding tears?
Yes, bro.
I wouldn't have cried because how hard I got hit. I would have cried because it's on film.
I would have cried. My whole pride would have been gone. I wish a nigga would do that shit to me, bro. I quit football.
That boy morale is going.
Hey, send this in Discord.
I cried because it was on film.
Alright, I sent it.
Alright, Jim.
I need Tobias to watch that shit. That shit was hilarious.
That boy. Bro, who put an edit over it? Who put it?
Oh, that was me. It was like in this moment he knew.
Golly, bro. He tried to prevent himself from getting hit too, and it didn't matter. Why did he even hit him? He didn't even have the ball.
This nigga said, why did he hit him?
He just violated him for no reason.
Look how he got
That shit lowering, bro.
Bro, golly. Bro. I'm sorry, bro.
Right, well, what they call it? He was loafing?
Who was loafing?
J-Rod, that's why he got hit.
Bro. He got listed,
Does this
bro.
nigga Nathan really dress like this?
Are you in the dripper skip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, am I the one who peeped the sound that you put on the video?
Hey, bro, did you edit that? Like,
Yeah.
how you right? Ooh, my mic fell down.
He fucked up.
Langston, send the one where you and Caleb, Langston. Langston, send the one where you and Caleb.
What?
That boy whole helmet came off, bro. Nah, he got did dirty, bro.
He got dirty.
They did him wrong.
Hold up, man. So I gotta find the one with the.
That boy took Jam to another level, bro. You violated him, bro.
That wasn't even his job. He wasn't supposed to be covering the girl flat.
he did that. That's menacing, bro. Bro, that did it out of pure pleasure. He just wanted to do it.
Out of pleasure. This nigga's stupid.
No, bro, just that peer pressure, bro.
Bro, that said,
boo. Granted, playing football that year. Everybody was talking about it when he came to school.
That's tough.
Bro, that just was
This nigga
funny.
Mason is a menace to society for making this edit.
I'm finna turn off my lights. Hold on. Finna get in dark. Make it nice and nice.
Nigga's gay.
Bro, my phone is hot.
But I gotta drive up to Louisiana tomorrow, bro.
See, I don't know how y'all do it, bro. Y'all be in another state every single day for a count. y'all different.
Nah, I seen this dude. He was like this for my BF for all the camps. He posted where he was going. Well, I seen 3 different states on the same day. I said, what?
Get your ass down, man.
One time we hit up Rio, don't mean.
Bro, y'all boys are in shorts, Langston. Who's running the ball?
Caleb Nichols.
Bro, Caleb.
Yeah.
You're.
Where y'all get these practice jerseys from?
Oh, they were pennies.
Ah.
That they was giving us.
Ah.
How you just stop what you were saying? He said, yeah, Caleb.
You don't notice that? You don't even notice that. I was gonna say something, I forgot. Bro, please stop.
What happened? I ain't hear nothing.
No, but the crazy thing about this play, I was like, bruh, coach, why y'all put him back there to run the ball? You just know he gonna tiptoe. I said that right before the play.
Yeah, it happened.
Duh.
Yeah, baby. Let me watch this play one more time. The Jamarcus play.
What?
I said he better go this year.
Bro, that's
just. Have some hands this year. You see how you dropped the dang hit and practice today.
Bro, that jump was so funny, bro.
Bro, Langston, bro, why I always tell the quarterback, just pass it to me.
I remember
what they do. Throw a pick.
Bro, I remember when, what's it called?
I haven't seen that man. I'm lying. I was finna say I haven't seen that man Tyler in a while. I haven't seen him throw in a while. Correction.
I'm glad.
Bro, chill out. You still on stream, my boy.
No, it was way worse when he first met him. Tobias literally hated that man. So he said, "What is nigga talking to me?"
Langston, no, bro. Langston, no, bro. Just thought we were cool like that.
Why Archie not here to throw to me? This nigga didn't even want to touch the same ball as you. Like, what the fuck?
Was it that bad?
Yeah, bro. He acted like he knew me, bro. Like, I don't know you like that.
Who?
Tyler.
Tyler Foley?
The quarterback. I don't even know his last name.
Hey, what video do you?
Nah, just like when we first met, he was like, and this on live. We're gonna discuss this another time.
Hey, hold on, I'm mute. I'm mute.
Post the live.
What do you mean? What you?
Live.
It's live, my boy.
I know, but like you can like.
Hold on, I'm finna mute. Hold on. Okay, you can talk. Alright, I'm unmuted now. Well, you talking about the one that Archie's dating? Archie got married?
No, bro. Are you?
Oh.
So you telling me Archie proposed after 2 months of knowing her?
Shoot, you never know.
That'd be kind of weird. That'd actually be crazy.
Bro, you know what sucks about that, though?
What?
Bro, if I knew that man was gonna do that, bro, I wouldn't have worked for his dad, bro. Like,
you work for his dad? That sounds like slavery.
Yeah. Bro, exactly. I got the application job, and then man turned out, and I come home, right? I drive home, and then I was like, my sister walking out. I'm like, where you going? She's like, I got a date with Archie. I was like, huh? I'm like,
he said, huh?
He probably wanted to say something else, but he was too shocked.
Bro, listen, bro. This man is my quarterback, my boss, I'm like, bro.
Nigga, he taking over your whole life.
Bro,
he colonizing this man's life.
Bro gonna be in his crib. He's like, imagine you come home. Oh, what's good, Tobias? Sitting on your couch.
Right, he been doing that. It be watching movies and stuff, bro.
Dinner, bro.
If he comes over, tell me to come over, bro. I will ruin the whole night.
No, bro. I be coming over from work and stuff, and then be sitting on the couch watching movies, and I'm like, bro, leave my house.
Bro, if he's over, call me over. I will ruin the whole night.
Bro, if I knew he had that implant, I wouldn't have worked or talked to him.
Wait,
bro,
he's your boss?
No, it was crazy. I was like, oh, there's Coach Lewis' daughter. And then, like, I think, like, 2 days after,
it was
like,
a track meet.
I'm asking her
listen.
I said,
what?
Listen, it was that first track meet I lost my spikes at. Remember that?
What about it?
That's when, that's what I heard. That's when they met.
What was Archie doing? Oh, I forgot Archie run track.
I was like out throwing with this man. Bro, this man is so Grammy, bro. I was asking him to go throw with me and everything. Next thing I know, bro, you know what he told me? He was like, oh yeah, your sister going to Florida. And I was like, how does man know that, bro? Like, how does man know that, bro? And I was like, you know what? Maybe my dad or Mike had told him. I ain't worried about it. A week later, he man asking her to prom, bro. I'm like, you were grimy, bro.
Bro, that joke was so funny, though.
Like, you could have just told me, like, you mess with my sister a little. You don't gotta be all, I don't even know.
It's so blatant.
It was crazy because I didn't even know he had a daughter. I was like, and then I seen her working out, and I was like, oh, what's up? Because she was doing the little morning workouts with us. And then I think, like, 2 days after she had got there, boy, Archie came in.
That boy Archie slid as soon as he saw her.
And he was like, oh, for Sarah Larkin. I said, huh? He's like, yeah, I'm asking her to the dance. I was like, what you talking about?
Bro, hold on, listen.
Just me?
I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what this means. It says, so excited and happy for our precious Mary Hannah Huna and her boo, Bio.
What?
Bio Lane. May the Lord continue to bless you and keep you. Shalom Avad, a beautiful thing. I don't know if I can't read. I don't know if I can't read or if I gotta be tripping. Never mind, I'm tripping. I gotta be tripping. Yeah.
You remember when we had the little dinner? He said, "Call him Big Daddy." Your granddad.
Who's your granddad?
Bro, when we had the thing before the
oh yeah, he said, "Call me Big
like,
Daddy."
Call me Big Daddy. I said, "What?"
I said, "Who? You want me to call you what?" I'm a child. I'm a minor.
He said, "I'm a child."
I'm 15 years old, sir. I'm not even.
They call me Big Daddy.
I can't even consent. What you here talking about? Call me Big Daddy. I beg your pardon. You're like 70.
He said you like 70.
That's not appropriate to be saying to a child. I've been streaming for an hour and 57. Let me do the math.
When the next time Kevin coming over? I don't know when the next time Kevin coming over, bro.
When you gonna finish the album?
Bro, Mason, are you? Oh yeah, you say you're coming to the scrimmage, right?
Yeah, cause I have a game on the day after that scrimmage. against East Cowee.
Bro, I
Is
remember.
Kevin still on here?
No.
Okay.
I remember.
When are you going back to your house?
Coach
I
Lewis
ain't
picked
even
me up
know.
from my house, and he was like, "Be out there at 5:10." I got out there at 5:12. He was like, "Come on, bud, you got to be ready on time, cause I have things to do." And I was like, "Huh?" And I'm like, "Bruh, I was grabbing my water bottle," and he was like, "I have things to do, man. You got to be out here." I said,
Bro,
"What?"
You know who used to make me uncomfortable? Wait, were you here in 7th grade? No.
No.
Mason.
I
Bro, you
was.
remember, I'm not going to name his name, but our 7th grade history teacher.
Bro put his
Bro.
nuts on the desk.
On me, bro. He used to get really close. He put his nuts on the desk. He'd be like, "Hey, buddy, I'm going to need you to quiet
He
down."
would call
What?
all the girls into the middle room.
He'd be like,
one by one.
"Cause they'll be
He
cheeking."
ain't playing them kids. He on demon time.
On me, bro. That's where the middle room joke came from, because they said we don't know what he doing in there. Because they said that girls would go there for advice and stuff. Nah, bro, I think he had devilish intentions, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. It seems suspicious.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. If Micah's strength, what he's lifting right now, if that's what it takes to go D1, I'm not with it, bro. I'm not. 365 front squat as a sophomore, he's a different breed.
What's his front squat?
365.
That was
I
basic.
know he can go higher. He probably just ran out of time.
I could barely do 2 plates on a front squat.
Bro, if they gave us multiple maxes, he probably would have gone higher.
You only
probably-
max once,
probably
we just
would've-
keep going until we fail.
When we were squatting, one time Mason, bro, that man went like to tell me he went from like 320 to straight to 400, bro.
Bro was tripping.
No, I remember on the what's the name?
He
on
said
the,
from
what's
320
it
straight
called?
to 400.
Hey, you know, not the landmine squats. You know, the landmine press. He made me put on like 240, 265. Bro, we're on our like one knee, like pressing
Wait, you
it.
said
bro.
the
I said,
landmine
bro,
press?
You're doing that?
Wait, the landmine squat or the landmine press?
The landmine press. He made me put on 265.
Hey, nah, he wildin'.
Nah, bro, when I was at his house, that man was locked into Apex.
He got
Yeah,
PS4.
He be playing with what's the name? Pickett.
He need to tell Pickett I'm gonna work out.
Exactly. At least he be at
Picket's not
workouts.
playing, bro. I'm telling
Pickett
you.
isn't gonna have his 5 days at home and to wear full pads.
I
Let me
haven't
see.
even
Let me
talked
see
to
if it
Pickett.
says
Actually,
Pickett
I
online.
text Pickett.
They said last online 3 hours ago. I bet you it's gonna
Bro,
say
I tried
online
to
in
get
2
Peyton
hours.
to play again, Mason.
Bro, I be looking broke. I be looking at my
Said
friends
no.
list. Everybody got PlayStation Plus except for me.
I don't got PlayStation Plus.
I don't have it either. I just
be
scared
my
of
friends'
somebody's account.
I don't even know how I got GTA because I bought it for a month. I got GTA Online.
A month?
Yeah. And then I never bought it again, and I still got GTA Online.
GTA doesn't need PS Plus anymore.
Oh.
They don't?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't played in a minute though.
I be playing with other things too.
See, bro, you sweet,
I'm
bro.
talking about footballs, bro. What you mean? I got
That's why
practice.
you don't have
You know what I'm
energy to
saying?
wake up in the morning to go to practice.
What'd you
I
say?
can't believe I really thought we was going to do team bonding, bro.
Wait, what did he say?
I thought we was going to be around the campfire,
But they don't even got a
roasting
football
marshmallows
field.
saying why we started playing football.
I'm confused. What are we
We
gonna do
over
there?
here finna be doing full-blown workouts.
Let me look up
We
children.
probably gonna
that,
bring
bro.
somebody from the army out there and make us work out.
Bruh, on Monday, our coach was like, next week, y'all got a bye week because you got school the week after. Yesterday, he was like, I changed my mind. We got full pads practice starting at 4 o'clock.
Oh, no.
4 to 6.
Yeah, coach on demon time, bro.
I got practice on my birthday.
Dang, that's
I'm not going.
unfortunate.
But Coach Lewis said,
Bro, he's I don't care if it's
I
your
want y'all
birthday.
to know we're working out on holidays. On your birthday.
He said, I don't care if it's Memorial Day. I don't care if it's Labor Day. I don't care if it's your birthday.
Right now it's gonna hit Christmas. I wish you would, baby, practice the more than the Christmas.
Football season don't even go that long.
Open them a
Nah,
present.
bro. Listen. Last year when we made it to the playoffs, right? We had a practice on Thanksgiving, like the day.
We
What
practiced
about the
weekend,
folks that
so
don't
Thanksgiving
even-
got canceled. No, we were gonna have to practice on Thanksgiving, but it got canceled. Coach Rice got COVID.
Oh yeah, COVID. He did. I remember that.
Sold the bag.
I was happy the season was over.
Bro, you playing on that man downfall.
No cap, bro. Mason, I'm with you, bro. Once it hit like that, Thanksgiving, Christmas around there, bro.
That was the longest season I've ever played.
That must have sucked because it was a long season and y'all was like 0-8.
Bro, I really don't even care about the scrimmage games if we win, bro. I care if we beat Bremen because that's when I know like how the season's gonna go.
Bro, I swear if we, cause what's it called? So, yeah, some people didn't even think y'all was gonna win. They on the team. How that work?
What?
Wait, what?
Like
what did you say?
Nah,
yeah, you
wait.
Cut out.
Oh, what's it called?
No, that can't be talking.
Some people, some people on y'all team, like what's it called? That people that play didn't think y'all was finna win. They on the team. How does that work?
And they were seniors.
How you go in with expectations of losing?
Wait, mute the stream real quick.
Alright, hold on.
Tell me when you mute it.
Alright.
His hand.
That's why he has it wrapped.
Yeah.
He had the club.
That's why when we was at film, I was like, Brandon, you can make this play. He had on this full-blown cast. That joint was wrapped.
If I was that play, I would like.
Hey, that boy Pick would have been out 6 to 8 weeks.
What it how he came back?
Bro, remember Peyton? He said God told me not to play football.
I didn't get 2 concussions in one season.
Yes, bro. That's why he stopped coming to football. Even after he got cleared from his concussion, he started going to basketball and never came back to football.
He said God told me not to play football.
How you get 2 concussions in one season and didn't play a single game?
Bro.
Are you talking about Peyton?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, I thought. Actually, he came to one game, but he didn't play.
He didn't even play it. He got in on the last play. There was 6 seconds left. He walked in there and he ball.
You remember when he thought he could guard Sam?
Oh, but that joke was so funny, bro. He was talking so confidently too about it. But we used to bake. I ain't even gonna lie. We used to bake Peyton. We used to bake up. Like we was like he got the 2K generic song when he used to have on them LeBrons. You said what?
Remember Kevin?
Oh
I'm
yeah.
not gonna lie to you, bro. You know how we won a championship in 8th grade? Like we're undefeated, bro.
Yeah.
That's really the class that's really supposed to win like state, bro. Bro, I swear, literally, I think we could win it this year, but really next year, because if we had like,
because think about it.
Our alignment is gonna be
if we playing the same people that we was playing in middle school, then we can beat them.
Shut up, bro.
Man, stop playing with me,
bro,
boy. I'm the first.
You know.
Man, I'm telling you, if we had
Y'all keep interrupting this man.
if we had like lineman senior year, we'd be so straight. Cause Cody would be quarterbacking.
I know Cap put me on the line.
Yo, we got a sophomore lineman who's 6'5".
A sophomore lineman who's 6'5".
He benched 3 plays.
I mean, Pickett 6'5".
Nah, but he's like 6'5", almost 300 pounds.
Golly.
But you just got 6'5" niggas walking around our school unathletic. Like what, bro?
But you know, cause the man Coach Peters went from Chapel Hill to Creekside.
I know, he was at 77.
Yeah. I mean, I saw that boy. I saw that boy in the film. I was like, that look like Coach Peters. That boy built like Coach Peters.
Nigga, that is Coach Peters.
You could tell by the way he stand. He stand like.
Chapel Hill's stuck.
Hold on, Evan, put the stream on mute, bro. I'll tell you what Coach Jose told me, bro.
One second. Alright, you can.
so him and Coach Ose don't be yelling at each other as much.
I unmute it. Yo, you gonna send it?
Bro, I don't know how to work this out.
Hold up.
Discord so confusing. It's like I'm in the thing, but I can't see y'all.
What are you talking about?
Oh, man. Bro, you're doing tripping, bro.
Evan, what are you talking about?
He's trying to turn on his camera.
No, I think he's like on the, like, you know, the.
Okay, I'm on it now.
There we go.
Oh, yes, sir. There we go.
That boy still got the Landmark hoodie on.
Bruh, that's the only hoodie I got. Hold on.
Lie, I be like wearing hoodies and falling asleep in them.
That's too hot.
Bruh, this is my backpack, bro. Right? Just binder.
Golly.
Why you slam so hard?
Why you slam it?
And a condom.
Bro. What's so wrong with you? Bro. That boy got a fidget spinner. What's up with your toes, man? them boys curly.
Show the studios for that, bro.
Them boys crying for moisture, bro.
Hey, it's there right there, bro.
In the closet, quit playing with them. How you connected?
What's Micah doing, bro?
Hold on, I'm about to put up like the lights around it and everything with the acoustic treatment in the back, bro, in the corners and everything.
What's Micah doing, bro?
What's Imagine you walking. He's like 225, 226.
Stop watching porn, man. God damn.
These my LEDs right here.
Oh, my LEDs is off. I got a little ominous tone.
See, I'm on.
Alright, hold on. I'm finna end the stream. Well, I'm finna put on the videos.
Evan. I mean, not Evan. Man, don't LEDs attract bugs? I've seen that on TikTok. People like
What?
Like, put down their LED lights and there was like bugs behind it.
Oh, nah.
They probably do for like mosquitoes and stuff. Like they. And
What y'all got mosquitoes in y'all house for?
No, I don't.
But how do people get mosquitoes? They got it. They dirty.
I guess they'll leave the door open.
Nah, they dirty. Connect to the internet? What do you mean connect to the? I'm on.
Evan, nobody watches the videos you leave up, man.
Don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga, stop hating on you, bro.
On me, bro. Why you like?
Fucking wave videos. They was getting more views.
Bro, you can't keep doing wave videos, bro. You run out of ideas when you do those. What you gonna do? A washing style for the 55th time?
360 Jeezy.
360 Jeezy cuts hair.
You better learn how to cut hair, damn. You better pull up, put up some football videos or some shit.
Yeah, go like watch my teammate highlight or something like that.
Nigga, you have access to friends. Put up a 1v1 or some shit. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but like it don't keep playing.
Hey,
bro,
do a private school like questionnaire like them YouTubers. I don't know what to call.
Questionnaire.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, like.
You mean a public interview?
Yeah, I don't know what it's called. Like when you interview people.
That boy said a questionnaire.
Bro, that's what Roadstar.
I know what he's talking about.
Riddle.
I'm finna push. Bro, I told that nigga Mason I'm gonna get a fucking death note and put all the teams playing it.
Wait, you said what? Alright, Mason, Langston, what did you say?
I told him I was gonna get a death note and put all the teams we play in it.
Hey, that's a good. What the Mason?
That's scary shit, bruh.
Bruh, if you did that, now you gotta bring it out onto the field.
You post a boomerang on your Instagram, you show them the front, and then you show them the team name in there.
Mason.
It's so fucking gay.
I'm gonna need you to.
Drinking a protein shake, bro. What are you on?
Bro, what is a protein shake gonna do at 11 to 16, bro?
Fill you up.
And you didn't get done working out, like, bro. What gains are you gonna get? Fatness?
I didn't work out today.
I know.
I was at the.
You don't want to be great. You don't want to be great.
Hey, well,
they canceled practice.
Listen, what
Oh,
Mike
you
is
got
saying.
that big ass field. I've seen your. You have no excuse.
Say it again.
That big ass weight room in your garage. He talking about some we didn't have practice today. So
I had to go to the school to get
you
my
want to go
classes.
D1, but are you really working?
You sounded like Coach Miller, bro.
That nigga is so funny, bro. He like, you want to go D1, but you sit here looking on your phone right now.
He's on his phone posting a video.
This nigga not on his phone recording video. Nigga, you want to go D1, but you can't get as many reps because you talking to us on the phone. Like, nigga, what?
But Mason, bro.
YouTube TV has no hidden features.
He said I had
includes
D1
unlimited DVR. Try it free.
With Squarespace, editing and adding pieces on my e-commerce site is quick and easy, so I can focus more on the creative part of my business.
It's time to get off this planet. This phrase summarizes scientists' predictions over the past few decades regarding the future of the Earth. With all of our space exploration over the years, it seems they're eager to escape. Unfortunately, they have valid reasons for feeling this way. Sooner or later, humanity will be forced to embark on an exhausting space journey in search of a new home. After a long journey, accompanied by weak gravity and radiation, you'll probably be eager to rush out of the spacecraft to stretch out your legs. But will that be possible? Could we walk on the surface of other planets? Let's imagine for a second that it's possible to solve all of the current problems relating to atmosphere, water, and radiation protection. Let's start with the first and closest object to the sun. Mercury is not a very friendly planet, but your walk along it would depend on which side of the planet you found yourself on. The same side of Mercury always faces the sun. On the sunny side, the temperature never drops below 430 degrees Celsius. That's 806 Fahrenheit. Modern spacesuits can withstand no more than 149 degrees Celsius or 300 Fahrenheit. So, on this side, most likely you would melt like marshmallows on a fire. Unless, of course, by that time, scientists have improved space equipment. To avoid death, it's better to stand on the opposite side of Mercury. Here, the temperature is around minus 163 Celsius. That's minus 261.4 Fahrenheit, which is quite suitable for modern spacesuits. Despite the fact that this planet is considered the smallest in the solar system, it's still quite heavy. The reason for this is iron, which accounts for 83% of all of Mercury. Due to this, its gravity is 2 times stronger than on the moon, but at the same time, 3 times weaker than on the Earth. As experience has shown, it isn't difficult for a person in a heavy spacesuit to move around on the moon. Walking on Mercury in heavy equipment would be a little harder, but still quite possible. On neighboring Venus, a slightly different situation awaits you. Although this planet is farther from the sun than Mercury, the temperature here is just hellish, about 464 degrees Celsius. That's 867 Fahrenheit. Attempting to exit the spaceship would be equal to attempting suicide. And even if your suit didn't melt by some miracle, sulfuric acid could destroy it. Within Venus's clouds, there's a high concentration of this substance. Sulfuric acid often falls in the form of rain, but because of the atmosphere's intense heat, it immediately evaporates before reaching the surface of the planet. It's definitely not worth risking life for the desert landscapes on the rocky surface of Venus. Because of its highly dense atmosphere, it's also not possible to see the starry sky. The only plus of this planet is its gravity. Here, it's 90% of that on Earth, which could at least somehow remind you of home. The most favorable conditions await us on Mars. However, the landing itself could be quite traumatic. The atmosphere of the red planet is about 100 times less dense than the Earth's. This means that the spacecraft would not meet any air resistance as it arrives, which implies a very hard landing. Modern technology allows landing with a weight of no more than 1 ton, taking into account the weight of the ship itself, equipment, and passengers. So, most likely, you'd have to travel there alone. If before that you visited Mercury, then on Mars you would quickly adapt. The force of gravity on Mars is 38% that of the Earth's. To make it convenient to stroll through the red landscape of Mars, a special spacesuit called the XEMU has even been developed. This suit can be adjusted according to the size of your body. It's resistant to both frost and heat. Any temperature in the range of minus 157 Celsius, that's minus 250 Fahrenheit, to 121 Celsius, that's 250 Fahrenheit, will not be scary. The spacesuit gloves are made of a special material that allows your fingers to interact with a touchscreen. So, shooting stories on Mars will be easy. If we talk about walking on Jupiter, the first question that comes to mind is how? Indeed, on this planet, there's no surface similar to that which we're accustomed to seeing on Earth. Jupiter is shrouded in a dense gas shell, and a solid surface could only be found at its core. If you immersed yourself in the atmosphere of Jupiter, you'd be much hotter than on the sunny side of Mercury. The temperature in the upper atmosphere reaches 630 degrees Celsius. That's 1,160 Fahrenheit. If you were lucky enough to fly through the upper layers and not melt, then very soon a pleasant coolness would arrive. But not for long. Temperatures would begin rising again as pressure and wind speeds increased. Few of the Earth's spacecraft could withstand the pressure inside Jupiter. For example, the crewless spacecraft Galileo was destroyed when it reached a depth where pressure of 23 atmospheres and a temperature of about 153 Celsius, that's 307 Fahrenheit, ruined it. This happened after plunging just 156 kilometers or 97 miles deep. But let's imagine that you still managed to fly even further with the help of certain technologies still unknown to NASA. When you penetrated 500 kilometers or 310 miles deep, you would cease to understand what's happening around you. Visibility would completely disappear. Thick clouds of ammonia would begin swirling around you at a speed of 100 meters or 328 feet per second. But it would still be far from a solid surface. After 2.5 hours of travel, you would reach the liquid ocean of metallic hydrogen. The pressure and temperature here are unsuitable for life. But if you somehow manage to pass through this ocean, there would be a chance of reaching the solid rocky core. But the temperature here can be higher than on the surface of the sun, about 35,700 degrees Celsius. That's 64,292 Fahrenheit. So no spacesuit could save you anymore. And due to Jupiter's powerful gravity, which is 2.5 times stronger than Earth's, it's unlikely you'd be able to escape. Saturn, on the contrary, has less gravity than on Earth. If you could stand on the surface of this planet, you would experience 91% of the familiar gravity of Earth. However, there is one but. You wouldn't be able to stand there. Like Jupiter, Saturn is entirely composed of gas, and a solid surface in the form of a nucleus is hidden deep inside. While Saturn is very cold, its temperature fluctuates within the maximum capabilities of the protective suit, from minus 190 to minus 150 Celsius. That's minus 310 to minus 238 Fahrenheit. But the core, which you could reach only after flying through its thick gas shell, is about a third cooler than the core of Jupiter. The temperature there is only around 11,700 degrees Celsius. That's just 21,092 Fahrenheit. This would be enough to completely incinerate you if you somehow weren't first torn apart by the pressure of the planet's atmosphere. The gravity of Uranus is even weaker. It's about 89% that on Earth. But being on its surface, you wouldn't feel it and would immediately fall into its depths. A similar situation would occur on the surface of Neptune. The only way to avoid falling inside this ice giant would be staying inside the spacecraft. In extreme cases, you could maybe use a propulsion device, like a jetpack. This could work on the gas giants. On the other hand, excessively weak gravity is also not a very favorable condition for walking. For example, on asteroids, you can only move safely on huge stone objects larger than 8 kilometers, or 4.9 miles. If an asteroid is smaller, then you would fly back into space once you try taking your very first step. During your flight, you could collide with another asteroid at high speed, which isn't very compatible with life. However, NASA scientists have come up with a solution. They suggest tying astronauts to asteroids with a special rope. On a short leash, they wouldn't be able to walk much, and movement would be limited. But this is still much better than being lost among other stones in outer space. If we went beyond the limits of the solar system, it's not certain that we would find optimal places to walk there either. Most exoplanets are gas giants similar to Jupiter. Moreover, they're often more massive, hotter, and have stronger gravity. Therefore, it's better, once again, to go to a nearby park while humanity still has this opportunity. So, which planet's surface would you like to try walking on? Let us know in the comments. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And click on the bell to receive notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Until next time.
Behind every great video is a winning script. Behind that winning script, thousands of talented Fiverr scriptwriters. Ready to turn that blank page into a page turner? Hire a scriptwriter.
Southern trees. It's a song about important things, you know. That's trees. Things that are going on in the country. Fruit.
Is there anything more terrible in the world than wars, natural disasters, and pandemics? It turns out that there is, and this invisible danger lies in wait for each of us. We're talking about superbugs, microbes against which all modern medicines are ineffective. Doctors have sounded the alarm. Every year, the effectiveness of antibiotics decreases. Clever new bacteria develop resistance to existing drugs. Are we on the verge of a bacterial apocalypse? What bacteria are these that threaten to plunge all of humanity into medieval darkness? And is there any way to avoid this danger? Get ready to meet them, because here they are, the most dangerous bacteria in the world. Acinetobacter baumannii, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Enterobacter ariaceae, such as Klebsiella pneumoniae, Escherichia coli, Serratia, and Proteus. Scientists have this group of enemies at the very top of their radar, although the list of superbacteria is, of course, much longer. An encounter with these microorganisms can lead to serious illness and even death. And if a person continues to overuse antibiotics and take them at the slightest sneeze, then the world will inevitably be doomed to the post-antibiotic era, when the medicines are left to face off with infections without any chance of victory. Each year, around 700,000 people die in the world as a result of infection with drug-resistant bacteria. If the situation doesn't change, then by 2030, 100 million people will die in early death. And in 35 years, this figure will reach 300 million. But humanity can still be saved. Scientists have high hopes for a new antibiotic, Darobactin, and you won't believe where it was discovered. In roundworms. Yes, you heard right. A group of scientists from Northeastern University studied the intestinal contents of parasitic nematodes and discovered a bacterial strain, Photorhabdus. These worms infect insects, releasing bacteria that must then fight off pathogens, similar to those that live inside the human intestines. The secret weapon that helps the worms quickly dispense with their victims turned out to be an antibiotic called Darobactin. Biologists have found that Darobactin can actively fight gram-negative bacteria, the cell wall of which is further protected by the outer membrane. The last drug of this type was discovered over 60 years ago. In bacteria, a mutation in the BAM-A protein gene is responsible for the formation of the outer membrane. In addition to regulating the formation of the outer membrane, it ensures the proper incorporation of various proteins into it. Darobactin attacks the protein from the outside, tightly binding to it and then disabling it. The unique antibiotic leaves the pathogenic bacteria no chance to renew the outer membrane, and it dies. In laboratory tests, the new antibiotic has already proven effective and cured mice of dangerous infections of Escherichia coli and Klebsiella pneumoniae without toxic side effects. Of course, further research and testing are needed to create a medicine suitable for human use, but the data already obtained suggests that superbacteria have a serious enemy. Is there an alternative to the antibiotic found in worms? In 2017, scientists found something in the blood of Komodo dragons that can heal infected wounds. Scientists from George Mason University in the United States have created a synthetic substance with antimicrobial properties on the basis of a blood molecule found in the Komodo dragon. The peptide is called DRGN1. It's already been tested on Pseudomonas aeruginosa as well as Staphylococcus aureus. These two superbugs are especially difficult to fight. They form colonies or biofilms, which are much more difficult to cope with than with a single microorganism. The results shocked scientists. Of the 8 peptides obtained by scientists, 7 were able to completely destroy the bacterial colonies. Therefore, the new substance has a very good chance of becoming an antibacterial drug of the future. Although, if we need the fresh blood of lizards for further examination, then we need to hurry. There are less than 3,000 monitor lizards left on Earth who are ready to participate in such an experiment in the name of a good cause. If it doesn't work out with the Komodo dragon, then scientists have another option, the American alligator. And there's something special about the blood also flowing through its body. In the early 21st century, chemists from Louisiana surprised the international scientific community by stating that a blood serum from the American alligator can successfully kill 23 bacteria strains, including strains resistant to antibiotics. The research team found that the antimicrobial molecules in the blood serum of alligators are specific peptides, which scientists called alligacin. Surprisingly, a 5% serum solution was able to cope even with the HIV virus. But you can't inject these substances directly into human blood. You need to carefully study its molecular structure, isolate and remove the part of the molecule that is dangerous to humans. This can take years of work, and only then might drugs similar to alligacin appear in pharmacies, scientists say. It's hard to believe, But even the skin of frogs can produce antibiotics. So far, it's been possible to determine the structure of 200 antimicrobial peptides that may be effective in combating superbugs. In 2010, John Michael Conlon of United Arab Emirates University and his colleagues devised a way to modify these molecules since they are not toxic to humans. But to talk about the creation of a new drug against dangerous pathogens is a bit too early. But why look for antibiotics among the fauna if they can be found right under your nose? German scientists from the Eberhard Karras University of Tübingen isolated a new broad-spectrum antibiotic named Lugdunin from bacteria living in the human nose. It turned out that one of the strains of the bacterium Staphylococcus lugdunensis, under certain conditions, effectively inhibits the growth of Staphylococcus aureus. Further experiments showed that Lugdunin acts on many superbacteria, including E. coli, Enterococcus, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and others. Scientists intend to continue to study the human body for the search for new types of antibiotics. After the discovery of Lugdunin, they believe that our body is an inexhaustible source of potential new drugs. But even if none of the new antibiotics shows good results in the following tests, and superbacteria develop resistance to all known antibiotics, scientists have a backup option ready. This bacteria, Predator's Bdello vibrio, moving at a record speed up to 160 micrometers per second, they attack other, larger gram-negative bacteria. These predators penetrate the other bacteria, multiply, and then destroy the host cell within 3 to 4 hours. A team of scientists from Imperial College London and the University of Nottingham tried to use Bdello vibrio against bacteria Shigella, the culprit of food poisoning. Laboratory studies have shown that predator bacteria can reduce the population of pathogenic Shigella by 4,000 times. The experiments were carried out on fry of freshwater zebrafish. Some individuals were infected with the Shigella strain, and only 25% of them survived 3 days after infection. Along with Shigella, the predator strain was also introduced to other fry, and the survival rate in this case was 60%. For humans, this predator bacteria is probably not dangerous. Scientists believe that this discovery is an important step in developing methods for the use of live antibiotics in both animals and humans. Perhaps mankind will still be able to avoid the bacterial apocalypse and in the near future invent a super antibiotic to defeat superbacteria. But each of us can now contribute to the fight against pathogenic microbes. Don't rush to look for an antibiotic in your nose. The key lies in our attitudes to our own health. A strong organism leading a healthy lifestyle will not be at risk from gram-negative bacteria. Your like and subscription to our channel will raise immunity about as good as freshly squeezed carrot juice. Should we try it and see? Until next time. A phrase that quite accurately characterizes our time has been floating around the internet for a long time. Born too late to explore the world. Born too early to explore the universe. Indeed, humanity hasn't flown beyond the limits of near-Earth orbit. But in terms of discovering new lands, the anonymous author clearly spoke too soon. As it turns out, in 2017, a new continent was discovered, Zealandia. And a couple of years later, scientists discovered that it was directly connected to the most dangerous volcanoes on planet Earth. What do this hidden continent and the Ring of Fire have in common? Back in the 70s, we knew that an additional continent may exist on our planet. But in more detail, Zealandia wasn't studied until 2017. Most of it, about 4.9 million square kilometers, or 1.9 million square miles, an area larger than India, is hidden under the ocean. Only a few areas appear on the surface in the form of the islands of New Zealand, New Caledonia, and several other small islands in the region. As most of us understand it, a continent cannot be underwater, as a continent is always mostly above sea level. However, this is a better definition of the word mainland, as continent refers primarily to a large block of the Earth's crust, including both the protruding islands and the underwater portion. In the case of Zealandia, the underwater section accounts for almost the entire continent. Zealandia could be mistaken for a fragment of the ocean floor if it weren't for its chemical composition. Its low magnesium and iron content force scientists to categorize this section of the Earth's crust as a continent. In addition, the continental crust around New Zealand is clearly separated from the rocks of the Australian and oceanic plates. However, Zealandia was not always underwater. Over 85 million years ago, it was part of the supercontinent Gondwana. When this giant collapsed, part of Zealandia was covered by water and formed the Tasman Sea. Other regions of Zealandia, together with Australia, formed one continent, which also subsequently collapsed approximately 60 million years ago. This means that dinosaurs witnessed the times when this part of the continent still wasn't completely underwater. The most interesting thing in this region occurred between 50 and 35 million years ago. During this time, subduction occurred across the whole planet. This is the collision and layering of a tectonic plate on top of another. During this process, the oceanic crust usually delves beneath the continental crust, resulting in the formation of volcanoes and earthquakes. Thanks to these processes, one of the most dangerous places on our planet was formed, the Ring of Fire. It encompasses almost the entire coast of the Pacific Ocean, with the exception of Australia. 90% of the most dangerous earthquakes on Earth occur inside this ring. The most dangerous volcanoes are also concentrated in this region. Of the 540 active volcanoes on Earth, 328 are located along the coasts of the Pacific Ocean. According to geophysicist Rupert Sutherland of Victoria University of Wellington and Gerald R. Dickens of Rice University in Texas, the formation of these volcanoes led to the emergence of modern Zealandia and made it an independent continent. When the slabs began to overlap, part of northern Zealandia rose 3 kilometers, or 1.86 miles, while other sections sunk to almost the same level. As a result, 95% of the continent was at a depth of 1 kilometer, or 0.6 miles, underwater. It can be assumed that Zealandia was a pretty picturesque place because its sunken territories are dotted with mountains. The largest of these is the Lord Howe Rise Submarine Mountain Range. Its length is about 2,500 kilometers, or 1,550 miles, and its width reaches 500 kilometers, or 310 miles. To see these mountains, you need to travel more than 1,500 meters, or 5,000 feet underwater. They were formed when Zealandia separated from Australia 60 million years ago and became a dividing strip between the two continents. The second flooded part of Zealandia, the Challenger Plateau, formed even earlier, during the collapse of Gondwana. During the collapse, this 500-kilometer or 310-mile piece of land immediately went underwater, being covered by the Tasman Sea. The rest of Zealandia is covered by other mountain systems. It turns out that the formation of this hidden continent and the Ring of Fire were both parts of the same process. If such an active movement of tectonic plates had not occurred 50 million years ago, perhaps the Earth would be a safer place. The number of devastating earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanoes would be much lower. There would have been no Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster in 2011, nor the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami. The problem with overpopulation would also not be as acute, since there would be a territory the size of India free for humans to settle on. On the other hand, we're very lucky that the Ring of Fire formed before Homo sapiens appeared. The active movement of tectonic plates was most likely accompanied by a long, powerful earthquake that modern mankind could not have survived. Plate movement in this region continues to this day, which sometimes causes devastating earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. In places where two tectonic plates collide, hot magma or lava is pushed to the surface. And this all happens over a distance of 40,000 kilometers or 24,900 miles, almost the length of the equator. The highest volcano of the ring is in the Andes. Ojos del Salado, located on the border of Chile and Argentina, reaches a height of 6,893 meters, or 22,615 feet. This volcano is considered dormant. In the entire history of their observation of it, researchers haven't seen a single eruption. However, Ojos del Salado is not extinct, which means future eruptions are quite likely. A little to the north, in Mexico, at an altitude of 5,426 meters, or 17,800 feet, sits one of the most dangerous volcanoes of the ring, Popocatépetl. The problem is that about 20 million people live near this active volcano. In the event of a sudden eruption, the complete evacuation of so many people would be simply impossible. Further north, about 13 volcanoes of the ring are located in the area ranging from the American state of Oregon to the Canadian state of British Columbia. One of them is Mount St. Helens, not far from Seattle and Portland. It's known for its eruption in 1980, which killed 57 people. In Alaska and the surrounding Aleutian Islands, there are about 52 volcanoes that make up part of the Ring of Fire. However, the Aleutian Trench, located nearby in the Pacific Ocean, is of great danger. Its depth reaches about 7,680 meters, or about 25,200 feet. This trench has regularly been the source of the most powerful earthquakes in history, including the Great Alaskan Earthquake of 1964, which had a magnitude of 8.4. The largest number of volcanoes in the ring is on the opposite side of the Pacific Ocean. One of them is located 90 kilometers or 56 miles from Tokyo. We're talking about Mount Fuji, a sleeping volcano that has not erupted since 1708. But this doesn't mean nothing could ever happen again. Most of the volcanoes belonging to the Ring of Fire are in Indonesia. There are about 130. From the moment scientists began observing the volcanoes, 76 of them have erupted about 1,100 times. As a part of the Zealandia continent, New Zealand wasn't spared volcanic activity. The highest local volcano, Mount Ruapehu, is known for playing the role of Orodruin, the volcano on which Frodo Baggins was to destroy the One Ring in the movie The Lord of the Rings. The same processes within the Earth's crust both create and destroy. The emergence of an underwater continent and the most powerful volcanic eruptions and earthquakes are two sides of the same coin. Perhaps the processes that seem to be destroying our planet now will become the foundation for something new in the future. What do you think? Let us know in the comments. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And click the bell to receive notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. How do you see the future? No, I don't mean what you'll cook for lunch tomorrow or how much stock will rise next week. I mean, what will happen to you in 10, 20, or 50 years? Surely, it's difficult to imagine. Yet there are many predictions about the fate of the planet. Scientists have predicted what will happen in 100, 1,000, 1 million, and even 15 billion years. Want to look into the future? Then get ready. I'll now leap 15 billion years ahead. My first stop is 50 years from now. Climate change isn't critical yet. On Earth, there's the heyday of the digital economy. Mankind is mastering new modes of transport. Underwater highways are connecting continents. Buses and taxis are traveling by air. People are moving into underground houses and spending their vacations in space. Space hotels have appeared in orbit. And of course, in half a century, new entertainment awaits us. For example, interactive films in which we ourselves are actors in virtual reality. After 100 years, the fun seems to have ended. The air temperature on the planet has increased by an average of between 3 to 5 degrees Celsius. That's 5.4 to 9 degrees Fahrenheit. Extreme heat and drought are frequent. In Africa, the expanding Sahara Desert has conquered almost the entire continent and captured part of southern Europe. In another scenario, due to a sharp increase in rainfall, the outskirts of the largest desert in the world will be covered with plains or jungles. Drinking water reserves will shrink, and the planet will be suffering from more frequent natural disasters, storms, hurricanes, and forest fires, and the consequences will be more destructive. The Maldives, Seychelles, Fiji, all of New York City, Miami, and Venice will be underwater. Flooding will even threaten whole countries such as the Netherlands and Bangladesh. Due to global warming, glaciers will melt faster. According to various forecasts, the water level in oceans will rise from between 60 centimeters or 23 inches up to 2 meters or 6.5 feet. But after 1,000 years, the sea level may rise up to 20 meters or 65.6 feet. Due to melting glaciers, deep water currents in the North Atlantic Ocean will be weakened. Global water currents initially formed due to changes in water temperature and salinity. But due to warming, oceans will heat up, and melting glaciers will add a huge amount of fresh water to them. This means that the main natural heater of the Earth, Gulf Stream, will slow and fail. In the UK and the countries of Scandinavia, it will be as cold as Siberia. But people will become more resilient. We'll learn how to edit the human genome. We may even reduce the risk of cancer, strengthen bones, and develop superpowers, ultra-precise vision, or improved hearing. We'll implant tiny gadgets in our bodies that will strengthen our immune system, help us instantly download data to the brain, or access the internet merely through the power of thought. In an overpopulated world, in order to save space, houses will be built and disassembled by tiny robots. After 5,000 years, according to scientists, glaciers around the world will have completely melted. Sea levels will have risen by 60 meters, or 196.85 feet. The contours of the continents will have changed, and coastal zones will be flooded. A large portion of some European countries, the Atlantic coast of North America, and parts of China and India will be underwater. Cardamom Hills will become an island. On the continents, seas will be larger. If humanity survives after 10,000 years, then racial differences between people will be erased. In the daytime, a star will shine in the sky, the supergiant Antares, a star that will have exploded and turned into a supernova. A couple millennia later, the axial tilt of the Earth will shift, causing the North and South poles to switch places. After 50,000 years, the most powerful waterfall in North America, Niagara Falls, will be just a memory. Due to natural erosion, its height will have decreased by 0.3 meters or 1 foot per year, disappearing completely. Earth will likely experience a supervolcanic eruption. For example, if the largest volcano in the world, the Yellowstone caldera, begins to erupt, it will destroy life within a radius of 100 kilometers or 62 miles, and the entire North American continent will be covered in a 30 centimeter or 11.8-inch layer of ash. Due to the huge ash cloud, visibility will be about half a meter or 1.6 feet on the entire planet, and the sun's rays won't be able to reach Earth. A volcanic winter will come, but it won't last long compared to the new Ice Age, which is waiting to arrive at about the same time. Most of the northern hemisphere will again be covered by a massive glacier. Many meters of ice will cover Scandinavia, Europe, Canada, and Siberia. After 1 million years, the Earth won't look vastly different. Oceans and continents will exist, though the continents will have shifted by 45 to 60 kilometers, or about 28 to 37 miles from current positions. And from the waves of the Pacific Ocean near Hawaii, the underwater volcano Loihi will have risen, forming a new island. After 50 million years, the continents and oceans will continue to move. Australia will collide with Southeast Asia and Africa with Eurasia. When the tectonic plates collide, the Mediterranean Sea will disappear, and in its place, gigantic mountains will appear, comparable to the Himalayas. Most likely, during this period, a large asteroid will fall to the Earth, comparable to what led to the extinction of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. After 250 million years, continental shifting will stop. They'll all have merged into one. There are 4 scenarios for this formation. In the first, the Atlantic Ocean will expand, while the Pacific will close. Then, America will collide with Antarctica, and Africa and Eurasia will join them. Australia will be in the middle. The supercontinent is called Novopangaea. In another scenario, the Atlantic Ocean will disappear. A different supercontinent, Pangaea Proxima, will border the vast Pacific Ocean. 90% of the new continent will consist of desert, and in the northwest and southeast, there will be giant mountains. According to a third forecast, all of the continents will meet at the North Pole, forming the supercontinent Amasia. And the fourth hypothesis says that both the Pacific and the Atlantic Oceans will close up, resulting in a new ocean bordering a new supercontinent. After 800 million years, the concentration of carbon dioxide on Earth will fall below the level required for photosynthesis. Trees and other plants will die. The ozone layer will disappear. The deadly rays of ultraviolet light will freely reach the Earth's surface. Multicellular life on the planet will disappear. After 1 billion years, the sun will become brighter. The average surface temperature of the Earth will rise to 47 degrees Celsius. That's 116 Fahrenheit. Glaciers will disappear. The poles of the Earth will turn to the tropics, and oceans will gradually evaporate. Earth will become a scorched desert, unsuitable for life. After 3.5 billion years, conditions on Earth will be comparable to Venus, the hottest planet in the solar system. The surface temperature will have risen to 1,130 degrees Celsius. That's 2,066 Fahrenheit. And after 5 billion years, the sun will begin to die. It will expand approximately 250 times, becoming a red giant. It will first absorb Mercury, then Venus, then Earth. But even if the sun doesn't destroy our planet, it will certainly roast it. The only life remaining will be microorganisms deep in its bowels. After 8 billion years, the sun will shed its crust, and only the white dwarf at its core will remain, a hot and dense object the size of the Earth. After 15 billion years, it will begin to fade and cool, gradually turning into a black dwarf, radiating neither heat nor light. Therefore, it will be impossible to observe. However, there will be no one to observe it. The distant future of our planet is predetermined. One way or another, it will become unsuitable for life. But this doesn't mean that humanity will perish. We have hundreds of years left to form a plan for salvation. Perhaps we'll move to another planet or change Earth's orbit. English theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking believed that the planet would be habitable for another 1,000 years. During this time, we must continue space exploration in the name of the future of humanity. What do you think? What awaits our world? If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and click the bell to be notified of interesting new videos that await you ahead. Until next time.
Okay, this is big. Raid Shadow Legends made me a champion, and everyone can get it. Me? Him? Anyways, here's how it happened.
This is the tale of an orphan adopted by the Shadowkin, who grew to become a mighty warrior. It was a long and difficult journey. He suffered greatly by the hands of his master.
Not my best look.
But kept training, facing every challenge, never slowing down.
Ow, dude, my mouse hand.
Never slowing down! Until he learned the art of blade and bow, as well as some other darker arts.
Now we're talking.
Transforming the poor orphan into a true Shadowkin ninja.
This is so awesome!
get the legendary Ninja Champion for free.
Stream 85 plus live channels with no hidden fees. YouTube TV. Try it free.
Living on Earth, it may seem like you're in the center of the universe. However, in reality, everything is much more complicated. Our solar system is full of different celestial bodies, planets, comets, satellites, and of course, asteroids. Surely they just sound like large space debris to many, which, for example, only get in the way of science fiction film characters. But in reality, it's hard to imagine something being so far from Earth, right? Therefore, to make it easier for you to visualize their size, I decided to rely not only on scientific knowledge, but also on imagination. First, let's figure out what an asteroid is. Scientists would not be calling everything an asteroid. Indeed, in order to be classified as an asteroid, an object must revolve around the sun, have an irregular shape, and lack an atmosphere. Today, these basic criteria correspond to hundreds of thousands of celestial bodies in the solar system. Most of them are in the main asteroid belt, located between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, or in the orbit of Jupiter itself. However, the fact that asteroids are much smaller than the planets known to us doesn't mean that they're small. One of the smallest asteroids ever seen by humans is called 2008 TC3. This is because in order to get a real name, a celestial body needs to have a serious size. Its diameter was just 4.1 meters or 13 feet. For example, if you could have placed a regular basketball goal next to the asteroid, the ring would be slightly higher. By the way, I don't accidentally use the past tense. In 2008, this asteroid exploded in our planet's atmosphere. Fortunately, no one was hurt. The explosion occurred at an altitude of 37 kilometers or 23 miles above the Nubian Desert in Sudan. Asteroid 2010 TD54 is called tiny despite its slightly larger dimensions. In 2010, the measurements of the asteroid were taken due to its close proximity to our planet. It turned out that the diameter of the asteroid was about 5 meters or 16.4 feet. That is slightly larger than the height of an average giraffe, but a little smaller than some southern elephant seals. Another asteroid, 2014 RC, approached our planet at a distance of 39,900 kilometers. That's 24,800 miles. In diameter, it's approximately equal to the height of the average bucket truck and slightly larger than the famous Chelyabinsk meteor, about 22 meters or 72 feet. You probably remember that it exploded in the air, causing windows to burst, and as a result, injuring more than 1,500 people. Fortunately, 2014 RC behaved more peacefully. It just flew by. The asteroid is expected to return on September 8, 2115. If you're watching this video from the future, please describe this event in the comments. Next up is 2004 FH. From an astronomer's point of view, this asteroid is still considered small because its diameter is about 30 meters or 98.4 feet. However, everything is relative in the world. If these 30 meters or 98.4 feet seem like a trifle compared to the size of the planets, let's use the famous statue of Christ the Redeemer from Rio de Janeiro as a point of comparison. Its height, excluding the pedestal, is exactly 30 meters or 98 feet. Do you picture the dimensions? If the asteroid hit Earth, it would probably explode high in the atmosphere. Moreover, it would create an explosion equal to hundreds of kilotons of TNT. Of course, not all asteroids are small. I think it's time to start playing big. The universe knows all about this. The asteroid 99942 Apophis has a diameter of 370 meters or 1,214 feet, more than the height of the Eiffel Tower. To imagine this, place Big Ben on top of it and then break just a little bit off. 99942 Apophis is one of the many celestial bodies that approach the Earth. Not too long ago, scientists believed that this asteroid was seriously threatening our planet and even expected expected a collision in the year 2036. So far, you shouldn't be worried. It turned out that 99942 Apophis is much lighter than previously thought, which means that the probability of a catastrophe in the near future is about 0. Asteroid 101955 Bennu belongs to the near-Earth asteroids, and its name was suggested by a junior high school student from North Carolina. Unlike many other asteroids, 101955 Bennu has a more or less spherical shape and almost looks like a poorly peeled potato. Yet, it has a rather impressive size. The average diameter of 101955 Bennu is 510 meters, or 1,673 feet. This asteroid can be compared with the size of the Shanghai World Financial Center. 162173 Ryugu is a potentially dangerous celestial object that can get close to Earth and become problematic. The approximate diameter of the asteroid is about 1 kilometer. That's 0.6 miles. As if the 30 St. Mary axe was added to the top of the Burj Khalifa skyscraper. 162173 Ryugu is considered a relatively young celestial body. It's only a few million years old, meaningless in the scale of the universe. Also, according to scientists, the asteroid is actually a bunch of rubble. About 50% of its volume is empty space. 4179 Totatus can boast twice the size. It has an elongated shape and slightly resembles ginger root. Scientists believe this asteroid is not made of one solid substance, but consists of fragments that fused together long ago. Its diameter is about 5.4 kilometers, or 3.4 miles. It can be compared in size with 1.5 volcanoes the size of Mount Etna, along with 3 Cologne cathedrals on top of it. Asteroid 3200 Phaeton, reaching 5.8 kilometers, or 3.6 miles in diameter, is distinguished by an unusual elongated orbit, due to which it crosses the orbits of all 4 planets of the Earth group from Mercury to Mars. In addition, of all the asteroids, 3200 Phaeton comes the closest to the Sun. Perhaps it was a comet once, but now its area is equal in size to about a third of the city of Dublin. You probably already got the idea that there's quite a large number of asteroids. Since I don't have time to tell you about all of them, my immediate choice is the asteroid called 433 Eros. Its average diameter is 16.8 kilometers, or 10.4 miles. Is it large? Oh, yes. Something like twice the height of Mount Everest. The name of the asteroid 1125 China was borrowed from another asteroid, which was considered lost. Yes, scientists can really lose such a thing as an asteroid. That's because the solar system is really huge. True, 1125 China itself is still under close surveillance. With a diameter of about 26 kilometers, or 16 miles, of course it is. This is comparable to the 3 mountains of Kanchenjunga stacked directly on top of each other. Also, not the largest of all, 9 Metis is one of the largest bodies of the main asteroid belt. It consists of silicates, nickel, and iron, and its diameter fluctuates around the mark of 190 kilometers, or 118 miles. This is approximately equal to the distance from Rome to Naples. The asteroid 15 Eunomia is even larger, 268 kilometers, or 166 miles, roughly the same as the distance from Berlin to Hamburg. Now it's time to look at really large celestial bodies. They're so large that it's scary even to imagine them colliding with the Earth. The asteroid that destroyed the dinosaurs will seem like a child's toy compared to them. The asteroid 2 Pallas is one of the largest in the main asteroid belt and is about 512 kilometers, or 318 miles in diameter. This celestial body is was so large that in the 19th century, it was called a planet. Then, of course, it turned out that 2 Pallas had the wrong shape, but the size of this asteroid is still amazing. With its huge dimensions, it can easily cover Iceland and even a little bit more. 4 Vesta is also considered one of the largest asteroids known to mankind. Its diameter is 525 kilometers. That's 326 miles, slightly larger than that of 2 Pallas. It's believed that the asteroid is the only known rocky protoplanet that has survived to this day. Also, the size of 4 Vesta is comparable to the distance from Edinburgh to London. Finally, the absolute giant and record holder among asteroids is Ceres. Rather, it used to be an asteroid, but due to its enormous size, the celestial body is now called a dwarf planet. Ceres is located in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter and has an incredible diameter of 945 kilometers. That's 587 miles. Ceres is so large that it can cover most of Algeria, or northern Poland and Germany at the same time. It's only 3.7 times smaller than the moon. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. Click on the bell to be notified on time about the release of new interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Thoughts on the colonization of the moon and planets of the solar system have long fascinated people. At first, it was just science fiction writers, but the more science develops, the higher the likelihood that colonization will one day happen. Someday, people will live outside the Earth. However, while this is a very tempting prospect, life on other planets is full of dangers. And I'm not talking about possible diseases or even a hypothetical attack from highly secretive aliens. A person's survival outside the Earth's atmosphere largely depends on how well their spacesuit would work. But there are many ways this important piece of equipment can break down. For example, the cooling system could fail, and then the helmet would begin to fill with water. A similarly terrible story happened with the Italian Luca Parmitano. The astronaut was in outer space when water suddenly appeared in his helmet, covering his eyes, ears, and nose. In order not to drown, Parmitano was forced to urgently return to the ISS. In addition, a spacesuit could become depressurized at a most unfortunate moment, and its electronic components, communication device, and air supply could fail. There are simply too many potential emergency situations involving the protective spacesuit. So, what would happen to a person if they completely deprived themselves of a spacesuit outside Earth? Say, on another planet. A little spoiler, nothing good. To begin with, it's worth noting that outer space can kill a person without a special suit in about 90 seconds. At first, the pressure difference would cause the body to expand, not so much that it bursts, but enough to compress the blood vessels. Water would quickly begin evaporating from all surfaces of the body, including the eyes and tongue. Without air in the lungs, blood would stop delivering oxygen to the brain. After about 15 seconds, you would pass out, and then suffocation would do the rest. Not a very pleasant scenario, but let's get to the surface of Mercury, the planet closest to the sun. Mercury is the smallest planet in the solar system. Its surface resembles that of the moon, and temperatures range from -173 to +427 Celsius, or -279 to +801 Fahrenheit. The atmosphere of Mercury is quite weak and contains hydrogen, helium, oxygen, sodium, calcium, potassium, and water vapor. It's simply impossible to breathe there without a spacesuit. But this isn't the only problem. The side of Mercury facing the sun is very hot, while the other side, at the same time, is incredibly cold. Depending on where a person is, they would either be fried or turned into ice. And only if this unfortunate person could find some kind of intermediate zone where they would constantly and quickly rotate could we talk about survival. But only for 90 seconds, as in outer space. Some scientists are seriously discussing the terraforming of Venus. They believe that technology could change the planet so that Venus would become suitable for colonization, meaning to return water to its surface to correct the climate. It's no coincidence that Venus is called the sister of the Earth. It's about the same size and mass, and also has similar gravity. But all of this doesn't necessarily mean that you could walk there without a spacesuit. Venus is the hottest planet in the solar system, with an average surface temperature of 462 degrees Celsius. That's 864 Fahrenheit. The local atmosphere is 96% carbon dioxide, so there's no question of any breathing. Death would occur even faster than on Mercury in less than 1 second. A person would simply turn to dust. The colonization of Mars has recently been talked about more and more often. The red planet looks highly attractive as a future place to live. The day there is comparable to ours here on Earth. There's water, and in theory, may be suitable for growing potatoes. So what else is needed for life? It's possible to survive on Mars outside of a space base without a spacesuit for only a short period of time. It has a very thin atmosphere with 95% carbon dioxide plus low atmospheric pressure, an average of 160 times less than Earth's. Add to this its temperature range from minus 143 Celsius, that's minus 225 Fahrenheit at night at its poles, to 35 degrees Celsius or 95 Fahrenheit at its equator in the summer. In general, if you dress very warmly, or conversely, wear only the bare essentials, you could hold out on Mars for about a minute and a half. Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system. It's a gas giant and one of the brightest objects in the night sky. But what happens if you approach it? The atmosphere of Jupiter consists mainly of hydrogen, and a quarter of its mass is helium. It may also have a stone core of heavier elements. But like other gas giants, Jupiter does not have a solid surface. Therefore, to be on Jupiter with or without a spacesuit is quite problematic. You would literally fall through the planet. The deeper you fell, the greater the pressure and the higher the temperature, both competing to kill you first. And let's not forget about its toxic gases, fatal to humans. Total life on Jupiter without a spacesuit would be less than 1 second. Another gas giant is Saturn. Its average radius is about 9 times that of Earth. Saturn consists mainly of hydrogen with impurities of helium and traces of water, methane, ammonia, and heavy elements. But this is not very suitable for life. As in the case of Jupiter, if you tried to land on Saturn, you would simply fall through the planet. Its density is 30% less than the density of water. The temperature, pressure, and density inside Saturn increase towards its core, which causes hydrogen to turn into an unusual liquid metal in deeper layers. In addition, wind speeds on Saturn can reach 1,800 kilometers or 1,118 miles per hour. Such a gust could break anything and anyone. Life expectancy without a spacesuit is less than 1 second. Ice giants Uranus and Neptune are mainly composed of methane and ammonia, and their bulk, apparently, is a mixture of ice and stones. Uranus has the coldest planetary atmosphere in the solar system. The minimum temperature here can reach minus 224 Celsius. That's minus 371 Fahrenheit. And here, wind speeds of up to 900 kilometers or 559 miles per hour. And you have the most unfriendly planet of all. One wouldn't even wish their worst enemy be here without a spacesuit. Like Uranus, Neptune is characterized by active atmospheric phenomena. Very active. Strong winds are constantly blowing here at speeds of up to 2,100 kilometers or 1,305 miles per hour. And this is a record. Due to its great distance from the sun, the outer atmosphere of Neptune is one of the coldest places in the solar system. But if the temperature in the upper atmosphere approaches minus 218 degrees Celsius or minus 360 Fahrenheit, then the center of the planet is approximately 5,100 degrees Celsius or 9,212 degrees Fahrenheit. So, without a spacesuit, a person couldn't hold out here for more than 1 second. The most optimal conditions for life are arranged on Earth, which, in general, isn't a surprise. Here, you can easily do without a spacesuit almost everywhere, especially if you dress according to the weather and stay away from natural disasters. On Earth, a person can live up to 80 years, and in the so-called blue zones, even longer, without holding your breath. Well, and finally, the sun. Yes, of course, this is not a planet. But what would happen if you found yourself on the sun without a spacesuit? In general, about the same thing that would happen if you had a spacesuit. In the hottest regions, the temperature of its corona ranges from 8 million to 29 million Kelvin, which is simply incredible. The lower layers are much colder. The surface temperature of the sun is about 5,500 degrees Celsius. That's only 9,932 Fahrenheit. However, this isn't so important even if you did manage to reach it. It's impossible to live in such conditions with even the coolest equipment. A person would simply evaporate in a split second. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, and click on the bell in time to receive notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Until next time. Surely, each of you blew up homemade bombs in your childhood and set off fireworks. The most important thing is to move back. Firstly, so that you don't get hurt by the pyrotechnic. And secondly, because from a distance, the show is much easier to see. Sometimes adults also blow things up, but for completely different reasons. Fortunately, mankind hasn't yet reached space in this regard. But what if it were to happen and someone blew up the moon with nuclear weapons? Before I talk about the possible consequences, it would be nice to figure out how it might happen. A nuclear explosion is not just a huge ball of fire and dust, as many people may think. When it happens, radiation is released, as well as a huge amount of thermal radiation. Try to imagine that you're in the Sahara Desert, right under the scorching sun, surrounded by a ring of fire. Are you feeling uneasy? Well, even this cannot fully describe the amount of heat released during a nuclear explosion. Needless to say, fatal radiation exposure affects all living things within a certain radius. But that's not all. Special attention should be paid to its shock wave, which blasts everything in its path. The strength of its impact can only be compared to powerful tsunamis that destroy entire cities. But the destroyer here is the sharp change in environmental parameters. At first glance, it may not seem so scary. However, for comparison, consider facing a strong wind. If that sounds uncomfortable, imagine how unpleasant it would be for those within the radius of a nuclear explosion. And now, a few words about how it all unfolds. Thermal radiation and a shock wave destroy everything first, after which radiation finishes the rest. Interestingly, such a sequence of events is relevant only for explosions on the Earth. Outside the Earth, everything is a little different. In the 1950s, scientists from NASA studied how a nuclear bomb behaves in space. In the course of the research, it turned out that due to the lack of atmosphere, there was neither a typical mushroom cloud nor a blast wave. It would be tempting to rejoice at this, if not for one but. Radiation. Under a vacuum, it propagates several times faster than on the Earth. So if a powerful nuclear explosion occurred near our planet, then humanity would definitely not be well off. Now, let's imagine that someone is still able to lay a nuclear bomb in the bowels of the moon, and the explosion has no worse consequences than on the Earth. If the explosion turns out to be weak, our satellite will split into several large pieces. And then, instead of one moon in orbit, there will be several mini moons at once. Just imagine how the night sky would change. The mechanics of the solar eclipse would also change. Separate parts of the moon would no longer be able to form together and block the sun. They would simply pass one after another. But what if you make a real mega explosion? To do this, you'd have to collect about 4,000 Tsar bombs, the explosive force of which would be equal to 234,400 megatons of TNT. But here, it's important to remember that no one can stop Earth's gravity. Small fragments of the moon might simply attract to our planet and begin flying around it, like other space debris. As for larger pieces, this is a little more serious. Thanks to the Earth's atmosphere, larger fragments will leave orbit and fly towards our planet with tremendous speed, hooking a couple of satellites with them, after which they'll collapse on cities. Humanity has already had several encounters with space objects. Remember at least the Tunguska event and the Chelyabinsk meteorite. But the consequences of falling lunar debris can be much worse. By 2020, humanity has learned to survive some potentially fatal events. So there's a chance that people would survive after such an event. Imagine that we could wait out a moonfall in bunkers, dungeons, or caves. But what awaits us next? Nature comes into play. More precisely, changes in nature. If there's no moon, the ebb and flow of the tides will be negligible. Nutrients and oxygen will move weakly across the oceans and other bodies of water. It's likely that many rivers and seas won't have currents, and their water will begin to stagnate like a dirty aquarium. And if you've ever kept fish, you know perfectly well what happens if you don't clean their home. All living creatures inside perish. The same fate could befall the marine inhabitants of the Earth if our satellite disappears. Next, every animal that eats fish will die if they don't find something to eat in time. The natural order of things to which we're accustomed will collapse. The length of the day will change. Add here that without the moon, the axial tilt of the Earth will lose stability, which is why the climate will actively begin to change. The moon is a good stabilizer for our planet. As it is now, the axial tilt is 23.4 degrees. With the disappearance of our natural satellite, according to scientists, this figure will increase to 45 degrees, and the cold poles will no longer constantly be cold, and the equator will no longer constantly constantly be hot. For this reason, the chance for a new ice age to arrive cannot be ruled out. Moreover, this whole event could repeat itself in different parts of the planet every few thousand years. It's unlikely that we'll think about the eclipses disappearing and the night becoming darker. No one will have time to admire the sky with complete chaos all around us. This scenario is really scary, and not only for us ordinary people, but also scientists. This is why in 2016, the Milamos project started operating. Its creators insist on developing a generally accepted guide with certain rules. They'll be applicable to the military use of outer space in peacetime. This further strengthens the 1963 law prohibiting the use of nuclear weapons in space, their transportation, and installation on space objects, including the moon. So even if someone had the crazy idea of blowing up Earth's natural satellite, they'd have problems with the law. In fact, we're incredibly accustomed to the moon. We follow its cycles, scare each other on full moons. We monitor the effect of phases on the tides, ebbs, wave heights, and other phenomena. Nature arranged everything in an ideal way so that all of the above works perfectly in unison, like the best watches. However, scientists are constantly asking more and more new questions related to our satellite. What happens if you move the moon out of its orbit is one of them. This question began to interest researchers at about the same time they began studying the use of nuclear weapons in space. Having said this, you're probably wondering, right? Studying the issue, scientists came to the conclusion that to change the orbit of the moon, 1.5 million times more TNT would be needed than what is available in every country on Earth combined. In addition, in order to move the moon, it would be necessary to use the correct trajectory to launch the weapons. Otherwise, it would all be to no avail. It's worth noting that there is a connection between the moon and atomic explosions. In 1945, a bomb of just 21 kilotons of TNT was detonated in the desert of New Mexico. As a result, a green radioactive glass called trinitite formed on the surface of the ground. Scientists from the University of San Diego have studied it and compared it with samples taken from the surface of the moon. According to the content of zinc and a number of other elements, the materials were very similar. These studies suggested that the modern moon was formed when the Earth collided with a celestial body the size of Mars 4.5 billion years ago. As a result, a huge amount of energy was released, which melted the surface of the moon. Thus, the Earth has already tried damaging the moon, but it survived without even leaving its orbit. We hope no one in the world would ever dream of purposefully bombing our natural satellite for their own needs. The moon has already shown its resilience in one situation. However, this collision occurred in natural conditions. An artificially created and targeted explosion could be fatal for it. Like the video, then remember to give it a thumbs up. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Click on the bell as notifications for new videos are coming soon. And stay on top of the latest developments. Until next time. Imagine a volcanic eruption, clouds of ash, panic, and a roaring lava river sweeping away I'm almost sure you're picturing it exactly that way. But in fact, lava flows don't move as fast as we see in movies. Of course, there have been cases in history when lava reached tremendous speeds, up to 900 meters or 3,000 feet per minute. But this is rather the exception. In most cases, escaping from lava is possible even on foot. But in the case of property, it's not so fortunate. Losses can be huge. At times like this, all you can do is watch helplessly as it happens. Or is there a way out? People use something to fight the volcanic mass. For example, water. And what if red-hot lava spills into the ocean? Jules Verne wrote about trying to stop lava with water in The Mysterious Island. The characters in the book tried to escape a volcanic eruption. Hoping to buy time, they hid beside a lake. Jules Verne wrote that as the lava flow reached the lake, it began to boil like a cauldron. 3 days later, the water evaporated and the lava flow continued to move. In reality, it would take much less time to drain the reservoir. In 2018, during the eruption of the volcano Kilauea in the Hawaiian Islands, a hot stream vaporized Green Lake in just 3 hours. And it was the largest freshwater reservoir on the island of Hawaii. Its depth reached 6 meters or 20 feet, and the area was 0.8 hectares or 2 acres. Researchers are sure that stopping lava flows is not only useless, but also dangerous. The temperature of the hot mass ranges from 500 to 1,200 degrees Celsius. That's 900 to 2,200 Fahrenheit. According to Benjamin Andrews, a volcanologist from the National Museum of Natural History in the USA, if a large amount of cold water is applied to lava, it's possible to change the motion of its flow. This is exactly what happened on the Icelandic island of Heimaey. On the night of January 23rd, 1973, a crack formed on the island, out of which lava fountains from 50 to 150 meters high, or 165 to 500 feet, began to pulse. Soon they formed a cone, and this is how the youngest volcano in the world arose, Eldfell. One of the lava flows rushed to the harbor, threatening to destroy the port and completely shut down the island's fishing industry. A harbor rescue operation was launched. Volunteers used pumps and water cannons to cover the lava with seawater. Above the lava flows, they even extended a network of pipes that sprayed up to 400 liters or 105 gallons of water per second. Hot lava periodically burned wooden pillars and the aluminum supports of the pipeline system. Nevertheless, it was possible to fill in 12,000 square meters or 130,000 square feet of lava flow. Later, 32 powerful pumps were delivered to the island from the U.S., spraying 1,000 liters or 264 gallons of water per second. During these events, the lava flow slightly changed direction, then slowed down, and soon completely stopped. More than 7 million cubic meters, or 247 million cubic feet of water were used on saving the harbor. Experts believe that the success of the operation on the island of Heimaey was due to the unlimited supply of water and time. However, not everyone shares the view that it was water that stopped the lava. French volcanologist Haroun Tazieff, watching the rescue of the harbor, wrote that by the time the watering began, the lava movement had already slowed down noticeably and soon stopped by itself. Somehow, the port was saved. But what if lava collides with the waters of the ocean? This has happened several times in the Hawaiian Islands. In general, Hawaii is a hotspot on the map, and we're not talking about military operations. Geologists call areas of ongoing volcanism hotspots. They arise over areas with an abnormally hot mantle. The volcano Kilauea, located on the Big Island of Hawaii, is recognized as one of the most active in the world. It has been erupting almost continuously since 1983, and at the time this video was released, the volcano remained dangerous. In May of 2018, a series of powerful eruptions began along the eastern side of the volcano. According to scientists, 0.8 cubic kilometers of lava, or 800 billion liters, that's 211 billion gallons, burst from the bowels of the volcano. This volume would be enough to fill 320,000 Olympic-sized pools. Rivers of lava quickly reached the waters of the Pacific Ocean. The U.S. Geological Survey published a video in which a red-hot stream, 800 meters or 2,600 feet wide, crashed into the ocean. The water in the area instantly boiled. A column of steam rose several meters above the ocean. The spectacular sight of lava meeting the water attracted tourists, but local authorities warned people about the danger. Since lava contains a large amount of sulfur, toxic gases, a small amount of sulfuric acid, and volcanic glass are formed when meeting with seawater. And although the lava literally boiled the sea, over time, the lava froze, changing the relief of the coastline. As a result, the area of the island increased by 2 square kilometers, or 0.8 square miles. The 2018 volcanic eruption in Hawaii surprised scientists for yet another reason. On satellite images from NASA, in the area of the lava's entry into the ocean, a large green spot was recorded, an accumulation of phytoplankton. 2 weeks later, it had already spread to a distance of 150 kilometers, or 93 miles from the coast. Scientists, led by oceanographers Samuel Wilson of the University of Hawaii, determined that the volume of photosynthetic algae near the lava impact was 2 to 3 times greater than in surrounding waters. During the process of photosynthesis, phytoplankton absorbs carbon dioxide and releases oxygen. These algae are also part of the ocean's food chain, as they provide nutrition for small crustaceans that get eaten by fish. But how could volcanic lava, carrying fire and destruction, cause such a surge of life in the ocean? Chemical analysis showed that the water near where the lava entered into the ocean is saturated with compounds of nitrogen, iron, and phosphates, nutrients necessary for the growth of algae. But the lava didn't bring these compounds. Yes, it contains iron and phosphorus, but when interacting with water, they bind to substances inaccessible to microorganisms. From the molecular composition of nitrogen, oceanographers have found that it comes from deep ocean waters. Scientists have suggested that lava, sinking to the bottom, warmed up the lower layers of water, rich in nitrates and other nutrients. Warm water began to rise to the surface where sunlight penetrates, which created the ideal environment for the growth of phytoplankton. The devices recorded that during the eruption, the lava sank to a depth of 725 meters, or 2,380 feet. And the deep layers enriched with nutrients begin at a depth of 300 meters, or 985 feet. In confirmation of this theory, the bloom of algae in the waters off the coast of Hawaii ended as soon as the lava ceased to flow into the ocean. Volcanologist Terry Plank and Professor of Earth and Environmental Sciences Hugh Ducklow from the Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory note that until now, the impact of volcanoes on the world's oceans had not been taken into consideration. During eruptions, volcanoes release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, but perhaps they offset those emissions by stimulating the growth of phytoplankton. Scientists are investigating the interaction of volcanic lava with water, not for the sake of simple interest. The meeting of water and lava can lead to the most unpredictable and destructive consequences. For example, today's geologists are predicting that the next eruption in the Hawaiian Islands could be disastrous, and all because of the water that penetrated the crater of the volcano through cracks in the rocks. If the volume of water in the crater increases, an explosion will occur during the next eruption. Still, scientists haven't given up hope that water will help pacify volcanoes. Geologists fear that humanity might be destroyed by eruptions from supervolcanoes. And on Earth, there are about 20 of them. One of them is the Yellowstone caldera in the United States. NASA experts suggest neutralizing it by pouring a large amount of water into it. But for now, all our technologies allow us to do is to carefully monitor the eruptions of volcanoes from the side and to dutifully wait until the end. So, do you think there's a way to stop lava? If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Click on the bell to be notified right away about the release of new, interesting videos. How often do you think rocks falling from space land on people? Only one case in history has ever been officially confirmed, although others have been reported. On November 30th, 1954, a 4-kilogram or 9-pound meteorite crashed through the ceiling of 34-year-old Anne Elizabeth Hodges' home. The stone bounced off the radio and hit the poor lady in the thigh, leaving a huge bruise. The probability of such a small meteorite hitting a person is negligible, but it happened. What if something larger fell to Earth? For example, the largest asteroid in the solar system. Scientists estimate that there are now several hundred million asteroids 1 meter or 3.3 feet or more in size in Earth's orbit. Every day, about 100 tons of them, in the form of small grains of sand and small stones, penetrate the Earth's atmosphere and burn up, leaving a bright trail. About 30 asteroids with a total mass of up to 2,000 tons fly directly towards Earth's atmosphere every year. Occasionally, their fragments fall to Earth's surface in the form of meteorites. More noticeable meteorites, larger than 20 meters or 65.6 feet, fall to Earth no more than twice every 100 years. The last of these came down in the Chelyabinsk region in Russia in 2013. Once every 1,000 years, objects like the Tunguska meteorite, which was about 75 meters or 246 feet in size, reach the Earth's surface. Asteroids measuring more than 100 meters or 328 feet land here even less often, once every few thousand years. The most gigantic asteroids, whose dimensions exceed kilometers or miles, crash down onto our planet once every 100 million years. But in this case, they become the cause of global catastrophes in the extinction of species. One of them probably destroyed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. If there were no wind, rain, and various geological processes on Earth, our entire planet would be dotted with craters, as can be seen on the Moon or Mercury. The remaining traces of space objects confirm that asteroid impacts are not a fantasy at all. The arrival of large stones remains only a matter of time. Scientists consider asteroids at least 140 meters or 460 feet in size as the most dangerous. At the same time, they're mostly located no further than 7.5 million kilometers or 4.6 million miles from the Earth. However, it's very difficult to notice them. After all, they often poorly reflect sunlight, have a flat shape, and fly at a speed of 36,000 kilometers or 22,400 miles per hour. For individual asteroids, the speed can be noticeably higher. Therefore, even the most powerful technology is far from capable of stopping all of them in time. One of the most dangerous candidates will approach Earth in October 2028. 1997 XF-11 could fly past our planet at a distance of 930,000 kilometers or 580,000 miles away. This is so close that you could watch it with ordinary binoculars. The size of the asteroid, according to various estimates, ranges from 700 to 1,400 meters. That's 2,300 to 4,600 feet. Scientists claim that it's going to happen. Suppose something goes wrong and it changes its course straight for Earth. The collision speed of such a block with the surface of the Earth would be about 48,000 kilometers or 30,000 miles per hour. This would create an explosion of 1 million megatons. It's hard to imagine such a figure. Imagine that it partially burns out in the atmosphere or is divided into smaller fragments. If an asteroid fragment the size of a one-story house crashes into Earth at the same speed, its power will be approximately comparable to the bomb detonated in Hiroshima, about 20 kilotons. Such a collision would raise every reinforced concrete building within a radius of 800 meters or 2,600 feet from the impact of the asteroid. Everything made of wood within a radius of 2.4 kilometers or 1.5 miles would be destroyed. If the length of the fallen asteroid is comparable to a 20-story building and is a little over 60 meters or 200 feet wide, the impact power will be close to the explosions of modern nuclear bombs. That is approximately 25 to 50 kilotons. This is enough to incinerate every reinforced concrete structure within 8 kilometers or 5 miles from the point of impact. Consequently, all living things on the site will also perish. In the event that 1997 XF-11 falls to Earth as a whole, the power of the explosion will be 50 million times the power of the bomb detonated in Hiroshima. Everything within a radius of 160 to 320 kilometers or 100 to 200 miles will turn to ashes. If the epicenter were, for example, in New York City, then from Boston to Washington, D.C., there would not be a single tiny living life form remaining, with the exception of super-resistant bacteria. The explosion will raise a huge amount of dust into the atmosphere, forming clouds that will block sunlight from the Earth's surface. Therefore, anyone who survives is likely to die from a sudden cold snap. If such an asteroid hits the ocean, it will create enormous waves, more than 30 meters or 100 feet tall, that will wash away everything on the nearest coasts. This asteroid is only one of the few potentially dangerous objects that could destroy life on Earth. The largest and most dangerous is Ceres. In 2006, scientists changed its status from asteroid to dwarf planet. Ceres has a diameter of about 945 kilometers or 587 miles. Discovery Channel employees created an animation showing the effects of a collision between Earth and Ceres. According to their video, first, the shadow of the impending object would block a fairly large area of Earth from sunlight. When it reached the atmosphere, the asteroid would begin to burn. Then, Ceres would penetrate deep into the planet, creating enormous tsunamis. The force of the collision would be so powerful that fragments of our planet would fly straight into space. But they would not remain there for long. The resulting stone fragments would rain down on every area of our planet. The Himalayan mountains, including the peak of Everest, would be completely burned and turned into a plain. It's unlikely that anyone would be able to survive on Earth after such an impact. Fortunately, in the near future, a clash with Ceres is unlikely. However, this hypothetical experiment shows how fragile and vulnerable life on Earth is. According to scientists from NASA, to destroy all life on the planet, a 10-kilometer or 6.2-mile asteroid is enough. That is almost 95 times smaller than Ceres. Since a collision with a large asteroid will happen sooner or later, researchers regularly search for ways to avoid such a catastrophe. The best way to do this is to change the trajectory of an asteroid or destroy it in space before it reaches us. For these purposes, NASA, together with SpaceX, plan to launch the DART spacecraft. Its mission is to collide with the moon of the Didymos asteroid, which in October 2022 will be several million kilometers from Earth. DART weighs 500 kilograms or 1,100 pounds and measures 12.5 meters by 2.4 meters or 41 by 8 feet. The diameter of its moon is about 150 meters or 500 feet. Scientists calculate that the spacecraft and the block of stone will collide at a speed of 6 kilometers or 3.7 miles per second. This will allow them to determine whether a small collision can affect the orbit of an asteroid. In any case, the main thing is that after this experiment, Didymos and its moon will not be heading towards Earth because their trajectories are currently not in line with our planet. In truth, for each of us, the chances of dying from an asteroid are pretty small. They're even smaller than the probability of getting struck by lightning, amounting to only 1 in 280,000. But these statistics apply to the individual. If we talk about the planet as a whole, then the hazard coefficient increases. Asteroid 2010 RF-12 has the highest chance of colliding with Earth, 1 in 16. It could come within 8.7 thousand to 15,000 kilometers, or 5,400 to 9,300 miles from the Earth. And in 2095, it could even crash into our planet. Fortunately, it's not large enough to lead to global cataclysms. However, there are still many other giant boulders in space flying past Earth at a dangerously close proximity. In your opinion, will technology be able to fully protect us from collisions in the future? Let us know in the comments. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. And click on the bell to receive notifications of new interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Imagine you're at the ocean side. The beach is littered with plastic bottles. In the water, plastic bags float like jellyfish, an eerie sight. But what will you do? Take a look and leave? Or will you start removing them in order to clear at least a small part of the Earth of garbage? Of course, by disposing of the waste, you'll contribute to the cleansing of the planet. But there is some garbage that you can't remove. This garbage is cosmic. Space is limitless, and we will never master even a small portion of it. But we've managed to leave quite a footprint. Old satellites are dangling in orbit around Earth, and no one has paid much attention to them for a long time. Spare missile parts, which no one needs, are also floating in orbit. Space has become like the ocean. We throw our garbage into it, but we don't see it on a daily basis. And because we don't see it, it's as if it isn't there, right? Certainly not. If there were only one or even two man-made satellites in outer space, no one would even think about them. In the hope that they would be carried somewhere far away from Earth, humanity could live peacefully. But space debris is much more than it might seem. Currently, there are about 5,000 satellites in orbit, of which only 40% are actually operational. And this is only the large debris. What about the small objects? According to the U.S. Space Surveillance Network, there are 30,000 iPhone-sized objects in space, 670,000 small pea-sized objects, and 170 million fragments the size of a large grain of sand. Yes, they're all space debris and seem insignificant, but even a millimeter-sized fragment could disable the delicate subsystems of a spacecraft, after which disaster cannot be avoided. Over time, the waste will gather in a type of garbage belt around the Earth, which could be compared to a swarm of bees. Alone, one bee isn't too noticeable, but if you come across a swarm, you need to run and hide. But where can we run to in space? You can't jump out of a rocket, and satellites generally cannot deviate from a given orbit. Such a belt of space debris could be a huge problem for all astronauts. But who is it that is littering? The answer is incredibly simple. Us. Mankind has even managed to leave a mess on other space objects, leaving our equipment there. What can we say about interplanetary space? When sending satellites into space, it's unlikely that people consider the fact that not all of the equipment returns to Earth. In some cases, spaceships have exploded and their wreckage remains in orbit. Other times, satellites from different countries have crashed into each other. This occurred when the European rocket Ariane 1 collided with the French satellite Ceres in 1996. And in 2013, the Russian glass microsatellite Blitz collided with a fragment of a Chinese meteorological satellite and fell apart. It turns out that a country's lack of attention to their own space debris generally ends up affecting the equipment of other countries. So, the amount of garbage in space is increasing. Who will fly there to clean it up? After all, the space janitor profession hasn't been invented yet. Small debris close to Earth, attracted by our planet's gravity, gets pulled into the upper atmosphere and burns up. But the remaining fragments continue orbiting, creating unpleasant circumstances. By scale, they're comparable to a landslide in the mountains, or a flood, or a volcanic eruption, as luck would have it. According to scientists, this space debris doesn't bother us much. If astronauts decided to go on an expedition, for example, to Mars, space debris won't be an obstacle for them. Nevertheless, rockets and orbiting stations aren't so lucky. Some have already collided with the wreckage. For example, a very small piece of space debris hit the window of the International Space Station and cracked the glass. What if the debris had been larger? A 10-centimeter fragment could completely destroy a satellite, while a centimeter fragment could completely disable a spacecraft and break through the shields of the International Space Station. Even a 1-millimeter object could disable some systems. But that isn't the only problem. Back in 1978, NASA scientist Donald Kessler put forward a frightening theory. Essentially, it states that when this space debris reaches a certain volume, the result will be near space becoming completely unsuitable for practical use. Satellites and rockets will no longer be able to calmly move through space. They'll cling to the wreckage, soon becoming debris themselves, leading to a cascade of more collisions impossible to stop. Back then, experts suggested that we have a lot of time left before this critical moment arrives. It's understandable. You always want to hope that you don't have to deal with such a problem. But years pass, and scientists are beginning to suspect that this moment is getting closer and closer. On January 11th, 2007, the Chinese military shot down the spent Fenyun 1C meteorological satellite at an altitude of 865 kilometers or 537 miles. Presumably, it was the remains of this satellite that the Russian Blitz encountered, which was mentioned earlier. According to the United States Space Surveillance Network, this put 2,800 more pieces of different-sized debris into Earth's orbit. On February 20th, 2008, at an altitude of 250 kilometers or 155 miles, an American RIM-161 Standard Missile-3, also known as an SM-3, rocket destroyed a defective spy satellite carrying 400 kilograms or 882 pounds of a poisonous liquid called hydrazine. Thus, the volume of garbage increased even more. On February 10th, 2009, the private American communications satellite Iridium-33 and the Russian military satellite Cosmos 2251 collided at an altitude of 789 kilometers or 490 miles. No, this event was not planned, but it still happened. Researchers only counted large fragments from the explosion. There were about 600 of them. Most of them flew in outer space. Can we do something now? We can. Of course, it's not as easy as going to the nearest beach or park to collect plastic bottles and bags, but there are options. The United Nations has invited companies to independently clean up satellites that have served more than 25 years. But how can we do this? Researchers have proposed using powerful magnets to drag satellites into the upper atmosphere where they would burn up. Other plans, for example, entail using satellites to destroy debris with a powerful laser beam or by changing their orbit with ion beams. But such options are only suitable for large debris. What about the smaller objects? There's a plan for them as well. For example, the Space Hunter E-deorbit. Its creators, the European Space Agency, are working on the development of various ways to capture garbage, nets, harpoons, robotic limbs, and tentacles. The Space Hunter's mission is to collect garbage from low Earth orbit at an altitude of 800 to 1,000 kilometers, or 500 to 620 miles. Its launch is scheduled for 2025. In Switzerland, researchers are working on the Clean Space One program. Scientists plan to launch a satellite to collect space debris, and its first mission is to tow away the non-functional satellite, SwissCube-1. Initially, the project was planned for launch in 2018, but it needed to be refined, so the launch was postponed to 2025. And finally, we analyze another exciting question. Is there any chance that space debris could fall to Earth and even land on someone's head? Alas, yes. This has already happened. In 1978, in Canada, the Soviet satellite Cosmos 594, weighing about 900 kilograms or 1,984 pounds, fell from the sky. And in 1997, in Oklahoma, a fragment of the fuel tank from a Delta II rocket, which launched a U.S. Air Force satellite into orbit, landed on a woman's shoulder. However, such cases are more likely an exception to the rule. It may seem that from where you are now, you're safe because space is so far away, so this garbage won't affect you. However, what's happening in Earth's orbit concerns everyone. We could easily lose internet and telephone communication if a piece of debris disabled the right satellites. One can only hope that the recycling programs will be highly effective. Did you like the video? Give it a thumbs up. Be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so, and click on the bell to be notified of new videos. See you soon. Imagine if you were stuck on an island with no internet, no communication and no electricity. No, you're not a star on an exciting new reality TV show. Our planet just suddenly got disconnected from all the comforts of civilization because of electromagnetism. By the way, this scenario may become a reality as early as the year 2024. The fate of mankind will once again be decided by nothing more than spots on the sun, just like the ones that have appeared on it just recently. Why are they so dangerous? How in the world did these spots appear on the perfectly bright surface of our star? Sunspots are areas on the surface of a star with a lower temperature. First of all, it should be noted that their darkness is not absolute. Rather, it's similar to the dark silhouette of a person standing against a lighted window. Today, this phenomenon is studied mainly as the center of active solar regions in which flares are concentrated. Only half of the spots last for more than 2 days, and just a tenth of them live for more than 11 days. However, some spots can last for as long as several months. The size of the spots is huge and reaches thousands of kilometers in length and width. If a solid ball the size of the Earth fell into such a spot, it would disappear in it like a ball of cork thrown into a fire. After a long break, 2 such dark areas, designated NOAA 2753 and 2754, were spotted on December 24th, 2019 in the northern and southern hemispheres of the sun. They were discovered by NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory. Jan Janssens of the Royal Observatory of Belgium, Department of Solar Physics, stated that similar spots were previously observed on November 14th, 2019. Such a long 40-day break was recorded for the first time in 20 years. Astronomers believe that it meant the arrival of the stage of the so-called solar minimum, the time of lowest sunspot activity. The formation of NOAA 2753 and 2754 indicates the beginning of a new period, which, like all previous ones, will last for about 11 years. This will be solar cycle 25. According to NASA, 11-year cycles are caused by the rotation of the sun around its axis. It's not completely solid, but consists of a gaseous plasma, which rotates at different periods in different parts of the star. At the equator, the turnover is less than 25 and a half Earth days, and it's almost 38 days near the poles. The difference between the speed of rotation of the sun at depth and on the surface leads to a gradual flip of the powerful magnetic fields of the sun. In this case, the number of spots increases until a rearrangement of the poles of the magnetic field of the star occurs. Then solar activity decreases and fewer spots form on the surface of the star. This is when the solar minimum occurs. However, the rotating magnetic field doesn't stand still and the cycle resumes. It's as if the Earth had interchanged its north and south magnetic poles every few years. Dark regions with reverse polarity first appeared at a considerable distance from the equator at high latitudes in the northern and southern hemispheres of the sun, between 25 and 30 degrees. The spots that remained from the previous cycle were observed in a different location, closer to the sun's equator. Janssens argues that the spots of the new and old cycles can coexist for months and even years. According to the conclusions of the Space Weather Prediction Center, or SWPC, the 25th solar cycle will reach solar maximum in about the year 2025 or 2026, then drop to a new solar minimum around 2031. Scientists warn that by the year 2024, at the peak of its activity, the sun could have a significant impact on the Earth. According to Dean Pesnell, the project scientist of the Solar Dynamic Observatory, Large and complex spots cause 3 types of events. These are emissions of radiation from the solar surface called solar flares, powerful proton events, as well as coronal mass ejections. Each of these phenomena at one fine moment can lead to real disasters. A similar thing happened between September 1st and 2nd, 1859. British astronomer Richard Carrington watched a giant flare occur on the sun that caused a massive coronal mass ejection. As a result, one of the most powerful geomagnetic storms in the history of mankind began on Earth 18 hours later. That day, the telegraph was down throughout Europe and North America, and a lot of telegraph poles burned down from strong voltage surges. Aurora Borealis appeared in the sky almost over the entire planet. However, humanity recovered relatively quickly from the blow at that time. Civilization was not as dependent on electricity as we are now. In 1989, a geomagnetic storm 5 times weaker in power than the Carrington event hit Canada. Nevertheless, this solar superstorm caused a lot of trouble. In the Canadian province of Quebec, 6 million people were left without electricity for 9 hours. During the blackout, the metro, airports, small and large businesses were closed. However, Canada was not the only one who suffered. New York's power grid fell by 150 megawatts, and an unprecedented aurora could be seen in the sky over Florida and Cuba. Perhaps our planet will suffer greater consequences if impacted by a more powerful solar storm. Radio stations, television, and the internet will go out of service. Transformers will burn out from overvoltage. Autonomous power systems will remain working for no more than 3 days. All electrical appliances will stop working. Transport will cease to function. Navigation aids will fail, and aircraft will not be able to land on landing strips. The satellites in Earth's orbit will completely shut off, and astronauts will receive an enormous dose of radiation. And this may turn out to be only a small fraction of the problems that will befall our planet. Scientists associate the occurrence of many natural disasters, such as typhoons, hurricanes, and earthquakes, with outbreaks on the sun. It was solar activity that could have caused the powerful Hurricane Harvey, which swept through Texas at the end of August 2017 and caused severe flooding in Houston. Following this, a magnitude 8.2 earthquake struck southern Mexico, turning many buildings into ruins. Only beautiful auroras, which will shine very brightly across the planet, can brighten up the gloomy pictures of such catastrophes. So, a fantastically beautiful phoenix and dragon, similar to the mythical monster from Game of Thrones, appeared in the sky of Iceland in February 2019. According to one version, these amazing glows in the sky gave rise to the invasion of particles from a solar flare into our atmosphere. Yet, no matter how magnificent the radiance, it's unlikely that amidst the devastation and chaos that anyone will have time to admire their beauty. In the foreseeable future, of course, we won't be able to prevent the formation of powerful sunspots that bring such catastrophic storms to the Earth. However, scientists expect to track and timely defend their attacks. The world's largest solar telescope, the Daniel K. Inouye Solar Telescope, or DKIST, will be the first line of defense in predicting such catastrophes. It's capable of taking pictures with incredible high resolution. By the way, recently scientists took the most detailed photographs of our star we've ever seen by using this telescope. It turned out that its surface resembles caramel corn. Cell-like structures arise in a boiling plasma as a result of movements that transfer heat from within the star to its surface, and hotter areas plunging inside again. Solar plasma, as you can see, looks like a lot of cells, each of which is comparable in size to the state of Texas. In the future, DKIST will allow astronomers to learn more about what drives solar activity. This knowledge will help them to correctly predict the most extreme events and respond faster in dangerous situations. In addition, scientists have high hopes for the NASA Parker Solar Probe, launched on a mission to the Sun in 2018. What do you think? Will scientists be able to predict solar weather using modern instruments? Will the news cycle of solar activity turn into an electromagnetic catastrophe for us Earthlings? Leave your opinion in the comments. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Remember to subscribe to the channel and click on the bell so as not to miss out on new releases still to come. Did you know that the Russian Matryoshka doll has its own analog in space? In 1950, astronomer Arthur Hoag discovered one of the rarest objects in the universe. If you stare closely into this galaxy, you'll notice another galaxy inside, and then another one. Where in space can you find this amazing nesting doll? Is there more than one? And how are they even formed? Hoag's object, as it is known, was named after the discoverer of this unique galaxy. At first, Hoag's object was taken for the remainder of a supernova explosion in our galaxy. But then after studying its radiation, it turned out that Hoag's object is more than 600 million light years from Earth. The diameter of our galaxy reaches only 105,700 light years. This means that Hoag's object certainly could not be within the Milky Way. Arthur Hoag suggested that the ring around the cluster of stars is light distorted by gravitational lensing coming from some distant object. Yet, in reality, Hoag's object turned out to be one of the rarest objects in the universe, a ring galaxy. They make up only 0.1% of all galaxies. The central galaxy is surrounded by another ring-like galaxy. And in the space between the two galaxies, there's yet another galaxy. It turns out that you have a galaxy inside of a galaxy, and then both of these galaxies are inside of a third galaxy. The diameter of the core of this structure, that is the galaxy's center, is approximately 17,000 light years across. The inner part of the ring is 80,000 light years, and the outer is about 127,000 light years. The most important question is, how can one galaxy be inside of another? Scientists have several theories in regards to this question. According to the first theory, a galaxy could be passing through the center of another large and flat galaxy. It looks something like a bullet struck in a target. In this case, the stars of the target galaxy will be attracted to the stars of the bullet galaxy. Then, as the bullet flies through, some of the stars of the bullet galaxy merge with the stars of the target galaxy. Still, some other stars fly from the center to the outskirts due to the collision. As a result, a ring with a core inside forms. A similar hypothesis explains many other ring-shaped galaxies, such as the Cartwheel Galaxy. In this case, indeed, the scientists managed to make out the collision of the sleeve with the bullet. However, such an explanation is not very suitable for Hoag's object. There are no signs of collision with other galaxies. In addition, if the bullet galaxy really flew by, it would have needed to perfectly hit the bullseye in order to achieve such exact symmetry. According to the second theory, Hoag's object was supposed to be formed due to the destruction of two satellite galaxies. In this case, one galaxy becomes the nucleus nucleus, and the other galaxy would become the ring around it. Such a series of events may explain the difference in color of the core and the ring, since their origin is also different. If this is true, there should have been traces of tidal tails, elongated filaments from interstellar gas, and individual stars dragging behind the galaxy. However, all the tails could have been scattered over the course of 2 billion years. Perhaps the remains of those tails turned into rare clusters of stars inside of the empty gap of Hoag's object. There's also a third theory. It states that Hoag's object originally was a barred spiral galaxy. The bar consists of bright stars emerging from the center and crossing the galaxy in the middle. Unlike ordinary spiral galaxies, in these galaxies, the branches of the spiral don't come from the core of the galaxy, but from the bar. It's likely that the bridge in one of these galaxies connecting the arms to the core of the galaxy has collapsed. After this, only the core and 2 sleeves remained, which then curled into a ring. However, this theory has some drawbacks. The core of the spiral galaxy should be flat, and the core of Hoag's object is convex. Moreover, this hypothesis cannot explain the differences in the color of the core and the ring. The answer to this riddle should be sought at the atomic level. The traces of molecular hydrogen are the key in helping scientists to see which one of the theories is true. If you scale down from the galactic level to at least the level of planetary systems, you can find even more amazing nesting dolls. For example, the star Kepler-70. Once this star was like our sun. Then, about 20 million years ago, it increased in volume and turned into a red giant. After the star went through the stage of the red giant and dropped its shell, it was revealed that 2 planets were hiding within it. Scientists assumed that for millions of years, the planets were inside the star and remained relatively intact. At the time of the discovery, the planets Kepler-70b and Kepler-70c had 76% and 87% of the mass of the Earth, and they looked more like the core of Jupiter than independent planets. It turned out later that, in fact, both of the planets were parts of the same gas giant. When the star turned into a red giant, it tore the gas shell from the planet. Then the core of the gas giant broke into several parts, which at first astronomers took to be 2 separate planets. A similar example can be seen in another stellar system, in the Microscopium constellation. An exoplanet discovered there is too close to the star HD 203949. Given that the star was much larger during the red giant stage, it would have had to absorb the planet several times, or perhaps earlier, the planet was much farther from its star. After the star threw off its entire stellar envelope and decreased in size, the planet moved closer due to tidal forces. Another hypothesis states that perhaps the star hasn't yet reached the red giant stage. Therefore, a nearby planet awaits destruction in the near future. Planets surviving inside of stars is an incredibly rare occurrence. Yet, stars inside of other stars can occur much more often. A similar theory was put forward in 1975 by astronomers Kip Thorne and Anna N. Zeitkow. According to their assumptions, neutron stars can be absorbed by red giants in a collision. For a long time, this was only a theory, but in 2014, astronomers found a real star inside of another star. HV 2112 is located 200,000 light years from Earth in the Small Magellanic Cloud. This is the first likely candidate to be a Thorne-Zeitkow object in history. The debate about this star continues, since one of the latest studies refutes it belonging to the objects of Thorne-Zeitkow. One can also find some objects inside of others in the solar system. Are planet is proof of it. Unusual objects were found inside the meteorite LAP-02342, which fell to the Earth in the region of the South Pole. The strange objects were dark in color and were only 0.1 millimeters or 0.004 inches in size. The chemical composition of the fragment included atypical forms of molecular oxygen, as well as nitrogen and deuterium, or heavy hydrogen. A similar chemical composition wasn't found on any of the bodies that have fallen to Earth. However, in space, this chemical cocktail is quite easily detected inside comets. It turns out that the discovered object is the nucleus of a comet sealed in a meteorite. In fact, comets differ from meteorites only in their place of origin, and hence in chemical composition. Meteorites are any space objects that ended up on Earth. Almost always, fragments of asteroids that fall to Earth come from the asteroid belt. Fortunately, comets have never fallen to Earth. Most of the comets, with rare exceptions, wander deep into the solar system from the Kuiper Belt. For example, the first and so far the only interstellar comet was recorded just in 2019. Apparently, a comet fragment fell inside of an asteroid 3 million years after the birth of the sun, when other objects, including asteroids and comets, began to form around our star. Some of them collided and collapsed, while others, like a unique meteorite, merged into one. This successful find allowed scientists for the first time to study in detail the chemical composition of a comet without leaving the Earth. How many more similar caches has the universe prepared for us? What kind of surprises can be hidden in them? Let us know what you think in the comments. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Until next time. There's a place on Earth where it's so cold that even the air can freeze. Do you think it's somewhere in the remote areas of Antarctica? Not at all. It's much closer to civilization in the northeastern United States. But exactly where in the moderate climate of the Earth is this absolute cold pole of our universe? And what kind of grand breakthrough does this promise to the world scientific community? Actually, everything's quite simple. The fact is that it's here in the state of Massachusetts at Harvard University, where there are dozens of research centers and laboratories. One research group of physicists, under the guidance of Professor Kang-Kuen Ni, is engaged in the synthesis of molecules at cryogenic temperatures. Scientists have cooled the molecules of the elements of potassium and rubidium to an almost record low. They were cooled to 500 billionths, that's 5 times 10 to the negative 7th power of a degree Kelvin above absolute zero, which is minus 273.15 Celsius or minus 459.67 Fahrenheit. Just imagine this crazy cold temperature at which even oxygen becomes solid and turns into incredibly beautiful blue crystals. This experiment was possible thanks to the technology of laser cooling, the basis of which is the Doppler effect. A cloud of atoms locked in a magnetic trap are cooled to almost absolute zero using laser beams. By the way, the absolute record low temperature achieved by man is even lower. In 1995, American scientists Eric Cornell and Carl Wieman cooled atoms to a temperature of just 170 billionths. That's 1.7 times 10 to the minus 7th power of a degree Kelvin above absolute zero. For their work, the scientists were even awarded the Nobel Prize. So, what is the practical significance of experiments with very low freezing temperatures? As you know, when the body temperature drops, the speed of its atoms and molecules slows down, and their kinetic energy decreases. When a substance is cooled to almost absolute zero, it passes into a special state known as a Bose-Einstein condensate. Once in this state, the physical and chemical processes known to us change so much that, according to Albert Einstein, the resulting frozen atoms can be considered a new form of matter. For example, in a vacuum, the speed of light is about 300,000 kilometers or 186,300 miles per second. But the speed of light traveling through cooled sodium atoms was only about 17 meters per second. That's about 56 feet. Such a beam could easily be overtaken by a car. But in the experiment we're describing, Harvard scientists didn't just cool a substance. The molecules cooled to such a low temperature that they entered into a chemical reaction between each other, which allowed physicists to conduct unique observations of the chemical reaction process. Under normal conditions, the exchange reaction between two potassium and rubidium compounds lasts less than 1 picosecond. That's 10 to the minus 12 seconds. At a temperature close to absolute zero, the atoms of the substance freeze so much that the time of their reaction stretches out 1,000 times. During this time, scientists were able to see how the potassium and rubidium atoms first joined together into one common 4-atom molecule, and then they split into 2 separate compounds. Using laser pulses, scientists measured the energy of each of the particles, which made it possible to understand their quantum structure. In the words of the head of the research team, Kang-Kuen Ni, this is a huge breakthrough for the world science community. Similar conditions may exist in space inside black holes. This means that scientists now have technology that allows them to test the models and hypotheses of quantum physics. For example, one of the most fascinating mysteries of modern astronomy is dark matter. This is a hypothetical form of matter that is inaccessible to human observation. According to some reports, up to a quarter of the entire universe consists of dark matter, but scientists still don't understand what it is. And in 2014, physicists from Taiwan and Spain, using computer simulations, established that in the center of dwarf galaxies, there are usually nuclei that have arisen as a result of the perturbation of dark matter. This suggests that the halo of dwarf galaxies consists precisely of the Bose-Einstein condensate. It's possible that thanks to experiments with extreme cold, scientists will be able to solve one of the most complex astrophysical puzzles. In addition to quantum physics, these experiments on the extreme cooling of substances can be of great applied value to humanity. For example, the Institute of Applied Physics of the Russian Academy of Sciences, also using lasers, has cooled atoms to a temperature close to absolute zero. The resulting ultra-cold atoms are used in the development of ultra-precise watches, which are indispensable in space, navigation, and military technologies. Obviously, a highly precise clock is a huge benefit for major internet providers. The reception and transmission of information in huge computer networks should be as synchronized as possible. In this case, the information transfer rate may be increased several times, but modern devices don't always allow you to synchronize time with the desired level of accuracy. Similarly, precise time for satellites is crucial for well-known navigation systems such as GPS and GLONASS. Soon, with the help of cold atoms, it will be possible to place corrective transmitters around the world, and navigation systems will become even more accurate. Another application of super cold matter is high-precision instruments that will help geologists find underground minerals. As you know, the acceleration of gravity on Earth is an average of 9.8 meters per second squared, or 32.15 feet per second squared. But in those places where oil and gas deposits are located under the surface, the acceleration of gravity is slightly lower. With the help of cold matter, we can invent a new generation of gravimeters to better measure gravity in geological exploration. Of course, today, creating such a cold temperature in laboratories is a complex and expensive process. But if the method of freezing atoms to super cold temperatures becomes cheaper and more affordable, it may benefit fanatics of modern computer technology. After all, one possible application of super cold atoms is quantum informatics and devices based on superconductivity. For decades, scientists from different countries have been working on a quantum computer. The speed of quantum computers will exceed the speed of modern computers by millions of times. These devices will use special quantum algorithms and will be able to operate with special units of data, qubits. Such computational algorithms can make programming similar to the processes that occur in the brain of living organisms. So the invention of a quantum computer is not only an opportunity to play much improved computer games, but also a direct path to the creation of artificial intelligence. Another important feature of frozen molecules is that their electrical resistance is zero. This phenomenon is known as superconductivity. The lack of electrical resistance will allow engineers to build unique power lines that will experience no energy loss at all. This will simplify the transmission of electricity over long distances. Perhaps in a few years, instead of huge power lines, it'll be enough to lay a couple of thin wires between cities and transmit electricity through them. Japanese engineers are even designing special magnetic cushion trains using low-temperature magnets to make flying trains even faster and more economical. And thanks to the fact that these superconductors can stop magnetic flux, it'll be possible to make screens from them that can protect people and expensive equipment from any electromagnetic radiation. So they'll be able to protect us from the effects of cosmic rays in future travel to Mars. Thanks to experiments involving record low temperatures, mankind has made yet another step toward grand discoveries. We've created a place on our planet where the temperature is lower than anywhere else in the universe. All that's left is just to develop this success a little, and we can discover some unique substances, reactions, and technology. What do you think? How much time do we need in order to tame absolute zero? Let us know in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel and let your friends know about it by hitting the share button. Until next time. For 200 years now, starting with Thomas Robert Malthus, demographers have been sounding the alarm that there isn't enough space and resources on Earth, and that there's an oversupply of people. But what if the Earth belonged to the class of planets called super-Earths and had a mass and size 2 or even 10 times larger? Would it solve all of our problems? Or, on the contrary, would terrible consequences await us? According to the assumptions of Mickey Rosenthal from the University of California, Santa Cruz, our planet had every chance of becoming a super-Earth. But this was prevented by Jupiter, which blocked the Earth's access to additional building material that could have made it much larger. If it weren't for Jupiter, the Earth would have grown, and almost everything on our planet would have shrunk several times over. And this is not a matter of proportions at all, but one of enhanced gravity. To overcome it, it would take a lot more energy. Therefore, buildings that are too tall, such as the Burj Khalifa in the United Arab Emirates, would collapse, and humanity would forever abandon skyscrapers. Trees, mountains, animals, and people would also become shorter, but their weight would be much greater. If you weigh now, say 75 kilograms or 165 pounds, then on a super-Earth with double Earth's mass, your weight would increase to 150 kilograms or 330 pounds, and up to 750 kilograms or 1,650 pounds if our planet was 10 times more massive. But these are far from the worst consequences of increased gravity. Meteorites and large asteroids, in this case, would fall to Earth much more often. This, of course, would solve the problem of overpopulation until the complete extermination of humanity. Due to stronger gravity, the density of the atmosphere would increase, which would likely reduce its thickness and affect atmospheric pressure. High atmospheric pressure, along with gravity, would lead to the destruction of mountain systems. There would be fewer beautiful mountain landscapes, but there would be a large number of islands that could be inhabited by people and animals. In truth, it would be very difficult to conquer space from such a planet. And again, due to gravity. Under normal conditions, a spacecraft such as the Falcon Heavy from SpaceX is capable of delivering up to 50,000 kilograms or 110,000 pounds of usable weight into Earth's orbit. If the mass of the Earth was close to that of Kepler-20b, that is almost 10 times greater, then the same Falcon would be able to take no more than 40 kilograms or 88 pounds into orbit, about the weight of an adult German Shepherd. Current technology would allow us to take off from a supermassive planet, but it would be very expensive, difficult, and unproductive. In addition, increased gravity would increase the pressure in the Earth's core, which would lead to cooling of the liquid part of the core. This means that the magnetic field protecting us from solar wind could disappear forever. Anyone who survived the frequent meteor showers would be killed by radiation. Another problem associated with increased pressure within a super-Earth is volcanic activity. In the bowels of such a large planet, a lot of energy accumulates, which simply needs to go somewhere. The easiest way is through volcanic eruptions. Their frequency would be so high that hardly anyone would be able to live near volcanoes. Given the effect of volcanic activity on the climate, the viability of the planet would have to be forgotten. The atmosphere would become warmer than one of the most terrible dreams of Greta Thunberg. Or vice versa, the volcanic smog would block the sunlight, and all living things would freeze and die. However, volcanoes on such a planet are sometimes exclusively underwater. Indeed, most well-known super-Earths are completely covered in water without a single hint of a hard surface. Solid ocean may seem like a reasonable option. Humanity might somehow adapt. But life can't appear in such water. Due to the high pressure, the ocean floor would be covered with a thick layer of ice, which would make the carbon cycle and mineral exchange between the atmosphere and the bowels of the planet impossible. In fact, according to Hilke Schlichting from the University of California, Los Angeles, if our planet was a super-Earth, all the water would simply evaporate. According to her assumption, the super-Earth would rotate much closer to the sun in orbit, making a complete revolution in only 100 days. Such an orbit is considered habitable if the star is smaller than our sun. But at such a distance from our sun, all the water on a super-Earth would simply evaporate. Rodrigo Luger from the Center for Computational Astrophysics at the Flatiron Institute suggests that all super-Earths evaporate, except that instead of steam, they turn into liquid water. He believes that super-Earths are formed from separate pieces of ice. Then they migrate closer to their star, the ice melts, and an ocean appears, completely covering the surface of the planet. Perhaps such planets are the most common in the universe. Among the more than 4,000 exoplanets discovered by the Kepler Space Telescope, about 30% fall in the super-Earth class. If we want to migrate in search of a better place to live, we need to focus exclusively on super-Earths. After all, the remaining 70% are gas giants. And if you have the choice, it's better to live on a planet with increased gravity than to melt or freeze on a gas giant. Every time scientists discover another super-Earth, news publications are full of headlines stating that extraterrestrial life has finally been found. But there's always a huge but. Scientists place their highest hopes on Proxima Centauri B. In truth, it's not a super-Earth. Its theoretical mass and size are not much larger than our Earth's. However, all hopes of its vitality collapsed when a heavy-duty flash occurred on its star, destroying all of its alleged life. Another likely candidate for relocation is GJ357d. This super-Earth is located about 31 light-years from Earth. It has 6 times the mass of the Earth and is twice its size. This one makes a complete revolution around its star in 55.7 days and is 5 times closer to its star than the Earth is to the Sun. Since its star is 3 times smaller and lighter than our Sun, and also 40% colder, its habitable zone is much closer. Diana Kasakowski, a researcher at the Max Planck Institute for Astronomy in Germany, believes there may be liquid water on planet GJ357d, so she plans to search for other signs of life on it in the near future. A little further, at a distance of 39 light-years from Earth, is another super-Earth, GJ180d. It's 7.5 times larger than the Earth, but its main feature is unique. Most exoplanets are tidally locked, meaning the same side always faces its star, like the moon towards the Earth. This makes it impossible to form the magnetic field necessary for the emergence of life. GJ357d is not tied to its star. Therefore, it has a much higher chance of being inhabited. Another candidate, GJ229a, is closer, 19 light-years from Earth. It has 7.9 times the mass of the Earth, and in 122 Earth days, it makes a complete revolution around its star. More precisely, around its stars, because in the center of the system are 2 stars together, a brown and a red dwarf. Still, scientists have found candidates for life among other types of planets. For example, K2-18b. It's considered a super-Earth, but its composition is more like a mini Neptune. This is an intermediate class of planets that are a cross between cold gas giants like Neptune or Uranus and terrestrial planets. Mini Neptunes have rocky cores hidden under a thick gas shell. Planet K2-18b has has the mass of a super Earth. But its low density makes it a mini Neptune. It's noteworthy that it was on this planet that signs of liquid water were first discovered on a super Earth. This, in turn, gave astronomers hope that somewhere outside our solar system there could be life. However, life didn't appear on a super Earth, but on ordinary Earth. Despite the small size of our planet, it has many more advantages than if it were a super Earth. Would you prefer to be on a super Earth with super gravity? Tell us in the comments. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, and click the bell in time to receive notifications of new interesting videos that await you ahead. Until next time. The winter of 2019-2020 broke the record for the number of warm days in the last 130 years of climate observations. In many regions of the planet, where this time of year is usually associated with skiing and playing in the snow, in the midst of January, spring flowers bloomed. And this is probably just the beginning. Global temperatures will rise steadily, and familiar ice and snow could disappear even in places where the temperature rarely rises above zero. This means that glaciers that have remained indestructible for millions of years could melt. How will this turn out for us? What awaits the planet and humanity if the polar ice caps finally melt? Over the past 100 years, average temperatures have risen about a half a degree Celsius, or 0.9 degrees Fahrenheit. At first glance, this is very small. However, this led to a rise in the ocean level by between 15 to 20 centimeters, or 6 to 8 inches. The first thing that melts, if the temperature remains at this level, is the icebergs floating in the oceans. But they don't pose a great danger. 90% of the mass of the icebergs is underwater and has displaced the amount of water corresponding to their volume. It's a completely different matter when glaciers break away from land. Due to global warming, the ice sheets of the South Pole and North Pole regularly crack, and large blocks of ice fall into the ocean. 90% of ice cover and 80% of all freshwater reserves are in Antarctica. One of the largest blocks of ice on the cold continent, the Thwaites Glacier, also known as the Doomsday Glacier, is steadily melting. Its surface area is 120,000 square kilometers. That's about 46,330 square miles, which is 153 times the area of New York City. If the Thwaites Glacier completely melts, then the world ocean level will rise by as much as 65 centimeters, or 25 inches. Dr. Alex Robel of the Georgia Institute of Technology, commonly referred to as Georgia Tech, argues that even if we succeed in stopping the warming, the glacier will still melt within 150 years. This will cause many islands, such as the Maldives, to forever disappear underwater. But this is only a small portion of all the ice reserves of the South Pole. Antarctica is covered in an impressive layer of ice, more than 2 kilometers or 7,000 feet thick. The area of this ice shell is approximately 14 million square kilometers. That's 5.4 million square miles, and the volume is about 30 million cubic kilometers, or 7 million cubic miles. If this entire array melts, the ocean level will rise by 61 meters, or 200 feet. Of course, the average temperature in Antarctica doesn't allow this to happen. However, if global warming doesn't slow down, Antarctica may completely lose its ice sheet in the next 200 to 800 years. At the opposite end of the planet, at the North Pole, the thickness of the ice is much less. If it melts, the sea level will not change. But Greenland could make a contribution. Since this island is much closer to the equator than the polar glaciers, the likelihood of its ice melting is much higher. Greenland is able to raise the level of the world's oceans by another 7 meters, or 23 feet. When all of the ice on the planet has melted, the map of the world will change beyond recognition. In North America, the Atlantic coast, as we now know it, will disappear. The state of Florida will no longer exist. The Gulf of California will expand its waters up to San Diego, and the hills of San Francisco will turn into separate islands. In South America, the Amazon River and Paraguay River basins will turn into the Atlantic Ocean. The capital of Argentina, Buenos Aires, most of Paraguay, and the whole of Uruguay will all be underwater. Africa will be affected the least. The Mediterranean Sea will take over the northern edge of Egypt, including Cairo and Alexandria, but most of the continent will remain untouched. However, the increasing heat will turn large parts of Africa into an uninhabited desert. If you haven't yet been to the attractive cities of Europe, it's better to do it before the ice melts. Otherwise, it will be too late. Venice will be swallowed by the Adriatic Sea, and London will be covered by the English Channel. The Netherlands will completely cease to exist, and Denmark will be reduced by half. The Mediterranean Sea, Black Sea, and Caspian Sea will expand their waters, absorbing most of the coastal territories. China will lose land which is now home to about 600 million people. Following them, Bangladesh, with a population of 160 million people, and most of India will go underwater. The highest mountains of Cambodia will turn into islands. The high ocean level will also wash off all the coastal lands of Australia, where about 80% of the mainland's population call home. In the middle of desert Australia, an inland sea will appear. And yet, we should hardly expect the North and South poles to melt at the same time. Despite the fact that both poles are covered in ice, they're very different from each other and also melt at different speeds. The Arctic Ocean is almost completely surrounded by land. For this reason, breaking icebergs cannot float into warmer waters where they would melt. Instead, they stack on top of each other. Due to this layering, the sea ice of the Arctic becomes thicker than in Antarctica and stays afloat for most of the year. In fact, in the summer, half of the Arctic melts. From 15 million square kilometers or 6 million square miles of ice in the winter, by the beginning of autumn, only about 7 million square kilometers or 2.7 million square miles remain. The lowest amount of ice was recorded in 2012, when only 3.39 million square kilometers, or about 1.3 million square miles, remained. In Antarctica, the opposite is true. Unlike the Arctic, it's a land covered in ice and surrounded on all sides by ocean. Therefore, Antarctica intensively sponsors the world's oceans with water resources. Large glaciers break off and, thanks to currents and strong winds, go far beyond the polar regions. Some of them even reach the shores of Australia, South America, and Africa. Almost all of Antarctica's sea ice disappears in the summer. As the sea ice continues to melt, the North Pole will be left without ice sooner than the South Pole. But as I said, sea ice doesn't pose a great danger to ocean growth. Even if scientists' predictions come true and the Arctic ice turns into a liquid ocean, coastlines around the planet will remain the same. However, in this case, another problem may arise, which makes the rising ocean level seem a trifle. The fact is that under the ice of the Arctic lies a huge amount of methane. According to various estimates, the mass of it all ranges from 30 to 90,000 gigatons. The greenhouse effect of methane is 10 times higher than that of carbon dioxide. If it suddenly gets released into the atmosphere, it could dramatically accelerate global warming. It's difficult to predict how much the temperature would rise, but one thing is clear. Many living organisms would not survive. In addition to methane, under the ice of the Arctic is also a huge amount of mercury, about 68.2 million liters. That's about 18 million gallons. If it escapes, all living things within a radius of several thousand kilometers or miles will die. To top it off, the trajectories of gale force winds and hurricanes would change. This would affect the amount of rainfall at the North Pole, which the life of local animals depends on. Polar bears, walruses, and other inhabitants of the North, whose life is closely connected to the ice, could disappear forever. At the same time, there may be some benefit to the melting of the Arctic. Over the past 30 years, all plants and trees of the tundra have become noticeably taller, which is also associated with global warming. On average, most plants have grown by 8 centimeters or 3 inches. The species composition of the Arctic flora is also changing. There are more and more plants arising in the southern regions. It's assumed that in general, the height of the tundra flora may rise by between 20 to 60% in the future. On one hand, this would only accelerate global warming. After all, the higher the plants, the more snow they retain, thereby insulating the soil. Carbon would accumulate even more. On the other hand, this greening of the Arctic would lead to the absorption of excess carbon by numerous trees. The extra shade falling from them would contribute to lowering the summer temperature of the soil. In addition, it would serve as a new home for a huge number of animals. So what do you think? Will the melting of the ice of the North Pole end in a global catastrophe or the emergence of giant forests? Let us know in the comments. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and click on the bell in order to receive notifications of new, interesting videos that await you ahead. Until next time. Have you ever wondered how your usual life would change if the day became shorter? Do you think that's merely a fantasy? Well, back in 2007, scientists suggested that the Earth's speed of rotation was increasing due to global warming. And this could lead to serious natural disasters and shocks to the human body because our whole life is imprisoned within the 24-hour day. So could humanity survive in a world of accelerated hours? What threats would we face? Due to global warming, the Earth could begin rotating around its axis faster. Such a shocking forecast was made by scientists from the Max Planck Institute for Meteorology in 2007. According to their calculations, over the next 200 years, the length of the day could decrease by 0.12 milliseconds. You're unlikely to notice these changes on your watch, but if the scientists' forecast is confirmed, the consequences for humanity will be simply terrible. Our planet rotates on its axis, making one complete revolution in 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4.09 seconds. This period of time is called a sidereal day. It's the duration that scientists have come up with observing the speed of rotation of our planet. Ordinary people are used to calculating time by calendar days, consisting of exactly 24 hours or 86,400 seconds. But has a day on Earth always been this exact length? Turns out, no. According to experts, 1.4 billion years ago, the Earth made a revolution around its axis in about 18 hours and 40 minutes. If this happened today, the consequences would be disastrous. First of all, the very form of our planet would change. Due to the rotation of the planet around its axis, a centrifugal force arises, acting on the equator region more strongly than on the poles. That's why the Earth today has a slightly flattened shape, as if someone is squeezing an air-filled ball from above and below. This phenomenon is called equatorial bulge, and by today's standards, it's not very noticeable to a simple observer. The difference between the equatorial and polar radii is only about 21 kilometers or 13 miles. But if the speed of the Earth's revolution increased several times, our planet could stretch really wide, resulting in an increase in the length of the equator and a decrease in the distance between the North and South poles. As a result, our planet would look like an ellipsoid, similar to the way that Haumea, a dwarf planet located beyond the orbit of Neptune, looks today. The next effect of rotation acceleration is a decrease in gravity. All objects located on the Earth's surface are affected by gravity directly to the center of the planet and centrifugal force directed from its center. And if the same gravitational force at the pole and the equator is approximately the same, then the centrifugal force at low latitudes is stronger than at high. Due to this, there's a difference between gravity at the equator and in the polar regions. But if we assume that the rotation of our planet noticeably accelerates, this could cause a real catastrophe. First, due to an increase in the difference in attraction at the poles and equator, the waters of the world ocean would rush to the tropics. The rise in the water level could be so rapid that entire islands and states would be hidden underwater. In addition, a decrease in gravity at low latitudes would contribute to humidification of the atmosphere. Thick clouds, frequent fog, and heavy rains. This would become regular weather in popular tropical resorts. As rotation accelerates, more and more atoms and molecules would leave the atmosphere and escape into outer space. This phenomenon is called atmospheric escape. It's because of such dissipation that Mars, the Moon, and Mercury have virtually no air shell above their surfaces. I don't think you'd be pleased to live in a vacuum. Well, if you spun our planet about 17 times faster, the speed of objects on the Earth's surface would reach the second cosmic velocity, the minimum necessary to overcome gravity, and you and I would simply be carried away into outer space. But we don't need to imagine this fantasy version of such strong acceleration, because even a small change in the length of the day could cause weather disasters. Under the influence of the Earth's rotation, air and water masses near the equator and poles move at different speeds. This effect occurs due to inertial force. Due to this force, there's a transfer of air masses in tropical and temperate latitudes, and warm and cold ocean currents also arise. If the effect of inertia increased, cyclones would become more powerful and destructive. In addition, due to the decrease in the length of the day and night, the daily fluctuation in air and water temperature would be less. According to some reports, the climate would become generally cooler because of this. Another source of problems for humanity may be due to changes in the underground ocean of our planet. As you know, deep below the Earth's surface is is the Earth's outer core, an ocean of molten metals, the thickness of which can reach 2,400 kilometers, or about 1,500 miles. It's the movement of these metals that creates the Earth's magnetic field, which not only protects us from deadly cosmic radiation, but also allows us to determine cardinal directions using a compass. An increase in the angular velocity and the radius of the Earth could lead to a geomagnetic reversal. During the inversion, the magnetic poles of our planet would change places, and the compass needle would begin pointing south, not north. Imagine how complicated the life of travelers would be if all navigation systems began showing opposite directions. The acceleration of the Earth's rotation could cause real chaos in the field of space technology. As of December 2019, 562 satellites are in geostationary orbit. This orbit is calculated taking into account the existing rotation speed of our planet. The same side of the Earth always faces a satellite in this orbit. It's because of this that dozens of navigation and information systems work today. Upon acceleration of the Earth, the satellites would be below the required altitude, and many of them may not have enough fuel to change their location. Finally, a change in the length of the day could cause serious health problems. Have you ever moved to another time zone? If yes, then you know how difficult it is to get used to adjusting to the clock. Our body has adapted to falling asleep and waking up at about the same time, and switching to a new time zone can be very painful. This condition is known in medicine as jet lag. As a result, after changing time zones, many people experience fatigue, sleep disturbances, and decreased attention and memory. Now, imagine that the day becomes 1 to 2 hours shorter, and your body has to change the daily settings of its biorhythm. Moreover, our usual life is built around 24-hour days. The length of the working day, company shift schedules, all this would have to be changed. As for sleep and rest, Earthlings would have even less time. In general, there are few positives in accelerating the Earth's rotation, but don't get scared too quickly. Fluctuations in the length of the day within a few milliseconds occur constantly. These changes are very small and have almost no effect on the previously mentioned physical processes. In addition, at the moment, the duration of Earth's days are even increasing by about 1.7 milliseconds per 100 years. This is mainly due to the tidal force of the moon. The mass of our natural satellite is about 1.2% the mass of the Earth. This is quite a lot by the standards of the solar system. The tide in the ocean waters caused by the moon, as it were, run onto the shores of the continents, moving in the opposite direction from the direction of the Earth's rotation. Thus, the tides slightly slow the rotation speed and help make the day longer. So, most scientists believe that our planet would rather stop before it sped up to a speed that threatens humanity. However, who knows? Maybe this would lead to even worse consequences. In your opinion, how would a change in the Earth's rotation speed affect humanity millions of years from now? Write your prediction in the comments of this video. Until next time. Do you know why cats don't like closed doors? For the same reason that drives us to explore faraway space. We're anxiously waiting for the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 spacecraft to leave the solar system. But will they be able to do this? And why will we never know about it? These twin probes have forged the depths of space for more than 40 years. But despite the fact that Voyager 1 is now located at a distance of 22 billion kilometers, or 13.8 billion miles from the sun, and Voyager 2 is 18 billion kilometers, or 11.4 billion miles, they've only flown about 1,000th of the distance to the borders of the solar system. Even according to NASA's most optimistic estimate, Voyager 2 will need about 30,000 years to reach the outer border of the Oort cloud, a remote spherical region of the solar system where comets come from. But this doesn't mean we'll miss out on amazing discoveries, because the probes have already transmitted a lot of unique data to Earth.
Attention, please. The Riddle Channel is connecting your device to receive signals from space. Do you hear it?
This is the sound of dense, vibrating plasma in interstellar space, which Voyager 1 managed to record between 2012 and 2013. Impressive, isn't it? Both craft, as before, regularly transmit data from the most remote region of the solar system, about which we know almost nothing. The first Voyager left the heliosphere, a conventional bubble inflated by solar wind plasma, as early as 2012 at a distance of 121 astronomical units, or AU, from the sun. It was at this time that its sensors stopped detecting the direction of the flow of solar wind particles. The boundary of the heliosphere, called heliopause, is the region where the solar wind flow collides with the interstellar medium. The heliosphere is filled with solar wind plasma and its own magnetic field, and outside the heliopause is interstellar plasma, interstellar protons with the electrons and the interstellar magnetic field. Interestingly, Voyager 1, after crossing the heliopause, found that some high-energy interstellar particles, along with an external magnetic field, penetrate the heliosphere a little. Voyager 2 crossed the heliopause in December 2018 at a distance of 119 astronomical units from the sun, and found that the solar material leaked into the interstellar medium. That is, next to Voyager 1, interstellar particles moved inside the heliopause, and Voyager 2 detected solar particles outside of it. The very border of the heliosphere, as Voyager 2 crossed it, turned out to be thinner than Voyager 1 recorded. Scientists still have no answer why this is so, but they continue to work to solve this riddle. It seems that immediately beyond the heliopause, there's an area where there's still some kind of connection with the inner world. For now, this is all the project team has determined under the leadership of Dr. Edward Stone. After comparing the data, scientists came to the conclusion that the heliosphere and the heliopause don't have clear boundaries, and the line of contact does not remain constant, but moves back and forth along with the cycle of solar activity. Stone was very surprised and delivered the verdict, saying, "The solar system breathes, and this dramatically complicates the picture." How is this possible? Two spacecraft, overcoming the same boundary during their flight path, gave data so different from each other. Scientists suggest that the two space probes reached interstellar space at different periods of solar activity, meaning that conditions along the boundary were noticeably different from each other. Voyager 1 reached the interstellar boundary during the solar minimum, and Voyager 2 arrived during the solar maximum, a period of increased star activity. The difference in performance may also be due to the fact that Voyager 2 and Voyager 1 crossed the heliosphere boundary in different areas, one in the northern hemisphere and the other in the southern, with a time interval of more than 6 years. The Voyager's mission also confirmed the scientists' guesses that the plasma in interstellar space immediately behind the heliosphere is much denser than the plasma inside the heliosphere. In 2012, Voyager 1 recorded a slightly higher than expected plasma density just outside the heliosphere, meaning that the plasma was compressed in this area. Later, the instruments of Voyager 2 recorded a 20 times jump in plasma density and plasma temperature as measured in near interstellar space. space. It reached 50,000 degrees Celsius or 90,000 Fahrenheit instead of the predicted parameters of between 15 to 30,000 Celsius or between 27,000 and 54,000 Fahrenheit. The behavior of the magnetic field at the edge of the heliosphere is also interesting. It was previously thought that the field outside wasn't related in any way to the field inside the heliopause. So scientists expected a sharp change in the direction of the magnetic field between them. But Voyager 1, entering the field outside the heliopause in 2012, shocked the entire world with data that the field directions are approximately the same inside and outside. The news was so unexpected that it even caused researchers to doubt whether the spacecraft really crossed the heliopause region. The pioneering craft also noticed a rapid increase in field magnitude, a rapid growth of the field strength by about 1.5 times. Voyager 2 confirmed the data. Within the limits of measurement error, the direction of the magnetic field doesn't change when crossing the heliopause. It was even possible to measure the magnetic field outside the heliosphere, which was surprising to scientists. Voyager 1 showed 0.49 times 10 to the negative 9th Tesla, and Voyager 2, 0.68 nanoteslas, or 0.68 times 10 to the negative 9th power Tesla. This fact has yet to be explained to scientists. It's likely that the interstellar medium immediately behind the heliopause is perturbed and still feels the influence of the solar wind. So the value of the magnetic field in different parts of the heliopause may vary. There are also data on pressure at the boundary of the heliosphere and heliopause. The pressure turned out to be much less than what a person on Earth feels, but more than astrophysicists' previous calculations predicted. 267 femtopascal, or 267 times 10 to the negative 15th power pascals. The speed of sound waves was also established, passing through this medium at 314 kilometers, or 195 miles per second. That's 1,000 times faster than sound travels through the atmosphere on Earth. Scientists have received invaluable data, but there's still a lot of questions on the most unexplored field of osmosis. Unfortunately, the Voyagers won't be able to answer all of them, as the period of their work is drawing to a close. In the mid-2020s, the plutonium battery of both probes should run out of power, and their transmitters will shut down. After a few years, scientists will begin to gradually turn off the Voyager's devices. What's beyond the boundaries of the solar system, these twins won't be able to comprehend. This border is located on the outermost edge of the Oort cloud, a group of small objects influenced by the gravity of our sun. And it extends to a distance of 200,000 astronomical units from the sun. But while our wanderers forge through interstellar space, humanity has a chance to uncover part of the mysteries of the heliosphere and heliopause. There will also be no photographs in the heliosphere and beyond, and there's nothing to take pictures of there, said Susan Dodd, project manager for the Voyager Interstellar Mission in NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or JPL. Engineers turned off the spacecraft cameras back in 1990 to limit device memory consumption. The last image of the Voyagers was the famous pale blue dot, a photograph in which the Earth can hardly be distinguished. Even after turning off all systems and running out of battery power, the Voyagers will continue with a completely different mission. In the event of an encounter with extraterrestrials, they'll represent earthly humanity, reporting where our planet is and who inhabits it. Data is stored on the surface of 2 fixed Voyager golden records with a message for an extraterrestrial race in the form of recorded audio and video signals. Do you think the record will find a new owner or face inevitable loneliness outside the solar system? And will our descendants learn the fate of the 2 Voyagers after losing contact with them? Please let us know in the comments, and we will continue to monitor the mission and hold our breath for it to last as long as possible. You'll make our wait easier with your like and subscribe. do you think about the end of days? Don't laugh. I'm not going to pretend to be a prophet. Crying loudly about the upcoming apocalypse has shocked the public a good many times. We used to treat it flippantly and with irony. But can one absolutely not think about the odds of the extinction of humanity? And what are the odds for history to continue successfully in any year to follow? And what do scientists have to say on this point? There is the theory that dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago, having been killed by an asteroid that crashed into the Earth. Even earlier, the increase in volcanism where Siberia is now located could have resulted in the mass extinction of all living things. And there's undoubtedly a chance for humanity to suffer the same fate as the dinosaurs. Indeed, out of all plant and animal species that have ever existed on Earth, over 99% are now extinct. Just because we've been part of the remaining 1% up until now, that's not to say it will always be so. But how high are the chances for humanity to go extinct from natural causes in any given year? A team of scientists from the Future of Humanity Institute at the University of Oxford are resolved on exploring this issue. The researchers excluded anthropogenic risks like nuclear weapons and human activity that could affect the climate. They focused on the natural risks that Homo sapiens has faced and survived over our 200,000 years of existence. Estimating the rates of human extinction is impossible directly, as we have no examples of this in our history. So, the scientists applied an alternative approach to investigate various types of naturally occurring hazards. This is, first of all, the likelihood of naturally occurring global disasters. One of them is large celestial bodies crashing into our planet. On June 24th, 2019, the asteroid 2019-OK, which is more than 100 meters or 328 feet wide, flew as close as 71,354 kilometers. That's 44,357 miles past the Earth, less than 1/5 of the distance to the moon. There are calculations that an explosion caused by the comparatively small Chelyabinsk meteorite at the moment it entered into the atmosphere in 2013 was 20 times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Hundreds of buildings were destroyed and 2,000 people were injured as a result of the meteorite. Thus, 2019-OK could have exploded like 100 atomic bombs, causing an apocalypse. A strong volcanic eruption could pose a threat of a like nature to humanity. Some researchers believe that the Yellowstone supervolcano in the USA could explode at any time, even now when you're watching this video. The consequences could be more disastrous than compared with the fall of the asteroid 2019-OK. Based on some estimates, the eruptive power will be equal to 1,000 atomic bombs. According to the experts at the Yellowstone Volcanic Observatory, global climate changes may follow, resulting in the deaths of a significant portion of the living beings on the planet. Researchers from Oxford have also considered the odds for human extinction from more exotic phenomena, like something called vacuum collapse. There is a theory that our planet is within the space of a so-called false vacuum. For whatever reason, it could suddenly go into a lower energy state. As a result, the atoms that form everything on the planet will cease to stick together, and the Earth will fly apart into billions of small pieces in a matter of minutes. In addition, stars, when coming into being, are in theory also capable of finishing off our planet, even if they are immensely far away from the Earth. In the opinion of astronomers, the Betelgeuse star in the constellation of Orion, at a great distance of 222 parsecs from us, could soon turn into a supernova. Brad Carter from the Australian University of Southern Queensland believes that the explosion could impact the Earth profoundly if one of the Betelgeuse poles is pointed towards the Earth. Then, high-energy gamma rays could reach us, destroying the ozone layer of the Earth and killing all life on the planet. In addition to the likelihood of the quick death of humanity from cataclysms, scientists from Oxford have considered a possible slower extinction from natural causes. Factors involving environmental changes, an evolutionary arms race, and species adaptability were given consideration. One day, we could lose this race. Already now, there are many species ready to defeat humanity in the struggle for survival. If, for instance, radiation on Earth rises significantly, then who knows? It might be that only the tardigrade might survive. After all, they are thousands of times more resistant to radiation compared to people. Researchers also estimated the upper bound on extinction rates for typical mammalian species, including Hominidae. There is convincing evidence that the species Homo erectus had existed on the planet for more than 1.7 million years and Homo habilis for 700,000 years. Hence, we infer that our species' survival rates exceeding 200,000 years are not unique to the genus. Fossils indicate that the average time for Hominidae's existence ranges from 620 to 970,000 years. Scientists from Oxford have also examined unknown risks to determine the total extinction rate more precisely. After that, they performed an analysis of all available data and performed all the required calculations. The researchers obtained two results. The probability that humanity goes extinct from natural causes in any given year is 1 in 14,000, according to the more reliable and pessimistic option. According to a more optimistic forecast, the probability of human extinction is less than 1 in 87,000. Is this a lot or a little? You be the judge. A 1 in 14,000 chance of going extinct also means we have a 99.993% chance of not going extinct each next year. However, the odds of human extinction from natural causes are much higher than, for example, the chance for an individual to be struck by lightning, which is 1 in 700,000, or to be attacked by a shark, which is 1 in 650,000. And it's almost the same odds as the chance of dying in a plane crash on a commercial flight. However, some other factor not considered in the study could increase the natural bounds of extinction. So, a disease that emerged naturally could change into a real pandemic as modern technologies allow people to travel quickly around the planet, easily passing on an infection. But scientists have yet to figure out the likelihood of such an outcome. In the meantime, the authors of the study concluded that anthropogenic risks like nuclear war or global warming resulting from long-lasting human activities pose a threat immeasurably higher than naturally induced ones. For example, during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, John Kennedy rated the likelihood of a nuclear war at 1 in 3. Assuming that only 0.1% of atomic wars could result in human extinction from a nuclear winter, then Kennedy's assessment in 1962 is more than fourfold higher than the pessimistic bound in the study and 250 times higher than the optimistic bound. In turn, Australian scientists predicted the collapse of human civilization and then human extinction due to climate changes over the next 30 years. Even if the average temperature rises only 3 degrees Celsius or 5.4 degrees Fahrenheit, the consequences might turn out fatal for us. And these are not the only risks that we may face. The number of biotechnologies hazardous to our species has been growing recently. John Sotos from Johns Hopkins University in the USA considers that one of the possibilities for cataclysm is the creation of new microorganisms that are capable of causing a fatal pandemic for humanity. Or we could be wiped out by artificial intelligence that grows out of control if one day it sets itself a super goal. For example, environmental remediation on the planet. Then humanity, for it, will be about as important as an anthill is in the path of a bulldozer. So, the likelihood for human extinction from natural causes, as compared with anthropogenic ones, is quite low. And yet, according to scientists, to reduce it where possible would be reasonable. At the same time, we should focus on the more destructive consequences of our activities. And please tell me, what do you think poses the greatest hazard to humanity? Write in the comments below. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up and click on the bell to not miss the most interesting episodes still to come. And of course, don't forget to tell your friends about us. Riddle is always much more fun together. By 2050, cyborgs will be serving in the U.S. Army. The cyborgs will have incredible eyesight and hearing, telepathic abilities, and phenomenal endurance. Could it be that maybe American scientists are already nursing a new kind of people, the X-Men, in their secret laboratories? Ominous experiments on embryos have nothing to do with it. With the help of the latest technologies, it's planned to turn ordinary people into universal super fighters. So, what will these hybrids of man and machine look like? What challenges will they face? For a soldier, eyesight is the main source of strategic information. It's not surprising that the military is searching for ways to improve it. These days, soldiers have to work in the dark with bulky and rather heavy night vision goggles. However, the company Rockwell Collins has offered an alternative in the form of a new augmented reality system, IDVS, Integrated Digital Vision System. The system is built into the helmets and provides more detailed information about the battlefield and the enemy. Data from the command center, other fighters, or drones is displayed on a transparent projection screen with a resolution of 1920 by 1200 pixels right in front of the soldier's eyes. The IDVS also allows you to view interactive maps, mark strategically important objects on the go, and instantly transfer information to others. Multispectral sensors increase visibility in bad weather conditions, and 4 rechargeable batteries provide up to 6 hours of battery life. Other potential solutions are contact lenses with the same capabilities, plus digital zoom and the latest Striker 2 helmet-mounted display, HMD, helmet for fighter pilots. The helmet's capability was demonstrated by the British defense company BAE Systems in July 2019. The helmet provides surround sound, a tracking system for targets, and night vision. The pilot can see through the airplane with the help of cameras on the airplane's body. All this technology facilitates military missions and provides an advantage in aerial combat. At the same time, the device weighs less than similar systems. One of the most extreme options would be the surgical implantation of various eye modifications. People are unlikely to agree to the removal of healthy parts of their visual system. Therefore, such an operation to install high-tech equipment in the body will probably be carried out only in cases of illness or injury to the eyes. In exchange for ordinary vision, a person will be able to see the entire spectrum of electromagnetic radiation. Despite efforts to reduce the weight of equipment, soldiers, like all people, still get tired. However, they don't always have the opportunity to get good rest. In this regard, scientists suggest a restorative or optogenetic bodysuit. This special suit will quickly relieve tension from aching muscles and in a shorter period of time will restore soldiers' strength. Sensors that are located on a mesh suit fitting tightly against their bodies will monitor muscle condition. The sensors stimulate the nerve cells with programmed light pulses. Moreover, the technology acts on the entire nervous system as well as on individual neural connections. The suit will not only reduce the time needed to rest and increase the endurance of the soldier, but will also help fighters who have lost some functions of their muscular and nervous system due to trauma. These cybernetic muscles will not only work better than soldiers' own muscles prior to injury, but will also allow them to control drones and various weapons remotely. It's possible that the soldier's entire uniform will also be smart. For example, there are already shirts that can change color depending on lighting or temperature. The same technology is used to create clothes that can change color on demand, rather than through passive stimuli. Such a property would help soldiers to remain inconspicuous in any conditions. There are early prototypes for this kind of technology. researchers have developed a yarn that has copper wire in the center, sheathed by a sleeve made by a type of polymer. The polymer sheath is laced with pigments, which are already used in the technology of color-changing shirts. The copper wire allows the user to slightly change the temperature of the pigment, thereby changing its color. If the microcontroller knows the exact pattern of the textile, it'll be able to create specific patterns all across the fabric. As technology improves, sensors will become smaller and smaller until they start to be woven directly into the fabric. It may get to the point when the soldiers will be able to recharge gadgets from their clothes. The human body generates various types of energy. In everyday life, it's the thermal energy and kinetic energy of movement. So, 1 watt is produced with each breath. You can power a 60-watt light bulb and even a telephone by walking slowly. You can produce up to 2,000 watts when sprinting. The invention of researchers at Vanderbilt University has the greatest chance to develop into a walking charging station. This small device can be placed directly on the clothes and collect the energy of even the most minor human movements. Hearing is another aspect that's planned for improvement. There are 2 equally important approaches: improvement of hearing and its protection from extreme noise, explosions, and shooting. Nowadays, soldiers wear bulky, noise-canceling ear protection. A compact headset would be much more useful, but scientists have gone further and proposed to endow the soldiers with cybernetic ears. Such devices will not only improve hearing and help to detect important sounds from the surroundings, but also to access a voice network and communication. This is comparable to implanting a smartphone in the ear, complete with the functions of translation into foreign languages in real time. Also, the innovations will allow one to distinguish between ultra-low frequency oscillations, infrasound, and ultra-high frequency, ultrasound, and will protect against traumatically loud sounds. The best way to do this is by implanting electrodes, which will interface with neural pathways. You can remove them with minimal adverse effects. Hearing loss is a serious problem in the Army. Therefore, psychologically, soldiers will probably find it easier to go for such a minor surgical procedure rather than an operation on the eyes or muscles. The expansion of brain capabilities with neuro implants offering the possibility of two-way data exchange is the most revolutionary technology by far. It will allow soldiers to instantly exchange data without communication devices, as well as remotely control any equipment and weapons. American inventor Elon Musk has already been working on one area of implementation of this technology with the Neuralink brain implant. This year, it's planned to implant the first such neural interfaces from thin polymer threads into people. At DARPA, the U.S. Department of Defense's Advanced Research Projects Agency, they've been working on neural implant technology for many years. Such a combination of a human soldier and a machine is likely to require a major operation. Therefore, researchers suggest that such neural interfaces be given only to elite fighters, such as the Navy SEALs. Cybernetic innovations are way ahead of the legal and ethical framework of society. And for that reason, they're raising a lot of questions. For example, is a person, after merging with a machine, still a person or part of the equipment? When captured, should they hope to be protected by the Geneva Convention? Is it ethical to remove the enhanced muscles, which allow wounded soldier to move around? Probably. The answers to most of these questions will be given after the fact. An additional complication is that the concept of cyborg in society is largely demonized. Although, in fact, a cyborg is any person into whose body an artificial device was implanted to expand their physical capabilities. For example, a person with a hearing aid. Is it possible to stop the development of technology? According to Elon Musk, a person cannot be smarter than a supercomputer, and since there's no way to defeat it, we'll need to join together with them? Would you agree to become a cyborg? What abilities would you like to improve first? If you like the video, give us a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, click on the bell to enable notifications of new videos, and don't forget to recommend us to your friends. Until next time.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes. Or you're cramming for an exam the night before, but can't bear to keep your eyes open to read one more textbook chapter. Or you're reviewing a dense legal document that could change your life forever. Or you're proofreading your thesis one last time before you submit it to make sure there aren't any errors. No matter what you have to read, we could all use a second pair of eyes to help us retain information and put our best foot forward. Enter Speechify, a reading assistant powered by artificial intelligence and deep learning, and designed consciously for students and working professionals who want to get more done. Speechify does the reading for you, so you can spend less energy reading and more energy comprehending. Choose your listening speed. Start at 230 words per minute and build to 500 words per minute, which is 2.5 times faster than most people read. Choose from a range of incredible voices that use human inflection, so you can stay engaged without getting tired. Don't have enough time to finish? Take your reading on the go with a single click. Best of all, Speechify is free. Click on the button to download now.
How many times have you admired a starry rain on a clear summer night? How about a shower of comets? Right now, while you're sitting in front of the screen, dozens of comets are flying towards Earth, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. After all, the solar system has 6,600 comets, and the slightest external influence can seriously change their trajectory. So, are global catastrophes threatening us due to comets? And why do scientists blame the stars for everything? On June 30th, 1908, our civilization could have perished. On this day, a huge cosmic body entered the Earth's atmosphere, collapsed due to high pressure and temperature, and exploded at an altitude of between 30 to 40 kilometers, or 18 to 25 miles. The estimated explosive power was 15 megatons, about 1,000 times more destructive than the little boy atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima in 1945. According to other sources, the power reached 50 megatons, which is equal to the effect of the largest thermonuclear Tsar Bomba. The incident in 1908 is known as the Tunguska event. According to the most common version, the answer to the Tunguska event is very simple. Our planet collided with a part of a comet, a fragment of which provoked a grand explosion. The collision had terrible consequences. Within a radius of 40 kilometers, or about 25 miles, trees were demolished by a shockwave and wild animals were destroyed. In the area surrounding the Taiga explosion, severe forest fires began. Every existing scientific center around the world recorded the blast. Where did this comet, almost causing a global catastrophe, come from? According to scientists, there are about 6,600 comets in our solar system. They're usually located at least between 2,000 to 5,000 astronomical units from the sun. Here, passes the inner border of the belt of icy celestial bodies known as the Oort cloud. Astronomers suggest that this cloud consists of two parts, an external part in the form of a sphere and an internal one in the form of a disk. The Oort cloud looks like a large swarm of bees surrounding the solar system and extending into space for 10,000 or even possibly 100,000 astronomical units. According to a widely accepted hypothesis, the objects of the Oort cloud initially formed much closer to the sun in the same process in which planets and asteroids form. Over time, gravitational interactions with young giant planets such as Jupiter drove objects into extremely elongated elliptical or parabolic orbits. The number of large comets with a core diameter of more than 1.3 kilometers or 0.8 miles in the outer Oort cloud can reach several trillions, but there could be 10 times more in the inner cloud, because according to some models, the inner cloud is also the source for new comets entering and replenishing the relatively scarce space of the outer sphere. Just imagine hundreds of billions of huge boulders revolving around the sun that at any moment could become a comet, flying at great speeds towards Earth. Isn't this a serious threat? Well, even if the Oort cloud does look exactly like this, only a few of its inhabitants carry even a minimal threat to humanity. Yet, what makes objects so remote from the sun move closer? And is it possible to predict whether a new terrible collision threatens our planet? In the middle 20th century, Jan Hendrik Oort suggested that neighboring stars, by their gravity, force objects to gravitate from the cloud into the interior of the solar system, becoming comets visible to humans. Some astronomers have even hypothesized that very close to the sun may be a special dark star, directing thousands of dangerous objects in the direction of the Earth. Scientists suggested calling the star Nemesis in honor of the ancient Greek goddess of retribution. According to astronomers, the influence of Nemesis has led to the largest disasters in the history of our planet, such as the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event, during which the last dinosaurs allegedly disappeared. The mysterious Nemesis has never been discovered, but scientists began looking for patterns between the behavior of comets and the movement of such well-known neighbors of the sun as Alpha Centauri, Sirius, or Procyon. Can it be that these very bright stars of the night sky could threaten the Earth with a shower of comets? The answer to this question was found only recently. In 2019, astrophysicists from the Poznan Observatory compared the orbits of several hundred long-period comets known to us today with the trajectories of stars nearby the sun. Scientists concluded at least two stars influenced the movement of the comets, but it's still impossible to evaluate the influence of other stars on the Oort cloud. Most surprisingly, the stars that supposedly cause the disturbance of comets are by no means our closest neighbors. One of these stars, HD 7977, is approximately 247 light years from us. But even this distance didn't prevent it from pushing a comet deeper into the solar system. The gravitational effect of this star on the orbit of comet C/2002A3 worked such that in 2002 it passed very closely to Jupiter. At the same time, the orbit of C/2002A3 turned into a parabola, and it became a comet observable from the Earth. It turns out that even such distant stars may send huge blocks of ice in our direction. Is it not them who are to blame for the Tunguska event and other dangerous collisions? Polish researcher Rita Wysochanska questions the current explanation for the causes of comets. Her research has shown that the gravity of neighboring stars is not enough for the emergence of all known comets. Some other force acts on the Oort cloud, which causes such intense movement inside our planetary system. One of these previously unknown forces may be the galactic tide. As you know, the solar system is located in one of the spiral arms of the Milky Way galaxy. All of the sleeves of the galaxy revolve around its center. In particular, the orbital velocity of the sun around the center of the galaxy is approximately 220 to 240 kilometers, or 140 to 150 miles per second. With tremendous speed, we're moving with the sun through a rather large interstellar cloud. The changing location of the solar system relative to the center of the galaxy causes the so-called galactic tide. Tidal forces stretch the Oort cloud toward the center of the galaxy and compress it along two other axes, similar to how the shape of the Earth changes due to the attraction of the moon. In this case, the Oort cloud, in which comets are stored, is far enough away from the sun that even the slightest external influence can seriously change the trajectory of its objects. Scientists fear that in the near future, the risk of collision of cosmic bodies with the Earth will only increase. If today, the closest star to us is Proxima Centauri at a distance of about 4.2 light years, then after 1.3 million years, the star Gliese 710 will reach close to our system in only 0.11 to 1.3 light years. In this case, the gravitational impact of the new neighbor could be so great that a whole rain of comets could come falling down on the planets of the solar system. Astronomers from the Complutense University of Madrid published a report in 2018 which states that the minimum distance between Gliese 710 and the Sun is a mere 650 billion kilometers, or 400 billion miles. In this case, a star flying near us could take comets with it and move them closer to the Sun, which puts our planet in great danger. On the other hand, the convergence of other stars with the Sun is not uncommon. For example, just 70,000 years ago, nearby our system flashed two stars at once, or rather, the binary star, Schultz's star. At the same time, no tragedy occurred. The Schultz star quickly retreated, and the trajectory of the comets didn't change practically at all. So panic over a possible collision with a comet is not necessary. What's more is that the size of the Earth is negligible compared to the length of its orbit. This means that the probability of a comet and our planet meeting is extremely small. What do you think? Should we be wary of the icy wanderers of the solar system? Want to surprise your friends with unusual facts about Earth and space? Then subscribe to our channel and share this video with your friends. Until next time. Do you think that snow is always light and fluffy? Actually, it's capable of being solid and dangerous. One single snowflake could kill you. That is, if you find yourself on the exoplanet Caros 7b in the Monoceros constellation. Astronomers believe that it snows in the form of stones there. However, it's not necessary to go so far. No less fantastic snowfalls occur within the Earth. But to see them, you have to not look up, but deep down. Of course, we cannot literally peer into the very depths of the Earth, nor pull something out from within its depths. The geophysics of the interior of the planet are explored using seismic waves and modeling. But the results of experiments don't always agree with generally accepted models of its structure. So it's believed that in the very heart of the Earth, there's a solid inner core with a radius of about 1,300 kilometers. That's 808 miles. It's surrounded by a liquid outer core about 2,200 kilometers or 1,367 miles thick. The result of many years of work by different research groups was something called the Preliminary Reference Earth Model, or PREM, a model of the Earth. It describes how the density of a substance, pressure, gravity, and other parameters change with depth. However, not so long ago, data was obtained that contradicts this model. It turned out that in the lower part of the outer core, seismic waves change speed more slowly than previously thought. The inner core also presented a surprise. Through the upper part of its eastern hemisphere, the waves propagated faster than through a similar region of the western hemisphere. Geophysicists from Sichuan University in China and the University of Texas at Austin decided to shed light on the dark sides of the center of the Earth. Researchers have created a model of the outer and inner core of the Earth based on new indicators. The results were stunning. It turned out that at the very heart of the planet, snow falls nonstop. Of course, this is not the ordinary precipitation from frozen water that we're used to. The lower layer of the outer core is filled with snowflakes of crystallized iron. They fall to the surface of the solid inner core and gather there in huge snowdrifts up to 300 kilometers or 186.4 miles in height. Moreover, this so-called precipitation covers the inner core with a layer of varying thickness, so it doesn't have a clear boundary. According to the researchers, this layer of crystallized iron affects the speed of seismic waves. The authors also suggest that this layer of iron snow in the eastern hemisphere of the inner core is thicker than in the western hemisphere. This explains the mysterious asymmetry. In their study, the geophysicists compared the settling of iron particles with well-studied processes in the magma chambers of volcanoes. Minerals that crystallize first from molten magma sink to the bottom of their source. In the core, the compaction of iron increases its internal part of the core and reduces the external part. Scientists note that the theory of iron snowfalls in the center of the Earth isn't new. In the early 1960s, Soviet geophysicist Stanislav Braginsky suggested that between the inner core and the outer layer, there are solid particles of iron suspended in a liquid medium. However, at that time, studies didn't confirm this theory. New experimental results have brought scientists to Braginsky's theory. Recent studies in the physics of minerals suggest that iron, silicon, and oxygen compounds can actually solidify. As a result, about 15% of the lowest part of the outer core is composed of snowflakes of crystallized iron. Scientists have yet to confirm their hypothesis based on data from geophysical modeling with numerous experiments. At the same time, they hope to learn more about other mysteries of the center of our planet. So, the composition of the inner core is still not precisely defined. According to the most widely accepted theory, it contains 85% iron and 10% nickel. The remaining 5% may be carbon, silicon, or some other element. There's also an assumption that the outer core is formed from metallic hydrogen. So, here's another problem that experimenters will have to solve in the future. It's known that the inner core rotates a little faster than the rest of the planet. Why this difference in speed has arisen is still not clearly understood. We can say that we generally know less about what's happening under our feet than we do about space. In the core of the Earth is one of the least studied objects. The core is associated with many vital processes on the surface of the planet. For example, the formation of the magnetic field. The heat released in the inner core as a result of nuclear reactions leads to the convective movement of liquid matter in the outer core. Just like fire under a pot makes the water in it move. The rotation of the Earth around its axis turns this system into a dynamo that generates the Earth's magnetic field. With the critical shrinking of the liquid layer of the nucleus, we risk being left without this protection from the destructive flow of cosmic radiation. The core also affects the movement of tectonic plates. Researchers believe that the temperature difference in the central regions of the Earth and the crust causes convection, heat, gravity currents in the mantle, which in turn facilitates the movement of the plates. Also, the processes in the core are often likely the cause of various natural disasters on our planet. Recently, a group of geophysicists from the University of California, Berkeley, led by Barbara Romanowitz, scanned the Earth to a depth of 1,000 kilometers, or 621.371 miles, using seismic waves. They saw a strange and fantastic landscape there. Under the mantle, instruments recorded a stormy ocean of molten iron, which presents itself as the liquid outer core. The storms in the metallic ocean are supposedly capable of causing powerful earthquakes. Over the past 100 years, each of the 5 serious jumps from 25 to 30% in the number of earthquakes of magnitude greater than 7.0 coincided with a slowdown in the Earth's rotation around its axis. Why this is happening, scientists just can't say for sure. One theory offers the explanation of the periodicity of the so-called lithospheric overshoot. This is the name of the phenomenon in which the speed of the cortex becomes much greater than the speed of rotation of the liquid core under it. In addition, scientists from the University of California discovered some strange and mysterious structures inside the Earth. They somewhat resemble mountains of sand connected by gravel pits, but it's not known what their density is relative to the mantle. Geophysicist Saneh Kotar of the University of Cambridge believes that they look like massive mountains. One of the highest peaks is located under the Pacific Ocean, the other under Africa, and partially under the Atlantic Ocean. And each one is the size of an entire continent. Scientists believe that these pillars can be 100 times higher than Mount Everest. If the peaks were on the surface of the planet, the International Space Station would have to fly around them. Such a landscape is likely to contribute to plate tectonics and volcanic eruptions. However, seismic waves don't give a complete picture of the underground landscapes. To confirm the incredible theories about iron snowfalls in the core and mantle ridges, scientists apparently will have to penetrate to the very center of the Earth. To do this, Japanese researchers created the project Chikyu Haken, Japanese for Earth Discovery. They plan to look into the very bowels of the planet with the help of the Japanese drilling vessel Chikyu, equipped with a drill 10,000 meters or 32,808 feet long. Scientists want to begin work by 2030. The Japanese program is part of the Integrated Ocean Drilling Program, or IODP. The researchers will try to better understand the Earth's mantle. If the plan succeeds, it will be possible to go further and reach down to the planet's core. And who knows, maybe one day in a future video, I'll show you how iron snow sweeps the core of the planet. Most likely, other strange, unimaginable things are hidden in the center of our world that we'll never be able to see. So, what do you think? Can we actually see what's hiding in the heart of the Earth? Let us know in the comments. If you liked the video, give us a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and click on the bell to enable notifications of new videos. And don't forget to recommend us to your friends, because together, it's always much more fun. Until next time. How would you like to live in a city where it rains 247 days in a row? Yes, that's over 8 months. It was on one of the Hawaiian Islands that such a weather record was set. But not only can rainy weather ruin people's mood and plans, but in the literal sense, it washes the ground from under our feet. It kills the immune system and destroys the economy. What would happen to our planet if it would rain continuously? And what terrible consequences might this have on the human body? The Hawaiian Islands is not only a popular tropical resort, but it's also one of the rainiest places on Earth. For this reason, this region is called the Rainbow State. After tropical showers, you can often observe this picturesque natural phenomenon. It was on the Hawaiian island of Oahu between 1993 and 1994 that it rained for 247 days in a row. But rainfall doesn't just bring freshness and the opportunity to admire rainbows to the residents of the Hawaiian Islands. Due to the weather, destructive floods often occur there. For example, in April of 2018, more than 1,380 millimeters or 54 inches of rain fell as a result of powerful thunderstorms on one of the islands. Many fields, roads, and even houses were underwater. Mud flows demolished buildings, uprooted trees, and overturned cars. The main force of the tropical cyclone lasted only a few hours. But for this time, local residents suffered much damage, estimated at $125 million US. The worst of all is the suffering from flooding after heavy rainfall areas around the world, which are in lowland areas or in the valleys of mountains. For example, up to a quarter of the Netherlands is below sea level. To protect against the rising level of the ocean, they constructed a whole network of canals, embankments, and water control dams. But if it were to rain nonstop in Holland, water falling from the sky would very quickly flood the entire region. A similar situation has already happened in Europe in 2002, when dozens of cities were impacted by heavy rain. Then, within a few weeks, in the territory of Russia, Czechia, Austria, Slovakia, and many other European countries, a record amount of precipitation fell. It was the worst flooding caused by rain for the last 100 years in Europe. Rivers overflowed. Buildings and basements were flooded, and even subway stations. Just 1 week of heavy rain caused $15 billion US of damage to European countries. Continuous rain is even more dangerous for mountainous areas. In the plains, water levels usually rise relatively slowly, but the streams flowing from the mountains, like an avalanche, literally demolish entire villages. Water rushing down the slopes takes with it a huge amount of dirt, sand, stone, trees, and other objects. All this mass, called mud flow, can have a speed of up to 10 to 15 meters or 32 to 50 feet per second. Often people don't even have time to escape these dangerous places and get out of the path of nature. For example, in 2018, at least 13 people died as a result of large-scale landslides in the state of California in the U.S. The mud stream that arose during the shower caused such destruction that even the police and rescue services were horrified. It was like the battlefield of World War I, was how the local sheriff recounted the terrible scene. But even if constant precipitation does not occur all over the planet, but only in some regions, growing food will be difficult. Waterlogged soil contains less oxygen. During prolonged flooding, the roots of plants suffer from a lack of oxygen or its complete absence. First, it causes a slowdown in growth, and later, the death of the plant. According to the estimates of scientists, 10% of agricultural land in the world is in a flood zone, which can lead to huge crop losses. It's estimated that one day of flooding in a wheat field reduces the yield by almost 2%. If widespread rains cover our planet, the threat of hunger will become one of the main problems of mankind. Finally, continuous rainfall and dampness not only cause many people to feel sad and depressed, an increase in humidity threatens serious health problems. For example, one of the most dangerous infectious diseases is malaria. In 2018, 228 million people were infected with the disease, and as many as 405,000 died. The causative agent of malaria enters the bloodstream of a person as a result of being bitten by a mosquito from the genus Anopheles. These insects today inhabit almost all climatic zones, with the exception of the subarctic, Arctic zones, and deserts. For a long time, scientists couldn't find an effective malaria vaccine. As of 2019, the effectiveness of the existing vaccine was only between 31 and 56%. Only in 2020, massive clinical trials of a drug were planned, which showed 100% effectiveness in small samples. In 2019, the governments of Kenya, Ghana, and Malawi launched a pilot program for mass vaccination of the local population. But in the rest of the world, the only way to prevent this dangerous disease is to kill mosquitoes. Their number is directly related to the amount of precipitation, so a warm, humid climate and the presence of swamps also increase the risk of an epidemic. The same relationship has been established for another deadly disease, dengue fever. The causative agents of this infection are also transmitted by mosquitoes. Living in a flooded city is even more detrimental to health. And it's not just a risk of drowning in an icy stream. Heavy rainfall disrupts the water supply and sewage system. Contamination of drinking water can cause epidemics of serious diseases, such as cholera. The infection is caused by an anaerobic bacteria that live in many bodies of water. Residents of flood-affected regions are often forced to drink water from rivers and streams. Thus, massive outbreaks of cholera can occur. For example, in April 2019, Mozambique suffered from Cyclone Kenneth, the strongest tropical cyclone in the history of Africa. During the storm itself, hundreds of thousands of residents were left homeless without clean water and fresh food. As a result, more than 1,400 cases of cholera were recorded in only a few weeks. The epidemic, which began in Haiti in October 2010, became even more terrible. According to a statement by the Haiti Ministry of Health, on February 16, 2011, the number of deaths from the epidemic was 4,549, and 231,070 people were infected. A joint study by American and Indian scientists showed that prolonged heavy rains significantly increased the incidence of diarrhea in children. This problem is still typical for India and other territories with a monsoon tropical climate. With this type of climate, almost all precipitation falls in the summer. Researchers compared the incidence of children getting diarrhea with the amount of rainfall that fell the day before. It turned out that children got sick 1.5 times more often if 3 weeks before the illness there was at least one day with heavy rain. If the rains began after a long dry period, the incidence increased immediately by 2.6 times. I don't even know if doctors can cope with so many diseases during a flood. Generally, continuous rains would threaten mankind with disastrous consequences. But can it happen that the whole Earth is suddenly flooded? Scientists are sure that this will not happen. According to their calculations, the total atmospheric water content is about 13 trillion cubic meters. That's 13 times 10 to the 12th power cubic meters. That's 459 times 10 to the 12th power cubic feet. Moreover, Remember, the surface area of our planet is 510.072 million square kilometers, or almost 197 million square miles. Even if you imagine that all this moisture suddenly falls evenly on the surface of the Earth, its thickness will be about 25.3 millimeters, or about 1 inch. For example, during heavy rain, more than 8 millimeters, or 0.3 inches of moisture falls per hour. So, the global flood, if it does occur, will more likely resemble how it looks during moderate rain that has been going on for a little over 3 hours. But, on the other hand, humanity must not lose vigilance. As the average temperature on Earth rises, the amount of precipitation will increase. For many regions, these climate changes can lead to serious disasters. So if we don't want to see the day when rain continuously floods us from the sky, it's better to take care of the environment before it's too late. And what is the longest rain you personally observed? Write your answer in the comments. And don't forget to give us a thumbs up on the video. Until next time. Are you sure life originated on Earth? Comfortable conditions on our planet have helped evolution. But where did the very first organic molecule come from? A stunning finding could break the whole idea of life in the universe. Wide open. Researchers have been able to detect complex sugars, the most important components of living organisms, in meteorites. Does this mean that scientists have solved the mystery of the origin of life on Earth and found the source of all living things? Some scientists believe life arose here spontaneously under certain favorable conditions. Others are convinced that the molecules of life were brought from outer space. A new study of meteorites supports the cosmic version of the origin of life. In 1806, at the height of the Napoleonic Wars, a meteorite fell near the French town of Alais. This was 3 years after meteorites were officially recognized by the French Academy of Sciences. Some of the fragments of meteorite Alais were lost, yet after 28 years, one was collected and stored in the laboratory of famous Swedish chemist Jöns Jacob Berzelius. At first, he didn't even believe it was a cosmic body. Meteorite Alais contained an organic mass soluble in water. When heated, its particles drifted and charred, a clear sign of the presence of organic substances, carbon compounds. All known life forms on our planet are built from such compounds. Berzelius first described carbonaceous chondrites as a new type of stone meteorite. Their name indicates a structural feature where chondrule is present in the stone, small rounded silicate grains, as well as carbon. On Earth, carbonaceous chondrites are sparse, less than 5% of all meteorites. They are ordinary black stones that can easily be mistaken for a piece of asphalt. For scientists, carbonaceous chondrites are the most valuable meteorites, but finding them is very rare. Carbonaceous chondrites are very fragile. With just your fingers, you can grind them into powder. Therefore, they're easily destroyed traveling through Earth's atmosphere. Once they hit the planet, meteorites, as a rule, disappear without a trace, mixing with terrestrial rocks. It's no surprise that only 24 carbonaceous chondrites have been found and preserved in the world. In 1969, Carbonaceous chondrites weighing more than 100 kilograms or 220 pounds fell in Australia near the village of Murchison. Its pieces, weighing from 680 grams to 7 kilograms or 1.5 to 15 pounds, scattered across 13,000 square kilometers, about 5,000 square miles. Fragments were collected and transferred to scientists for research. It turned out some of its particles are almost 3 billion years older than the sun. Scientists from the German Institute of Ecological Chemistry, led by Philipp Schmidt-Kaplan, discovered 14,000 organic compounds in a meteorite in 2010. Of these, 70 are amino acids. The Murchison meteorite was recognized as the most alive of all that have fallen to Earth. Philipp Schmidt-Kaplan is convinced that it contains many more organic molecules, maybe millions. But so far, scientists haven't found them all due to limited means. After 9 years, at the end of 2019, a team of American and Japanese scientists conducted a new study of the Murchison meteorite. For the first time, astrobiologists reliably detected complex sugars, xylose, lysose, and arabinose. But the main find was ribose. This sugar is a key component of ribonucleic acid, RNA. RNA is found in the cells of all living organisms. It serves as an intermediary, copying genetic information from DNA and transmitting it for protein synthesis. Ribose was also found in another carbonaceous chondrite, discovered in Africa in 2001. Research leader Yoshihiro Furukawa of Tohoku University believes extraterrestrial ribose could have led to the formation of RNA molecules and the origin of life on Earth. Found in meteorites older than the sun, it can be assumed such celestial bodies could have supplied organic molecules to Earth at the birth of the solar system. Remember, organic compounds have been found in meteorites before, including sugar, though each time these discoveries were criticized in the scientific world. Some argued that the samples could be contaminated with organic matter from Earth. Therefore, scientists led by Yoshihiro Furukawa had to not only detect ribose, but also prove its extraterrestrial origin. Key evidence was the isotopic composition of carbon. It's known that earthly life prefers light carbon-12 to heavier carbon-13. Here, analysis showed that sugar from the meteorites was never part of living cells. To confirm their results, scientists are awaiting the return of space missions to asteroids Bennu and Ryugu. They'll deliver soil from the surfaces of these cosmic bodies. Both asteroids are carbonaceous chondrites. The American Interplanetary Station OSIRIS-REx was sent to asteroid Bennu in 2016. In August 2020, it will take soil from its surface and in 2023, deliver it to Earth. Samples from another asteroid, Ryugu, are already on their way to Earth on Japanese spacecraft Hayabusa 2. It's expected on Earth at the end of 2020. Soil from both asteroids may contain organic molecules. Since they'll be delivered to Earth by spacecraft, the risk of them mixing with organic terrestrial substances has been eliminated. Scientists will get clean samples. But where did complex sugars in space come from? An international team of researchers has answered this. Experts calculated the chemical reaction in the formation of organic molecules that could occur in space on the surface of asteroids. By reproducing this, scientists obtained a sugar composition similar to those in meteorites. However, astrophysicists have long been finding organic molecules in cosmic space. Thanks to spectral analysis, they found organic compounds on Mars, methane ice on Pluto, and methane ethane, and even acetylene on Saturn's largest satellite, Titan. But the discovery of organic matter in space does not indicate the existence of life on these objects. Such molecules can form from chemical reactions without living organisms. However, the detection of ribose in meteorites could be the key to determining the origin of life on Earth. Perhaps we'll find out what started it all. At the heart of life on Earth are DNA and RNA macromolecules, nucleic acids, as well as proteins. To build an organism means to produce its proteins only in the right place, at the right time, in the right amount. It is DNA that stores information about the structure of proteins and about when, where, and how many will be synthesized. When constructing proteins using a DNA matrix, the mediator, RNA, plays a huge role. Cells create both RNA and DNA with the help of enzymes, proteins that facilitate the attachment of the components of nucleic acids to one another. In the 1970s, biologists discovered that some RNAs could catalyze this process, that is, reproduce it themselves. So, the hypothesis of the RNA world arose. According to this theory, at the dawn of life, RNA copied itself and did so without protein. Later, proteins joined the process, and DNA turned into the main gear of heredity. The detection of ribose in meteorites was another argument in favor of this idea regarding the development of life on Earth. The Murchison meteorite fell more than half a century ago, but it still holds puzzles. Of the 70 amino acids that scientists have found in it, only 19 are found on Earth. What if the biggest discoveries are yet to come, and we finally understand how life appeared and how much of it is in the universe? Perhaps this one small molecule arriving on a meteorite is enough. And what version of the origin of life on Earth do you adhere to? If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and click on the bell to be notified of new videos. Until next time. What do you associate cotton candy with? With fluff, perhaps, or snowflakes? Maybe so, but certainly not with stars or planets. From our point of view, they're huge and incredibly heavy. However, the latest scientific discoveries have turned these expectations upside down. In space, we've now found amazing worlds that are fluffy like cotton candy or corn puffs. Is this a joke? Have astrophysicists made a mistake? Such planets do exist, and scientists have even designated them as a special group, superpuffs, meaning that they are fluffy. They're a kind of exoplanet, space objects outside our solar system, with a mass only a few times larger than our Earth's, with a radius greater than that of Neptune and very low density. Superpuffs look big and massive like Jupiter, but are about 100 times lighter. Their density is less than 0.5 grams per cubic centimeter. That's 0.29 ounces per cubic inch. However, among them are some particularly amazing specimens. The least considered planets, Kepler-51b, 51c, and 51d of the Cygnus constellation. These three exoplanets orbiting the star Kepler-51, discovered in 2012 by the Kepler Space Telescope. Then, 2 years later, they found a strange low-density object. Imagine balls of cotton candy the size of Jupiter. Their density, according to scientists, is less than 0.1 gram per cubic centimeter. That's 0.06 ounces per cubic inch. A piece of this fluffy planet the size of a 160-liter barrel, or 42 gallons, will weigh no more than 16 kilograms, or 35.2 pounds, while a similar barrel of sand will weigh almost 190 kilograms, or 418.8 pounds. But are these calculations correct? It's difficult to imagine the existence of space objects with such a low density. Exoplanets are indeed very difficult to detect and study. They're located extremely far from Earth. Their dim radiation fades in the bright light of nearby stars. To search for such celestial bodies, scientists mainly use various methods of indirect detection, and the results are not always accurate. A careful study of the star WASP-9 with a spectrometer called HARPS, for example, found that in its system there are no planets, as had previously been thought. A similar fate befell the alleged Alpha Centauri BB. Repeated analysis of the radial velocity of the star Alpha Centauri B showed that the detected period of its oscillations is due to some nuances of data processing and not the space object itself. But in the case of fluffy planets in the Kepler-51 system, there is no error. This was confirmed by recent research using the Hubble Space Telescope, or HST. Astronomers from the University of Colorado at Boulder studied the atmosphere of Kepler-51b and 51d, hoping to find signs of water on them. They applied the conventional method of transit photometry based on observations of the motion of a celestial body against the background of a star. According to lead researcher Jessica Libby Roberts, no water molecules were found. It also wasn't possible to determine what exactly is occurring in the atmosphere of these cotton giants. The study was hindered by a dense, opaque haze in the upper layers of the gas shell of the planets. In order to clarify the situation, scientists turned to computer simulation. They decided to determine what kind of atmosphere could cause a combination of extremely low density and an opaque shell. It turned out that a mixture of hydrogen and helium surrounded by a layer of methane is best suited to support such conditions. All of these gases are lighter than air. For example, with their help, we inflate balloons. The atmosphere becomes so inflated by these gases that the planets Kepler-51b, C, and D are almost the size of Jupiter, although their mass is only several times the mass of the Earth. Methane also creates a haze that interferes with studying them closely. Astronomers have already observed something similar on Titan, the satellite of Saturn. Due to the thick layer of methane, scientists couldn't get a direct image of the satellite until the arrival of the spacecraft Cassini to Saturn in 2004. Unlike Earth's water clouds, these clouds can also contain salt crystals. They give scientists an understanding of how Kepler-51b and D relate to other low-mass, gas-rich exoplanets. These include, for example, puffy planets. In terms of density, they're comparable to superpuffs. The most rarefied among them having unusually low pressure is WASP-17b, with an average density of 0.1 grams per cubic meter, or 0.06 ounces per cubic inch, less than that of foam. It could theoretically float in water without ever drowning if there was a suitably sized pool for it. However, loose planets, unlike superpuffs, are hot Jupiters. They are more massive, located close to their star, and expand under the influence of its energy. Scientists also confirmed the hypothesis that cloud formation is related to the temperature of the planet. The colder it is, the more cloudiness. However, the gas curtain doesn't hide all the secrets of Kepler 51b, 51c, and 51d. These are planets with a very strange pedigree because they simply could not have formed near their stars. But astrophysicists already know a lot about the future of such worlds. Researchers have found that the atmospheres of the planets of the Kepler 51 system are actively evaporating into space. According to them, this phenomenon can explain why superpuffs are so rare. To date, less than 15 of these cotton giants have been discovered by astronomers. Since these strange planets are very young, they're about 500 million years old, the cotton candy-like state could just be a temporary stage of their development. So scientists suggest that at the end of this space journey, Kepler 51b will become a sort of mini Neptune, the most common type of exoplanet in our galaxy. However, Kepler 51d, which is located farthest from its sun, will remain an unusual planet with a low density, but it will lose significant mass and a small part of its atmosphere. In the very end, though, all the superpuffs will give up, as it were. If these theories are true, they'll help us to learn more about exoplanets. Astronomers place high hopes on the James Webb Space Telescope, or WST, which will replace the Hubble in the year 2021. The device will have high sensitivity to long infrared waves of light and will probably be able to peek through the dense clouds of superlight exoplanets. There are other options. For example, scientists are seriously considering sending nanoprobes driven by solar sails to the distant stars. Tiny spacecraft will take pictures of the planets, study their properties, and transmit the data back to the Earth. With advances in technology, researchers are sure to discover new superpuffs, as well as many more strange worlds. It's estimated that there are more than 100 billion exoplanets in our galaxy. So far, the existence of only a small fraction of these has been reliably confirmed. 4,160 of them, to be exact. But what incredible things they keep hidden from us. The inner exoplanet 55 Cancri E in the Cancer constellation can be included among these jewels. Computer modeling conducted in 2011 showed that it consists of graphite and diamonds, a certain amount of carbides and silicates, as well as a large iron core. At the same time, diamonds account for up to 1/3 of the planet's substance. But on HD 189733b, which is 63 light years from Earth, it rains glass and in a horizontal direction. Yes, this is not a mistake. The wind on this hellish planet can reach a speed of 8,700 kilometers or 5,406 miles per hour. So the rains here essentially don't fall down, but to the side. An atmosphere saturated with silicon dioxide causes clouds to spew liquid glass, which falls to the surface of the planet and solidifies. Wind carries glass through the atmosphere at such a speed that the fragments fly horizontally, cutting everything in their path. There are other places in our galaxy and other wonderful worlds where it snows in the form of stones, ion springs erupt, and two suns shine, just like in the fictional world of Tatooine from the movie Star Wars. Just imagine what surprises the huge number of planets that haven't yet been discovered may hold. Why couldn't there be mega superpuffs among them with extremely low density, compared to which the Kepler 51b and d will seem like heavyweights? Do you think this is possible? Tell us in the comments below. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and click on the bell so as not to miss out on new releases. And recommend us to your friends. It's more fun together. Until next time.
This is how Fiverr changed my life. My name is Drew, and I'm the face and hands behind the Lone Fox YouTube channel. I started my first channel when I was 16, and I was able to teach myself how to edit on Windows Movie Maker and create mediocre graphics in Photoshop. I always had a vision for my brand, but without the proper skill set, it can be hard to achieve on your own, until about 2 years ago when I found Fiverr. From my logo, exclusive merch collection, blog, and e-commerce website, I found the help I needed to turn my vision into a reality. Search the site for the project you're looking for and find freelancers from around the world that fit your budget and project needs. Each freelancer provides a sample of their work, and you can also read reviews from past projects that they've worked on. Share your project ideas and you're good to go. Creating your online presence doesn't have to be time-consuming, hard, or expensive. I wanted to make it easier for you, so I curated a store with Fiverr that showcases some of my favorite freelancers from around the world. Now, nothing should be holding you back. Click the link on the screen to get started.
Google Ads can help you find new customers no matter how they search for your business. Say you own a coffee shop. Customers in your area could be searching for a quick cup of coffee on their way to work. Google Ads lets you choose different search terms so that your ad can be seen by people looking for what you offer. This way, your ads will appear alongside results on Google Search and Maps. You can select where your ads will run. If you're staying local, it'll show up for potential customers near your business. Create ads based on your goals. You'll only pay for results that matter to you, like website visits or calls to your business. Now that's smarter marketing for you and more coffee for your future customers.
Do you know where the compass needle points today? It turns out that over the 2,000 years of the device's existence, it has always set a different direction. Can we trust it now? And why do Google and Apple have to change their maps? And where will the North Pole be in 10,000 years? It's believed that the first compass was invented in China between the 2nd century BC and 1st century AD. Even then, scientists noticed that the magnetic needle always pointed in the same direction. Since then, the compass has been a constant companion of travelers. If you ask a person who's unfamiliar with geography, where does the compass needle point? They will most likely answer toward the North Pole. This answer is wrong. The geographic North Pole is the point of intersection of the axis of Earth's rotation with its surface. However, there's also a magnetic north to which the compass needle points. The magnetic North Pole is hundreds of kilometers away from the geographic North Pole, and it's constantly drifting. The reason lies inside the Earth. Our planet consists of several layers. The mantle lays under the crust of the Earth, and a red-hot core is in the very center. The Earth's core consists of two parts: a solid inner core compressed under the pressure of 2 million atmospheres and mainly containing iron, and a molten outer part, which is very unpredictable. The molten iron and nickel is constantly in motion. The huge temperature difference between the Earth's mantle and the solid inner core leads to the fact that convective flows occur inside this hot underground ocean. It's because of this that our planet has a sufficiently powerful magnetic field. The Earth's magnetosphere extends about 70,000 kilometers, or 43,500 miles deep into outer space. Thanks to this phenomenon, our planet is reliably protected from solar wind and other deadly cosmic radiation. In addition, it was the presence of a magnetic field that allowed people to create such an important navigation device as the compass. Earth's magnetosphere also has an axis. The northern end of the axis is called the North Magnetic Pole. The compass needle points directly at it. By the way, if scientific accuracy is observed, the magnetic South Pole is located in the Northern Hemisphere, and the magnetic North Pole is located in the Southern Hemisphere. However, in order to avoid confusion, scientists turned a blind eye to the laws of physics and decided to call the pole that is now in the Northern Hemisphere the magnetic pole. So, where's this place located? And where will a traveler end up if he keeps walking while following the compass to the north? Back in the 11th century, the Chinese philosopher and astronomer Shen Kuo drew attention to the fact that in some places the compass doesn't always point exactly to the north. The difference between the geographical and magnetic poles was called magnetic declination. After this discovery, more accurate navigation charts were used by sailors and travelers. Later, in 1634, English mathematician Henry Gellibrand discovered that the magnetic declination changes over time, and hence the location of the magnetic pole moves. The exact coordinates of the North Magnetic Pole were determined in 1831. At that time, it was located at Cape Adelaide Regina on the Boothia Peninsula in the Canadian Arctic archipelago. However, by 1904, a new expedition noticed that the magnetic pole had shifted north by several tens of kilometers or miles. 5 more subsequent expeditions took place in search of the magnetic North Pole. And every time, this important point was in a new place. The North Magnetic Pole has been near Canada for the last 400 years. The axis of the magnetic field is constantly shifting, faster by the day. For example, in 2007, the distance between the geographic and magnetic poles was approximately 700 kilometers or 435 miles. And in 2019, according to estimates by the U.S. National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, it decreased to only 390 kilometers or approximately 242 miles. The North Magnetic Pole is currently drifting towards Siberia at a speed of approximately 50 kilometers or 31 miles per year. That is, on average, every day, the pole moves more than 136 meters or 446 feet. The people of Canada are upset about this phenomenon the most. From about the end of the 16th century, they could consider themselves owners of the North Pole. But in 2005, Larry Newitt, head of the Natural Resources Canada Geomagnetic Laboratory, recognized that the magnetic pole had left Canada and today is located outside its territorial waters. So, where's the pole heading? The magnetic field of our planet is the result of the rotation of the liquid outer core of the Earth around a solid inner core. The rotation speed, intensity, and direction of convective flows in the outer core cannot yet be accurately predicted by scientists. The second reason for the displacement of the magnetic pole is the rotation of the planet around its axis. Because of this rotation, the liquid mass in the center of the Earth is twisted into a corkscrew or spiral by inertia, like a spring. French geophysicist Julien Aubert in 2019 suggested that with the help of a supercomputer, in the near future, scientists will be able to create a simulator to model the currents in the depths of our planet and thus calculate the further shift of the magnetic pole. Yet, regular changes in the Earth's magnetic field, its intensity and polarity have yet to be clearly identified. Observations of its previous trajectory of movement only approximately indicate that the magnetic pole is drifting in the direction of Siberia and may reach it by the year 2050. If we assume that neither the direction nor the speed of the travel of the North Magnetic Pole changes, Russia will become its next owner, or the residents of the Taimyr Peninsula will, to be exact. By the way, the magnetic South Pole is also drifting, but at a much lower speed. The reason why the South Pole is more stable than the North is not known yet. French researchers, led by Francois Petrellis, have suggested that it occurs due to the larger land area in the Northern Hemisphere. It turns out that the greater the area of the continents that lie in one of the hemispheres of the Earth, the more often its magnetic field changes direction. On the contrary, if the continents are located symmetrically relative to the equator, then the magnetic field would remain stable for millions of years. The acceleration acceleration of the drift of Earth's magnetic axis poses a problem for space technology and transport. For example, runways at airports are designated according to their magnetic azimuth. These numbers now have to be changed. The same goes for navigation programs. For example, Apple and Google are already working on updating their mapping applications to indicate the precise direction. However, this isn't the worst problem that humanity can face. From time to time, the magnetic inversion of poles happens on Earth. The poles switch places. Inversion has happened about 100 times over the past 160 million years. Presently, the Earth's magnetic field is gradually weakening. Its strength is decreasing by about 5% every 100 years. According to scientists, this is a sign of another inversion. So, what threat does it pose? Under the Cluster 2 satellite system, a project of the European Space Agency, it was found that the magnetic field accelerates oxygen ions and emits them into outer space. Thus, with further weakening of the magnetosphere, the oxygen content in the atmosphere may slightly increase. However, the rate of scientific progress gives us peace of mind. Mankind will certainly figure out how to adapt to the new environment, no matter what happens with the magnetic poles. In the meantime, keep in mind that the compass still doesn't show us the exact direction of the geographic pole, but only approximately helps us to determine the cardinal points. This doesn't mean you can no longer take it with you on a hike. The error in measuring the route remains minimal, unless, of course, we're talking about a trip in the middle or tropical latitudes, and not about a major polar expedition. So, where do you think the North Pole will be in 10,000 years? And will compasses even work by then? Write your answer in the comments to this video, and be sure to subscribe to our channel to learn more about our planet. Until next time. Have you ever imagined yourself as a brilliant detective who solves the mystery with one small clue, such as a button from the crime scene? It must be how astrophysicists feel piecing together the history of the solar system. In their hands was a tiny piece of evidence, data obtained from an ancient object with a diameter of only about 36 kilometers or 22.4 miles. And despite the fact that it's located 44 times farther from the sun than our planet, Earthlings managed to reach it with their exploration devices. So, how did a space probe end up in the distant Kuiper Belt? And why are the mysteries of an asteroid, which resembles a bloody snowman, no less intriguing than the Norwegian detective novels of Joe Nesbo? It all started with Voyager New Horizons, launched in January 2006. In July 2015, it made the first orbit of Pluto in history. Having reached the main goal of the mission, the space probe went even further. The New Horizons team turned its attention to Ultima Thule, or 2014 MU-69, a small object in the Kuiper Belt, which is located at a distance of nearly 6.5 billion kilometers, or 4 billion miles from Earth, and 1.6 billion kilometers, or 1 billion miles further than Pluto. NASA only learned about the existence of the asteroid in 2014, when it was discovered by the Hubble telescope. Soon it was decided to conduct the first study of such a small object in what would be the farthest observation of a planetary body in the history of spaceflight. And that means setting new space records. The head of mission, Alan Stern, then admitted that NASA had never sent a research probe to an object about which so little was known. Having declared such an ambitious goal, Earthlings actually took a wild guess and won. Later, once scientists became more familiar with the asteroid, it was named Arakoth, which means sky in the language of the Powhatan Indians, to replace the old unofficial name of Ultima Thule, meaning the extreme limit. The historical event occurred on January 1st, 2019. The device passed at a distance of about 3,500 kilometers, or 2,175 miles from the asteroid. Just imagine, the images you see were taken farther away than any ever transmitted to the Earth. Scientists and all mankind have opened a completely new, unknown page in the book about the solar system. In reality, all the distant objects in the Kuiper Belt are historical relics that keep prints of the past almost unchanged. As Alan Stern, the director of the New Horizons mission, said, "We've never seen anything so primitive that remains nearly unchanged since the first days of formation." First of all, the appearance of this cosmic body is striking. It looks like a snowman, moreover, a red snowman. The asteroid is a contact binary object, measuring approximately 36 by 18 by 10 kilometers, or 22.4 by 11.2 by 6.2 miles. Both parts of it are almost identical in color. The hue of their ice surface is probably due to the influence of cosmic radiation. Similar effects are responsible for most of the reddish hue on Pluto's surface, as well as for the northern part of its satellite, Charon. Both halves of the asteroid were once separate, freely flying objects. Their union must have occurred shortly after the birth of the solar system. And this moment is of the most interest to scientists, since their merger was surprisingly gentle, as if they converged at the speed of two spacecraft docking together. These two ancestors formed from the same cloud of small particles of gas, dust, and ice, billions of kilometers from the newborn sun. At first, they revolved around a common center of mass, gradually drawing closer together, and ultimately came together very softly. Astronomers believe that the speed of the collision was so slow that a car in a collision at the same speed could barely crush the bumper, somewhere around 8.9 kilometers or 5.5 miles per hour. What we can see in a computer simulation of a merger at such a speed is strikingly similar to what we observe in reality. As more and more data came from the Voyager to Earth, there was yet another surprise. Arakoth is an unusually flat object. The two parts of the asteroid that were initially mistaken for spheres were not spheres at all, but rather flattened petals. The larger half of the asteroid is significantly wider and flatter than the smaller part. One New Horizons researcher, Hal A. Weaver, a planetary scientist from Johns Hopkins University, believes that this shape could have resulted from natural changes during its formation, when a cloud of small particles accumulated around the core. Many objects in the Kuiper Belt possess satellites, but Arakoth seems to be flying alone. If it had a moon, this would help scientists determine the density of the asteroid. All that the authors of the study can say so far is that it most likely resembles the nucleus of a comet. The asteroid also didn't show any signs of an atmosphere that would protect it from collisions, but there are almost no craters on the surface of the cosmic body. A team of researchers has identified only two possible impact craters located on the small part of the binary object in a concave area called Maryland. Scientists believe that this indicates a shortage of small objects in the Kuiper Belt. Arakoth is also a very dark object. It reflects no more than 12% of the light falling on its surface. For comparison, the Earth's soil reflects about 10% of the light that hits it. This makes it even more curious that there are bright, prominent spots on the asteroid. Judging by the pictures, they can be divided into three types: round or oval spots, straight or slightly curved stripes, and wide scattered areas. The brightest spots are on the isthmus of the object, the junction of both lobes, and in Maryland. Their exact nature remains to be explored. Another strange feature of Arakoth remains a mystery. The intensity of its glow doesn't change as it rotates. Astronomers have made several assumptions about the causes of this. For example, that the asteroid is facing the probe only with its poles, so that it's surrounded by a hypothetical gas mantle. But none of these theories have been confirmed. Scientists will probably be able to answer these questions in September of 2020. It's expected that by that time, the probe will transmit all 3 gigabytes of data it collected about Arakoth to Earth. The fact is that now Voyager is located at a distance of more than 6.5 billion kilometers, or 4 billion miles from Earth, and the radio signal takes 6 hours and 9 minutes to reach our planet. Considering that the device is capable of transmitting about 1,000 bits per second, and the probe is constantly moving away from Earth, it will take about 20 months to send all 3 gigabytes. Then, scientists will be able to get up close with the most ancient mysteries of the solar system that have been preserved by the asteroid. Since Arakoth is about 44 times farther from the sun than us, it receives 900 times less sunlight than we do on Earth. It turns out that it never reaches a temperature above minus 212 degrees Celsius or minus 349.6 degrees Fahrenheit, which means that it was well preserved from the moment of its formation shortly after the birth of the solar system. Scientists believe that fluctuations in daily and seasonal temperatures only affected the very shallow surface layer of the asteroid, from a few millimeters to several meters. This is a kind of time capsule, a deeply frozen ancient relic awaiting researchers to discover it. It's likely out of objects similar to Arakoth that the planets of our solar system, including the Earth, eventually formed. Since no small object of the Kuiper Belt had been previously investigated by a spacecraft, we obtained very unique information about the geology and composition of such a body. According to Alan Stern, Arakoth presented us with many puzzles, even more than Pluto, given the difference in size. But this is far from the finale. The probe's radioisotope generators of heat and energy will operate at least until the mid-2030s. This is enough not only to study the Kuiper Belt in detail, but also to go beyond it. The next task of New Horizons may be accomplished in 2021, and this will be a new record of research range. What do you think about this? Does humanity have its own extreme limit of space flights, or is it all just up to our efforts? Let us know in the comments, subscribe to our channel, and click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new and interesting videos. Until next time. Imagine something capable of hitting 2 objects hundreds of kilometers from each other at the same time. Do you think this is some kind of the latest deadly weaponry? In fact, this is simply lightning. We can see it as an abrupt lightning bolt, but we can't even imagine the true scale of this formidable natural phenomenon. How big can lightning actually get? What does it look like from space? And what do elves have to do with it? The altitudes where lightning is born are limited by the height of a thundercloud, the direct source of lightning, which is 20 kilometers or 12.4 miles at its highest. Since the temperature always remains below below 0 degrees Celsius or 32 Fahrenheit above 3 or 4 kilometers, that's between 1.8 to 2.4 miles, the clouds are mainly ice. They are different in size and continuously on the move due to air currents rising up from the heated Earth's surface. The smaller ice particles are lighter, so they're constantly traveling upwards inside the cloud and colliding with larger ice particles, thus generating electric charges. As a result, strong positive charges develop in the upper region of a cloud, with strong negative charges developing in the lower regions. When two clouds get close to each other with their regions oppositely charged, the air insulation breaks down and lightning occurs. Sometimes the ground acts like an accumulator for the positive charges, so that the lightning strikes directly into the ground. Lightning, in terms of length, is much more unpredictable, reaching several kilometers on average. No one realized its maximum length until 1956, when meteorologist Myron Ligda, using radar, measured a lightning flash, the longest at that time, which turned out to be 100 kilometers or 62 miles long. In 2007, this record was broken, with lightning recorded spanning over 321 kilometers or 200 miles over Oklahoma, so huge that it illuminated a ground area at night of 67,340 square kilometers. That's 26,000 square miles. But the latest maximum size was recorded on October 22nd, 2017, with a jumbo flash of 500 kilometers. That's 310 miles, which illuminated the sky over Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas at the same time. Such mega flashes are rare, with only about 1% of lightning flashes overall, as they need special conditions to occur. First, the thunderclouds involved must be several hundred kilometers long. Second, the positively and negatively charged regions must alternate along the entire length of the clouds, making the air layers between them explode one after another like a line of falling dominoes, resulting in huge lightning bolts simultaneously flashing over the entire area. Previously, it had been impracticable to try to measure lightning even if a mega flash occurred. It's become possible only recently thanks to satellites, which have enabled us to identify other features. It was believed until not long ago that lightning from a thundercloud always moves down, heading in the direction of the Earth. But in 1989, it was first discovered that lightning can shoot directly up into space. One type of such lightning is called jets. These jets are capable of reaching altitudes of 40 to 70 kilometers, that's 24.9 to 43.5 miles, and found mainly in tropical regions where strong winds are observed. Usually, it's a cloud-to-ground movement as negative particles accumulate in the lower areas of the clouds. But sometimes, a strong wind pushes the particles to the upper border of the cloud, causing the lightning to shoot upwards. At even more dizzying altitudes, so-called sprites can be observed. Sprites are also directed upwards into space, but they're more like steady red candles rather than blue flashes at an altitude of 50 to 130 kilometers or 31 to 81 miles above the Earth. Scientists believe that sprites have been responsible for many mistaken UFO sightings. People could be shocked at such a sight and mistake a sprite for an extraterrestrial object. At an altitude of 70 kilometers or 43.5 miles, nitrogen turns sprites red. But the closer to the ground they are, the greater the pressure and the greater the amount of oxygen, so that the sprites get bluish at the lower boundary. The most amazing lightning bolts are called elves. These are not mythical creatures with pointy ears, but merely the abbreviation for emission of light and very low frequency perturbations due to electromagnetic pulse sources. These so-called elves had not previously been associated with lightning, but with just another kind of aurora borealis. Later, these so-called elves turned out to be not just lightning, but a real surge of energy in the form of gamma-ray flashes, a phenomenon usually observed with stars. In 1994, scientists happened to pick up gamma-ray flashes, with all their instruments detecting these flashes somewhere close to the Earth. At the time, they didn't associate these gamma rays with lightning. Only in 2019 did it become clear that the gamma ray emitting source was found in the Earth's atmosphere, and that these were the elves, the biggest lightning of all. They appear as a ring-shaped halo around a lightning strike. The ring is 400 kilometers, or 248.5 miles in diameter, and lasts up to 5 milliseconds. Scientists have only just recently been able to snap a photo of some elves. Previously, their presence was revealed only in the radio spectrum. Using the radio signals, scientists have also been able to detect lightning strikes on other planets. Lightning needs clouds to occur, and clouds are absent on Mars due to its rarefied atmosphere. But there is soil and weak gravity there. Due to its small gravitational force, Martian dust rises high into the Martian sky and gathers in clouds, with the grains of sand accumulating the needed electric charges. Therefore, when Earthlings are finally able to colonize Mars, people will see lightning strikes from clumps of dust. As for Venus, our neighbor on the other side, it's been long believed that lightning strikes there are completely impossible due to certain characteristics of the Venusian atmosphere and its magnetic field. However, radio waves from Venus are similar to those emitted during terrestrial lightning storms. One can only guess what they might look like on Venus. When it comes to the biggest lightning strikes, Jupiter is worth mentioning. Since the planet is a gas giant, storm clouds and strong winds occur there almost every second, provoking thunderstorms. Space probes have detected that Jupiter's lightning bolts are greater in size than the territory of the United States. Lightning strikes on Jupiter surpass those on Earth in power, too. As for the rest, they're similar to Earth lightning, except for a few details. As the structures of the atmospheres differ, lightning on Jupiter is time-stretched and lasts an entire minute, as compared with the tiny fractions of a second on Earth. Jovian lightning usually occurs at the poles, and our terrestrial flashes most often occur closer to the equator. And in some places here on Earth, it becomes simply disastrous. In the village of Kifuka, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, there's a record frequency of about 158 lightning strikes per square kilometer per year. That's 405 strikes per square mile. Standing on the roof of a house there is almost equivalent to committing suicide, with the proverb, lightning never strikes twice in the same place, simply not working there. Actually, it doesn't work in any other cases either. It's nothing more than just a fine-sounding phrase. Electrical discharges between an electrified cloud and an object closest to the Earth's surface can occur repeatedly. Lightning bolts regularly hit the Empire State Building and the Willis Tower every time a thunderstorm passes over New York City or Chicago. Perhaps in the future, people will be able to tame these flashes from the clouds. Back in 2006, a company called Alternate Energy Holdings Incorporated introduced and 1 year later tested the first prototype of a model capable of capturing a lightning bolt and turning it into pure electricity. This method will allow us to get a cheap and, what's most important, absolutely environmentally friendly electricity. 1 kilowatt will cost approximately half a cent, which is much cheaper than any other source of energy, with the lightning paying for itself in just 4 to 7 years. Unfortunately, after 2000, 2007, no more news was heard about the development of the technologies to this end. So, tell me, if you believe that we can use lightning for our own benefit. If you like this video, subscribe to my channel, click on the bell so you don't miss new episodes still to come, and give it a thumbs up. And of course, share this video with your friends. Riddles always much more fun together. Until next time. Would you like to see a black hole rise in the morning instead of our normal sunrise? The vast majority of planets orbit stars due to a special relationship between them. However, very recently, scientists discovered that some planets can orbit black holes, which are the most dangerous objects in the universe. How can these planets exist unscathed? And is there a chance for the Earth to become one of these planets? There has to be a good reason for interrelation between planets and stars. Any planet, including the Earth, is born of stardust. There's always a protoplanetary disk, which is the debris left over from the matter that formed a star surrounding a newborn star. All the matter is further accumulated to form isolated conglomerations. The largest accumulations of gas, consisting of lighter elements, turn into gas giants, where Earth-like planets are born from the heavier elements. But how can planets emerge around an object whose only concern is to absorb matter? Actually, only a limited amount of the matter migrates into a black hole, while a larger portion of it gets stuck at the event horizon, which is the point of no return. A black hole has an accretion disk of its own, similar to the one which surrounds stars, which is accumulated in front of the event horizon. Eiichiro Kokubo of the National Astronomical Observatory in Japan, using some complex calculations, proved that the accretion disk of a black hole contains gas and dust about 1 million times more than in a typical protoplanetary disk. And this matter can produce baby planets, a lot of them of a larger size. And furthermore, black holes at their near distances are more efficient for the emergence of planetary seeds, so-called planetesimals, than protoplanetary disks themselves. A planetesimal is a kind of snowball, which is formed by the buildup of matter around a dense core. So far, asteroids 21 Lutetia and Arrokoth are the only instances of a planetesimal which are known to humans in our solar system. However, such seeds are the basis for every existing planet. A planet has to overcome a very difficult barrier upon its birth out of the protoplanetary disk next to a star. The fact is, when a planetesimal accumulates so much mass that its orbit is no longer stable, it starts to rapidly migrate towards the accretion disk of a star, only to get ripped apart by the star's gravitation. And then it would be starting from scratch if everything works out. The probability of a planetesimal decay, if it occurs in the accretion disk of a black hole, is rather low. The orbital velocity of the accretion disk is very high, so the core of a planet, yet unborn, will be picked up by a rapid flow of matter, thus saving this future planet from falling inside the black hole. A star's radiation seems to be another factor which could prevent a planet from being born within a protoplanetary disk. Planets start to be formed in cooler regions of a protoplanetary disk, where dust grains get cold fairly quickly. However, the intense light coming from a young star would complicate this process. At the same time, the outer regions of the accretion disk of a black hole are so dense that a planet could be protected from this radiation by the dust itself. Therefore, planets with 10 times the mass of the Earth could be formed around a black hole. Planets, upon being born, would likely be a long way from the black hole itself, around 10 light years, and wouldn't be torn apart by the black hole. According to some scientists' suggestions, black holes could have thousands of planets orbiting them. For better or worse, our Earth, due to its planetary mass, could hardly orbit a black hole. Our Earth would either be torn apart, or it would lose its orbit and set off into free floating through space. But, according to astrophysicist Sean Raymond of the Bordeaux Observatory in France, life around black holes could thrive. After all, it all comes down to the habitable zone, a zone around a star where liquid water can survive on the surface of planets. Our sun's habitable zone hosts just one planet, our Earth, although Raymond claims 5 more planets could conveniently neighbor Earth in theory. For example, the planetary system TRAPPIST-1 in the constellation of Aquarius has 3 Earth-sized planets within its habitable zone. The habitable zone of black holes would be dependent on their mass and size. Black holes are extremely compact, while at the same time they're the most massive space objects known in the universe. A black hole with the mass of the sun would be about 6 kilometers or 3.7 miles wide. That is almost 10 times shorter than Broadway. Sagittarius A star, the black hole in the center of our galaxy, has a mass of about 4 million suns and a diameter of about 23.6 million kilometers or 14.7 million miles, or a little more than 40% the size of Mercury's orbit around the sun. But even if our sun had an equal mass black hole companion orbiting near it at, say, 1/10 of an astronomical unit, life on Earth wouldn't change that much, except that our planet would obviously suffer from a lack of light, as the sun would be obscured from time to time by this black hole. The Earth's year would decrease from 365 days to 258 due to Earth completing its orbit a bit more quickly. As for the rest, it would pretty much stay the way it was. Now, let's move on to a potential black hole 1 million times the mass of our sun. Sean Raymond estimated that 550 Earth-mass planets could fit in stable orbits within the habitable zone of such a black hole. True, the black hole's gravity would strengthen out a bit strongly on the orbit of the planet on the side closer to the black hole, although planets wouldn't be close enough to get ripped apart. The only way to really shelter life within the habitable zone around such a black hole is to place stars between it and the planets. According to Raymond, a ring of 9 sun-like stars, 0.5 astronomical units from the black hole, would make each of the 550 Earth-mass planets potentially habitable. It should be noted that a year on such planets would be completed very quickly. It would take about 1.6 days at the inner edge of the habitable zone and 4.6 days on the planets at its outer edge. For accommodation of about 550 planets in the habitable zone, the distance between them also has to be insignificant, about twice the distance from our Earth to the moon. and each planet's closest neighbor would appear about twice the size of our full moon in the sky. The 9 suns orbiting around the black hole every 3 hours would also be a sight to behold. That means that every 20 minutes, one of the suns would pass behind the black hole, no matter from which perspective one looks at it. Furthermore, starlight would be stretched by the black hole's gravity, and stars closer to the black hole would appear redder, and those farther from the black hole would appear bluer. Raymond calculated the model given that each of the 550 planets would be alone in its orbit. But then the scientist went further and also modeled the number of potentially inhabited planets if we were to place them as close as possible. In this case, it would take 400 orbits, each holding 2,500 planets. Since the number of planets increased for this model, it would require many more sources of light. Therefore, Raymond suggests not 9 suns, but as many as 36, with each planet of 1 million illuminated by starlight from all sides. Neighboring planets would be about 10 times closer than the moon is to the Earth. This means that to avoid collision, the planets would be much closer to the black hole, each completing an orbit in just about 9 hours at 10% of the speed of light. This results in a different flow of time in the outer and inner rings of the habitable zone. There, people on the inner ring would age slightly more slowly. At first glance, such calculations may seem crazy, but in fact, the future of humanity might depend on these calculations. Sooner or later, all stars in the universe will extinguish, and new ones will cease to come into being. The only possible source of remaining light would be rapidly spinning remnants of matter around black holes. True, all stars will go out only in about 100 trillion years, but we do have to think about it today. And what's your opinion? Could we rely on the support of black holes when all the stars extinguish? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you like this video, subscribe to my channel. Click on the bell so you don't miss new episodes still to come. Give us a thumbs up. Share this video with your friends because Riddle is always much more fun together. Until next time. Do you think that life on Earth is due to oxygen? It's exactly the opposite. Oxygen on Earth exists because of life. High rates of oxygen in the atmosphere suggest something is making this gas. It's oxygen that beacons to scientists signs of life on other planets. But this rule doesn't work with Mars. Something bizarre is going on with oxygen on the lifeless red planet, implying that an unknown source is producing it and then taking it away. So, what exactly is happening with Martian air? And will it challenge us to explore Mars in the future? Mars has critically low levels of oxygen, a mere 0.174%, in contrast to 95% carbon dioxide being the largest part of the planet's atmosphere, along with traces of nitrogen, argon, and other gases. However, the makeup of the Martian atmosphere is not the only difference from the Earth. The relationship between the chemical elements in the Earth's atmosphere is relatively stable throughout the year. On Mars, the air in winter is completely different from that in the summer. In the winter, In one hemisphere, carbon dioxide, that is almost all Martian air, freezes over, forming caps of dry ice on the poles, with the air pressure plummeting across the planet, followed by redistribution of air between both hemispheres. When this dry ice melts in the spring, the opposite effect occurs. The air pressure rises sharply, after which pressure equilibrium is achieved throughout the planet. For this reason, the fluctuating levels of different gases could be predictable. Observations showed that over the past 6 years, the ratio of all atmospheric ingredients of the Martian atmosphere has remained unchanged, except for oxygen and methane. Planetary scientist with specialization in astrobiology, Melissa Traynor, at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, has found that the amount of oxygen in the air rose throughout the spring and summer by as much as 30% and then dropped back to anticipated levels. In comparison, if there had been such a regular sharp increase in the level of oxygen on Earth, then life on Earth would have turned out completely different. But this is routine on Mars. This suggests some unknown source on Mars that regularly releases oxygen into the atmosphere. That's more or less similar to what happens with methane. It increases in abundance by about 60% in the summer months for inexplicable reasons, and then drops dramatically in the winter. On the Earth, 95% of methane, just as oxygen, emerged as a result of their generation by microbial organisms. On Mars and other planets, methane is far from rare. But in this case, living organisms are far down on the list of explanations, and it has to be accounted for some other reason, and things are much more complicated with oxygen. To solve this riddle, we need to return to the year 2014. At that time, scientists were excited to discover high concentrations of manganese oxide in Martian rocks. Manganese is tough to oxidize, but if this is the case, it requires the presence of oxygen on the surface of the planet. For most of the time, there's too little oxygen in the atmosphere on Mars, meaning it's found mostly in water. Water is far deep under the ice on Mars, as it's too cold on the planet's surface, with an average temperature of minus 62 degrees Celsius. That's minus 80 Fahrenheit. And Mars doesn't readily sport vast flows of liquid water. It exists only in the gaseous state, or in the form of ice, with one exception only. Just try to add a little salt to a glass of water and take it out into the cold. At temperatures below zero, salt water freezes much more slowly. If you live on the sea coast, you've probably noticed that the water isn't covered with ice at 0 degrees Celsius or 32 degrees Fahrenheit, as is usually the case. Seawater turns into ice only at minus 1.8 degrees Celsius or 28.76 Fahrenheit. Salts, including magnesium and calcium perchlorate salts, are widespread on Mars. They can lower the point at which water freezes down to minus 80 degrees Celsius. That's minus 112 Fahrenheit. Adding percolates to ice turns it into a kind of liquid brine with an oxygen tug of war going on inside. The more salt that's present, the less oxygen the water can hold. At the same time, the colder the water, the more oxygen it can dissolve, with salts pushing out the dissolved gas and the cold temperatures pulling it in. The manganese, in turn, is oxidized when added into this brine. Scientists believe that the salty solutions harbor enough oxygen to support not only basic microbial life like bacteria, but more complex life like sponges. True, the percolates to form the brine are extraordinarily toxic. Researchers from the University of Edinburgh proved that percolates, when exposed to ultraviolet radiation, are capable of killing Earth bacteria twice as effectively quickly as ultraviolet radiation alone. On the other hand, this process may create enabling environments for life. After all, cosmic radiation can break down the brine into other chemical compounds that could, in turn, release oxygen. But this process occurs at a millionth of the speed needed to account for the observed annual spike. In other words, salt water is capable of enriching the atmosphere of Mars with oxygen by only 0.0003%, not by as much as 30%. Thus, something else must be involved here. You probably know the second suspect quite well and apply it to your skin every time you get a minor cut. It's hydrogen peroxide. Only on Mars, it exists in a gaseous form. Hydrogen peroxide gas, used on the Earth as an antiseptic, is also produced continuously as sunlight breaks up carbon dioxide and water vapor. Its combination with perchlorates, when exposed to ultraviolet radiation, creates a deadly weapon that destroys bacteria 11 times more effectively than a simple exposure to ultraviolet radiation. This hydrogen peroxide can diffuse into the Martian soil as deep as 3 meters or about 10 feet, forming a buried oxygen reservoir. And then individual oxygen molecules can return to the atmosphere and stay there for up to 10 years. This conclusion was supported by experiments from the 1970s. The Viking 1 and Viking 2 spacecraft removed and humidified some Martian soil, thus making it release enormous amounts of oxygen. However, that experiment took place in conditions very different from those on Mars. First, the Viking experiment was done at 10 degrees Celsius, or about 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which is far warmer than Mars's average surface temperature. Secondly, even if you regularly water the Martian soil with water all year round and at the right temperature, it still would not give an oxygen spike in the atmosphere of 30%. Scientists are still brainstorming for possible answers, as their first and most obvious hypotheses cannot explain the oddities that occur with oxygen on Mars. Professor Sushil Atreya from the University of Michigan is keen to look more at how high-energy particles zooming through the galaxy could trigger chemical reactions. A planetary scientist, Bethany Ellman from the California Institute of Technology, notes that Mars's soils are more reactive than our native soil, and the surface of Mars is incredibly rich in iron-bearing minerals and sulfur-bearing minerals, which you will certainly not find here on Earth. They seem to have some unique properties, or at least are capable of reacting exotically in a way impossible on our planet. So the reason for the unexpected behavior of Mars's oxygen remains a mystery, at least so far. And it seems that such drastic changes in the Martian atmosphere will unfortunately become another obstacle for future exploration of the red planet. It's kind of hard to establish and maintain life under an ever-changing environment. And let's not forget that life on Earth didn't immediately find its way to the surface. Living things independently created an environment where they could evolve and emerge onto the land. They independently evolved into man, and it may happen that they will independently explore Mars and other planets. So, do you think we're capable of making the red planet a place where we can walk around freely without wearing a spacesuit and get a breath of fresh Martian air? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. If you like this video, subscribe to my channel, click on the bell so you don't miss interesting episodes still to come, and give it a thumbs up. And of course, share this video with your friends. Riddle is always much more fun together. in 2021, humanity will see 13 billion years into the past, and a time machine has nothing to do with it. One of the most expensive projects in the history of space exploration, the James Webb Space Telescope, or JWST, or just Webb, will help us see the universe as it was shortly after the Big Bang. Compared to its predecessor, Old Man Hubble, the Hubble Space Telescope, it is what a digital microscope is to a magnifying glass. So, what amazing secrets will we discover with it? And how might our ideas about the world radically change? This project is by no means a brainchild of just the past few years. For the past quarter century, it's been nursed to life by experts from NASA, Canada, and Europe. It was named after the second head of NASA, James Webb. James Webb headed the Office of Space Affairs from 1961 to 1968 and supervised the United States' first manned launches into space. The new telescope was first planned for launch into orbit in 2007, but has since been delayed more than once. Now it's been scheduled for late March 2021. On that date, James Webb will join the Hubble to perform tasks, including the creation of a 3D model of our universe. After 2030, the Hubble will go on a well-deserved rest. Since its launch in 1990, it's provided more than 1 million images of thousands of stars, nebulae, planets, and galaxies. Of these is the picture of the UDF-J-39546284 galaxy, located 13.4 billion light years from Earth. That is, the Hubble captured images of stars that shone about 380 million years after the Big Bang, which supposedly happened 13.7 billion years ago. While these objects may no longer exist, we still see their light. Some of the Hubble's images include stars up to 10 light years away from us, which we observe in their exact form from 10 years ago. Now, we expect James Webb to show us the universe as it was only 100 to 250 million years after its birth. This will not only help scientists understand the processes that took place at that time, but perhaps also transform our current understanding of the structure of the universe. Additionally, the James Webb will be able to observe planets and their satellites found outside of our solar system and learn a lot about Earth-like exoplanets. For example, we'll be able to determine their density and analyze the composition of their atmospheres in order to understand what type of object the planet is and whether there's life on it. The Spitzer Space Telescope, or SST, and Hubble telescopes have collected data on the gas shells of about 100 planets. According to experts, the James Webb is capable of exploring the atmospheres of more than 300 different exoplanets. So, how does it work? The James Webb is an orbiting infrared observatory that will investigate the thermal radiation of space objects. Remember, all solids and liquids, when heated to a certain temperature, emit energy in the infrared spectrum. Here, there's a relationship between wavelength and temperature. The higher the temperature, the shorter the wavelength, and the higher the radiation intensity. James Webb's sensitive equipment will be able to study cold exoplanets with surface temperatures of up to 27 degrees Celsius or 80.6 Fahrenheit, a drastic difference compared to the average surface temperature of our planet, 15 degrees Celsius or 59 degrees Fahrenheit. An important quality of this new telescope is that it will revolve around the sun and not the Earth, unlike the Hubble, which is located at an altitude of about 570 kilometers or 354 miles in low Earth orbit. With the James Webb orbiting the sun, it will be impossible for the Earth to interfere with it. However, the James Webb will move in sync with the Earth to maintain strong communication. Yet the distance from the James Webb to to the Earth will be between about 374,000 to 1.5 million kilometers, or between 232,400 and 932,000 miles in the direction opposite of the sun. So the potential for breakdowns needed to be eliminated. In other words, the distance from the Earth to the telescope will be almost 4 times the distance of the Earth to the moon, and as such, its design must be extremely reliable. However, in this case, reliable does not mean heavy. The new telescope weighs 6.2 tons compared to the Hubble's 11 tons. Nonetheless, the James Webb exceeds its predecessor in size. Its length is that of a tennis court with a height of a 3-story house, while the Hubble is no larger than a bus. The first piece worth noting is the main mirror of the telescope, with a diameter of 6.5 meters or 21.3 feet and a collecting area of 25 square meters. That's 269 square feet. It resembles a giant honeycomb consisting of 18 sections. On the Hubble, the diameter of the main mirror is 2.4 meters or 7.87 feet, almost 3 times smaller in size, with an approximately 7 times smaller surface area. Due to its impressive size, the main mirror has to be folded for startup. This giant size will capture light from the most distant galaxies. The mirror can create a clear picture and eliminate distortion. The first segment of the mirror was installed on the telescope only at the end of 2015 and wasn't completely assembled until February of 2016. A special type of beryllium was used, which retains its shape at low cryogenic temperatures. The front of the mirror is covered with a layer of 48.25 grams or 1.7 ounces of gold, 100 nanometers thick. Such a coating best reflects infrared radiation. A small secondary mirror called the secondary, opposite the main mirror, receives light from the main mirror and directs it to instruments at the rear of the telescope. To improve quality, 2 more curved mirrors collect the image from the surface of the main mirror. Yet, the biggest element of the telescope is not the mirror, but the sun shield, resembling an enormous pie with a length of 20 meters or 65.6 feet and a width of 7 meters or 23 feet. It's composed of 5 very thin layers of Kapton polyimide film. This protects the mirror and tools from sunlight and cools the telescope's ultra-sensitive matrices to minus 220 Celsius or minus 364 Fahrenheit. Otherwise, the infrared glow of the telescope parts would interfere with the clarity of observation. The shield should quickly, within 2 weeks, and smoothly expand and collapse. Thanks to its amazing thermal insulation, you could fry pancakes on one side while water instantly freezes on the other. The third main part of the telescope is the central computer, which controls the operations of the observatory while in orbit. Still, more scientific instruments will be helping the telescope in its operations. Firstly, the NIRCam, near-infrared camera, is actually the main set of eyes of the telescope. With the NIRCam, we expect to be able to view the oldest stars in the universe and the planets around them, as well as create a map of dark matter. Secondly, the NIRSpec near-infrared spectrograph will collect information on both the physical and chemical properties of an object. Next, the MIRI mid-infrared instrument will allow you to see stars being born, many unknown objects of the Kuiper Belt, and, as astronomers hope, will help in the search for the mysterious 9th planet of the solar system. Fourth, the near-infrared imager and slitless spectrograph, or NIRISS camera, is aimed at finding exoplanets and the first light of distant objects. Finally, the FGS, or Fine Guidance Sensor Precision Pointing Sensor, helps accurately point the telescope for higher quality images. manages, updates its position in space 16 times per second, and controls the operation of the steering and main mirrors. They're planning to launch the James Webb with the help of the European launch vehicle Ariane 5 from the Kourou Cosmodrome in French Guiana at the Guiana Space Center. If everything goes well, $10 billion worth of construction and a half-year of preparation will have finally started in orbit. The device is designed for between 5 to 10 years of operation, but may serve longer. One may ask, why not keep the James Webb on Earth? Why do we need it in space? The fact is that water vapor and other elements in the Earth's atmosphere absorb most of the cosmic radiation, which interferes with ground-based telescopes. The situation is further complicated by clouds in the Earth's atmosphere and noise and vibration on the Earth's surface. None of these issues affect a telescope in space. As such, it can achieve a resolution many times higher than that of a telescope on Earth. So, with the help of the James Webb, what secrets of the universe would you like to explore? If you like the video, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, click on the bell to be notified of new videos, and don't forget to recommend us to your friends. The fact that strange things seem to be constantly happening on Jupiter was noticed as long ago as back in the 17th century. A giant storm, which is today called the Great Red Spot, was discovered by an Italian astronomer, Giovanni Cassini, in 1665. Since then, mankind has armed itself with powerful telescopes and space probes, and the finds have become even more incredible. A recent discovery doesn't yet lend itself to any scientific explanation and seems as if it's on the verge of fantasy. So, what was actually found on the surface of Jupiter, and how does this relate to Cassini's discovery? Imagine an atmospheric whirlwind the size of Australia with an area of about 7.7 million square kilometers, or about 2.9 million square miles. Now, create 6 variations of different sizes of this giant vortex and place them each around the first one so that you get a perfectly even hexagon. This sounds crazy. However, such an atmospheric phenomenon was discovered by the Juno spacecraft at Jupiter's south pole during a flight at an altitude of 3,500 kilometers, or 2,175 miles above the clouds of Jupiter. Now, the largest whirlwind has dimensions comparable to the size of the United States, excluding Alaska, and the smallest one is slightly larger than Texas. At first, there were only 6 vortices assembled in the shape of a pentagon. It became a hexagon after one more vortex joined. These cyclones are a completely new natural phenomenon that has never been observed before. Single hurricanes have long been familiar to us here on Earth, but it's extremely unusual for them to organize into strictly ordered structures like the shape of a hexagon. By the way, similar geometric shapes were discovered at Saturn's North Pole. Only in contrast to the Jupiter hexagon, these are not separate angled vortices, but a continuous integral figure. The geometrically proper hexagon of Saturn reaches 25,000 kilometers or 15,534 miles across. This is enough to entirely cover one of Earth's hemispheres. Each side of the hexagon is a wall rising 100 kilometers or 62 miles into the atmosphere. It's almost impossible to find such a perfect geometric shape on Earth, at least on such a huge scale. However, you can try to recreate it in a laboratory environment. For example, if you fill a large 30-liter container with water and make it rotate faster than the strongest winds on Saturn, reaching a speed of about 500 meters or 1,640 feet per second, then you need to place small rings inside the container, rotating in different directions a little faster than the speed of rotation of the container. This will generate miniature vortices and jets. That's exactly what scientists from Oxford did. They painted the small vortices in the tank green and achieved different shapes: ovals, triangles, squares, and of course, a hexagon. This means that there are special whirlwinds on Saturn that move faster than its atmosphere. Since the hexagon retains its shape for a long time, vortices are also stably present in the atmosphere of Saturn. The speed of the hurricane in the upper atmosphere reaches 160 meters or 525 feet per second, which makes it one of the most powerful hurricanes in the solar system. The eye of this hurricane, that is its epicenter, is 50 times larger than the eye of the largest earthly hurricanes. True, most astronomers believe that comparing the hexagon with terrestrial vortices is not a fair comparison. Saturn's vortex is more like a volcanic eruption. Pressure that has been rising inside the gas giant for decades starts bursting out like lava. There are no rocks or other solid obstacles on Saturn, as is the case with terrestrial volcanoes, so the air currents freely gather in the hexagon. This hexagonal vortex has existed in this state for the last several hundred years. The color is the only thing that's changed in the hexagon on Saturn during all this time. The change of seasons is the reason for this. A year on Saturn lasts about 29 Earth years. When scientists discovered the hexagon, it was winter at the North Pole, so the hexagon was blue in color. Starting in August 2009, spring came to Saturn, and the volume of suspended particles, aerosols, increased in the atmosphere. Here on Earth, we see aerosols in the form of fog and smoke, but in general, aerosols are anything that's formed as a result of the interaction of the planet's atmosphere and sunlight. As Saturn began to receive more sunlight over the next few years, from 2012 to 2016, the hexagon was gradually filled with aerosols and acquired a golden hue. Now, let's imagine for a moment what would happen if such vortices were to suddenly appear here on Earth. If we consider Jupiter's hexagon, the location where it occurred would surely become the most lifeless place on planet Earth. Perhaps with the exception of some highly resistant microorganisms that could normally exist in such extreme conditions. The wind speed inside each vortex is approximately 362 kilometers or 225 miles an hour, which is 82 kilometers or 50.9 miles an hour faster than the wind speed of Camille, the most powerful recorded hurricane in human history. In 1969, Camille claimed 259 lives and caused $9.9 billion in damage adjusted for inflation. Just imagine what the scale of destruction would have been if Camille had grown to a Jupiterian hexagon. If such a vortex begins to move all over the Earth, then it's unlikely that any life stronger than bacteria would remain on our planet. If a hexagon from Saturn were to appear on Earth, that would add another problem to the catastrophic winds. The hexagon itself looks like our planet's ozone hole above the South Pole, only a giant one, and with large walls on its sides. Solar radiation enters the hexagon like a funnel, due to which it can easily penetrate the Earth's surface, having a negative impact on all living things. Earth hurricanes are often quite destructive, but on average they last only between 9 and 12 days, compared to several hundred years as on Jupiter and Saturn. And yet, why hurricanes take the form of a hexagon still remains an unanswered question. If you look closely, you'll find that in fact, the hexagon is a very common figure in nature. Our planet is literally covered with hexagons, only on a much smaller scale. If you like to blow soap bubbles or take a bubble bath, and at the same time were to make a close observation, you might notice all of the geometric shapes in the soap foam, and it's the hexagon that prevails. Foam tends towards a form in which its area and surface tension will be minimal. Therefore, from an economic point of view, the hexagonal shape of the foam bubbles is the most durable and suitable. Taking a quick walk through the animal kingdom, you may find that the proper hexagonal shape is also quite common. Most arthropods have many small hexagons on their faceted eyes. Some of them are engaged in construction using exclusively hexagonal shapes. I'm talking about bees, of course, creating their honeycombs. From the point of view of evolution, it's likely that at one time bees built different geometric shapes. However, the smartest honey carriers realized that the hexagonal shape requires the least expenditure of materials and makes it possible to erect whole bee megalopolises much faster. As an explanation, in terms of the usefulness of its form, the hexagonal shape is ideal for the monolithic hexagon of Saturn. But what makes the 7 separate vortices of Jupiter stick together in this configuration is still unknown to science. The only thing that we can imagine that's somehow connected with this phenomenon is an asymmetric gravitational field. This is rather strange, though, because Jupiter is a very massive and rapidly rotating planet, which means we can assume that there should be uniformity of its gravity. However, such an anomaly exists, and it may be the cause of the mysterious hexagon. If in the near future scientists can develop a valid explanation for such an unusual phenomenon, I'll definitely share this with you. In the meantime, other equally interesting discoveries await us in future episodes. If you like this video, please be sure to subscribe to the channel, click on the bell so as not to miss out on exciting new releases. And come on, give us a quick thumbs up. And remember to share this video with your friends. It's more interesting to discuss such topics together. Until next time. Are you sure you won't get infected with the medieval plague, the one that took the lives of tens of millions at once? Of course, a plague doctor in a mask with an intimidating beak, an image so loved by filmmakers, will not come today. Your house won't be painted with a red cross, a sign of infection. It's so wonderful that we live in the 21st century and that this isn't going to happen to us. We can say and sigh with relief. If this is what you're thinking, you would be totally wrong. 4 cases of infection from this deadly and highly infectious disease were reported in China in November 2019, shocking the entire world. But how did this eerie ghost of the past creep into our time when you're only one phone call away from qualified medical care? Is it possible to protect yourself somehow against the disease? The sad truth is that the plague didn't vanish. Although it's no longer widespread as in the Middle Ages, about 2,500 people become infected every year, and 5 to 10% of them die as a result. A pretty large number of such cases occur in China, Madagascar, Congo, and Peru. 2 unlucky people this time were residents of sparsely populated Selingal, an autonomous region of the Inner Mongolia region in northern China. It began when, in early November, a husband and wife sought medical help at a hospital in the Chaoyang district in Beijing, where they were diagnosed with pulmonary plague. Of course, this clinical form of the disease has a more acute course compared to bubonic plague and often ends in death. In both cases, the causative agent is the bacterium Yersinia pestis, which can be found in the body of small mammals and in the fleas that live on the animals. Bubonic plague is more common. In this case, Yersinia pestis enters the body at the site of a bite from an infected flea and moves through the lymphatic system to the nearest lymph node, where it begins to multiply, causing inflammation. The infected lymph node swells and becomes painful, turning into the so-called bubo that looks like a huge corn. In the later stages, such nodes can become open, pus-filled wounds. Interestingly, bubonic plague is rarely transmitted from person to person. In later stages of the disease, the infection can reach the lungs, and pulmonary plague will occur. It was the pulmonary form that was identified in the couple in China. At first, they were treated in a regional hospital, but there was no improvement. By the time they got to Dr. Li Jifeng in Beijing, the man had experienced breathing problems and a fever for 10 days. His wife was showing the same symptoms. Despite many years of experience in the diagnosis and treatment of respiratory diseases, Dr. Li was not able to detect the pathogen at fault here, but it was clear that it was very rare. In addition, the signs of any infectious disease must be rechecked. During laboratory testing, one of the diagnostic methods reveals the specific antigen Yersinia pestis in a sample of the bubo, blood, or phlegm. As soon as the patients were diagnosed with pulmonary plague, the victims, along with the entire emergency department, were quarantined. Epidemiological investigations and disinfection were carried out. However, the slow reaction of the authorities, who didn't immediately recognize the seriousness of the problem, provoked a storm of anger among local residents. However, no less fear was caused by the lack of transparency than by the plague itself. All news outlets were censored to block and control online discussions related to the plague. Dr. Li's post on a social network describing the case was also deleted. How many people did the infected couple come into contact with on their way to Beijing? One of the users of the Weibo microblogging service wondered, then stated, "I'm trembling." The Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention of Diseases claimed that there was no reason to panic, and the risk of further spread of the disease was extremely low. A few days later, a third case of pulmonary plague was recorded in Inner Mongolia. According to official sources, it wasn't connected to the previous ones. The 55-year-old man contracted the bubonic plague, presumably after eating wild rabbit meat. The victim, unlike the first two, was admitted to the hospital in critical condition. He and 28 other people with whom the man had been in close contact were quarantined. According to the commission, the 28 people that the patient was in contact with didn't show any pathological symptoms. It didn't take long for the fourth case in the same month to be detected. This time, a shepherd from the Ulaanbaatar region of Inner Mongolia was diagnosed. He's undergoing treatment now, and 4 people who came into contact with him have been placed under observation. Fortunately, everything has been limited to these cases and locally isolated for now. A different situation was observed earlier in the Gansu province in 2014. Then, 30,000 residents of Yumen City were quarantined after a 38-year-old resident contracted the bubonic plague from a wild groundhog and died. Infections in Inner Mongolia are associated with an increase in rodent populations due to persistent droughts worsened by climate change. According to the Xinhua news agency, a territory the size of the Netherlands was hit by a rat plague last summer, resulting in damage of 600 million yuan, or $86 million. So is it possible to eradicate it once and for all? Given that the causes of the plague are known, plague is a natural focal disease, similar to tick-borne encephalitis. Arthropods, mammals, and any human who enters the infectious system are all involved in maintaining the disease's foci. Accordingly, to get rid of the plague, one would have to exterminate all mammals and arthropods carrying the disease, which, of course, is impossible. The breeding rate and incredible adaptability of rats makes the reservoir of bacteria simply inexhaustible. Fleas carry bacteria from one rodent to another. It's believed that the Black Death began with fleas that passed from dead rats to humans, infecting them. This is also how the plague spreads today. The disease can be defeated, though. In ancient times, they fought the disease in their own way, although much less efficiently. They isolated the patients, subjected them to bloodletting, thereby weakening them even more, placed saucers around them with milk in an attempt to attract the disease, and burned the bodies of the dead. Today, early diagnosis and antibiotics, coupled with treatment, are saving us from the plague. However, bacteria also develop resistance to the antibiotics over time, so scientists are looking for alternatives. Alexander Yersin used the serum layer of blood drawn from horses as an antitoxin, and Waldemar Hafkeen developed a vaccine from a weakened strain. But it protects only against bubonic plague and is powerless against the pulmonary form of the disease. Also, despite the fact that our immune system is generally not capable of defeating the plague on its own, there are known cases of self-healing. There's an assumption that some people are genetically resistant to the disease. However, it should be noted that the current genome of the plague bacillus is different from what it was originally. According to a study by German scientists, in the midst of the Black Death in the mid-14th century, the plague's genetic code was identical for victims from St. Laurent, Barcelona, London, and Oslo. Then the bacterium evolved and lost the part of its DNA, giving the ability to cause an infectious disease, and the plague epidemic subsided. Later European outbreaks of the 15th to 18th centuries were provoked by another genetic variety of the bacillus, which came from an earlier form. Of course, it's always better to prevent a disease than to have to treat it. To avoid getting infected, you need to protect yourself from flea bites. Don't touch the corpses of dead animals, and avoid direct interaction with infected or potentially infected biological fluids and tissues. So, in the years since the first outbreak of the plague, people invented antibiotics, learned how to grow artificial organs, made many more incredible discoveries, but still didn't overcome this scourge. Perhaps this is how nature reminds us that we are part of it and must adapt to it, rather than try to adapt nature to ourselves. How protected from the plague do you feel? If you like the video, give us a quick thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, click on the bell to enable notifications of new videos, and don't forget to recommend us to your friends. Until next time. In front of you is a picture taken by the Hubble telescope. The brightest point is a galaxy called the Sunburst Arc, or PSZ1 G311.65-18.48. The second brightest point in the picture is the same galaxy, as is the third, fourth, and fifth. In fact, all 12 points are in the same galaxy. It seems as if a cosmic Xerox appeared in the universe. How did these 12 copies of one galaxy appear in space? And how many more fake twins can we observe? When I start talking about copies, the first thing that comes to my mind is an example from the gaming industry, where all these typical vanilla cartoon RPGs reproduce like rabbits. Fortunately, here on Earth, there's still Raid Shadow Legends, a truly dark, epic fantasy created in accordance with all the rules of the RPG genre. No pink unicorns farting butterflies, only realism, only hardcore. I get the greatest high from having battles in the dungeons, where you can fight against 10 different bosses, and also from the PvP arena, where you can kick butt as you beat several different players from different parts of the world at once. Victories in battles will earn you tons of artifacts that make you and your champions even stronger. And all this is completely free. You can play both on a smartphone or on a PC or Mac without switching accounts, and the graphics are amazing in both cases. I just can't say enough about the smoothness of this game. So what are you waiting for? Follow the link in the description, and if you're a new player, you're guaranteed to receive 100,000 silver, plus 50 gems, plus 1 replenishment of energy, and 1 free champion, Adjudicator. Hurry up, all the treasure will be waiting for you here. These extras are only available for the first 30 days. See you on the battlefield. Look for me in the game under the nickname Riddler007. Now, back to the episode. Let's start by shining a flashlight into the night sky. You probably won't be surprised finding out that a ray of light directed straight into space will not fall back. Even the phrase that the beam falls back onto the ground sounds strange in itself. But under earthly conditions, this is indeed how it goes. Like quanta, at their super powerful speed, can easily move in a straight line right into space, attempting to leave the Earth. However, there are objects in space that are able to directly change the trajectory of light by the influence of their gravity. Black holes, for example, are capable of absorbing any light completely, while other objects are able to distort the flow of light significantly. Imagine that a street light outside of your window is shining directly into your eyes, preventing you from sleeping at night. So you get up, open the window, and with your hand, push the ray of light to the side. It's fiction, of course. However, everything happens in a similar way at the galactic level. massive space bodies bend rays of light, increasing the intensity of the light for a long distance behind them. There's a pretty significant distance of 11 billion light years between the Earth and the galaxy with the 12 copies. The most important thing is that this huge space of 11 billion light years in distance is not empty at all. This space is filled with clusters of galaxies so massive that with their gravitational field, they're capable of changing the trajectory of a ray of light. The ray of light doesn't fall due to the great speed of the photons. For an outside observer, it will seem that the light is only bending towards a massive object, or alternatively, goes around it. In physics, this process is called gravitational lensing. Its essence is that massive objects can bend electromagnetic radiation in the same way as ordinary lenses do with light rays. Only, as opposed to an optical lens, gravity works a little differently. Gravity exerts greater influence on the light which passes closer to the center of the object and less on the rays located farther from it. In the case of the Sunburst Arc galaxy, the light is bent immediately in several directions. It resulted in 4 main arcs, 3 in the upper right corner and 1 in the lower left corner of the picture. Thanks to these arcs, scientists from Earth can see 12 light copies of one galaxy. However, many of the duplicates are 10 to 30 times brighter than the original. After all, the galaxy itself is rather dull, which has made studying it complicated. However, thanks to the copies, we're able to see objects inside the galaxy measuring only 520 light years, which is very small on a universal scale, and 203 times smaller than the diameter of the Milky Way. The Sunburst Arc is the brightest galaxy to undergo gravitational lensing, but far from the only one. Indeed, to date, astronomers have discovered about 100 gravitational lenses. This means if you grab a telescope right now and look at the night sky, you can see many copies of distant objects. In order for the galaxy to act as a gravitational lens, its mass should be at least 1 trillion. That's 10 to the 12th power solar masses, although for stars this figure is much smaller. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, is just suitable for such purposes. Its total mass reaches about 1.5 trillion. That's 1.5 times 10 to the 12 solar masses. That is, almost any object observed outside our galaxy will most likely be visually split for terrestrial telescopes. Why bother with telescopes? Sometimes you can even see everything with the naked eye. When you look at the starry sky at night, a copy, not the original, is often what catches your naked eye. This proves the experiment of Arthur Eddington, an English physicist who made his colleague Albert Einstein incredibly popular. As early as 1919, Eddington decided to test Einstein's theory about large objects bending space. While observing a solar eclipse on the island of Principe, Eddington discovered that the light of a star that appeared next to the sun was actually curving and extending on a slightly different path. That is, the star itself was not in the place where the scientists discovered its light. Thus, this confirmed all of Einstein's predictions on the matter, bringing him to world fame. 2 types of gravitational lensing are known today: the Einstein ring and the Einstein cross. If the light of a distant object reaches the observer through a compact galaxy and it's located on the same line between the Earth and the light source, then the object visually increases and turns from a point into a circle, that is, a ring. If If light passes through, for example, a spiral galaxy, then we'll see the cross of Einstein. In the center of this image, you can see a spiral galaxy acting as a lens. The 4 points around it are 4 copies of one quasar located behind the lens galaxy. There's also a 5th copy, but it's practically invisible. So altogether, including the galaxy itself and the quasar, they make up the gravitational lens G2237-0305. The light source, that is, the quasar itself, is located at a distance of 8 billion light years from us, while the lensing galaxy is located 20 times closer, only 400 million light years from Earth. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, is also a spiral galaxy. Therefore, when rays of light pass through it, they are deflected, creating the image of a cross. Some other large objects are not large enough to have the status of a massive gravitational lens and can only cause microlensing. In this case, light copies are not formed. Only short-term light flashes are formed, which are detected by special devices or may not be noticed at all. It's worth noting that the existence of gravitational lenses only confirms the general theory of relativity, according to which not only light is curved, but even space-time itself. Einstein was the first to raise the idea of space-time as a kind of fabric. Any objects, including supermassive galaxies, black holes, stars, and planets, distort this fabric. It's for this reason that gravity works as it does. Try pulling some fabric tight and place a heavy object on it. Then toss a ping pong ball on the fabric, and the ball will begin to rotate around the heavy center along the curve of the fabric. It all depends on the ratio of their masses. The same thing happens on a large scale. The moon constantly falls to the Earth along the curved lines of space-time. The Earth falls towards the sun and the solar system to the center of the galaxy. Since time is closely related to space, it's also curved by large objects. The closer you are to a massive object, the more time slows down. Near a black hole, it can stop altogether, and in open space, time will flow rather quickly. Perhaps the most important advantage of gravitational lenses is that thanks to supermassive galaxies distorting the light, we can observe dim, distant objects. And so far, this is the only possible way. Even our sun, despite its relatively small mass, can also act as a gravitational lens. With the help of our star, it was possible to observe planetary-sized objects located at a distance of 100 light years from Earth. According to the Italian physicist Lorenzo Marconi, the sun's ability to bend light of distant objects allows you to get more detailed images than thousands of telescopes combined. It's likely that if you look at our solar system from a distance of several million light years, you can also see copies of it. What do you think? If extraterrestrial civilizations exist, will they be able to find us guided by light copies of our solar system? Let us know in the comments. If you like my video, subscribe to the channel, click on the bell so you don't miss any new releases, and give us a thumbs up. Share this video with your friends. It's much more interesting discussing these topics together. Do you really believe that the future will populate our lives with smart robots, supercomputers, starships, and other amazing innovations come down to Earth from the clouds? The dark ages are just around the corner for all of us. One fine day, you wake up and you don't hear the habitual noise of cars outside. Airplanes will stop taking to the air. The front gates of companies will close forever. The internet will cease to exist, and all connections will be disconnected. All this due to our planet running out of oil. So, How much time is left? Are there any ways to help free the world from dependence on oil so that human civilization won't be lost into the darkness of another Middle Ages? This natural, oily liquid makes possible not only driving cars, flying airplanes, and navigating sea ships. It feeds us as our farming industries depend on it. It gets us dressed, providing us with cheap and sensible synthetic clothes made of petroleum products. And it makes our lives easier by offering a wide range of plastics. Various oil fuel derivatives are used in drugs for allergies, headache, nervous stress, and infectious diseases. And of course, we need crude oil for most equipment and vehicles, essential to move all these products around the world, with their cost price coming out at the price as good as gold, since the black stuff consumed to produce only one car is twice its weight. And don't think that endless chattering on the phone or watching new videos from Riddle may occur without this liquid, as the production of smartphones, computers, and other gadgets are all oil-based. It takes 630 grams of crude oil to make a chip weighing 1 gram, or 39.4 pounds of crude oil to make a chip weighing 1 ounce. The internet globally absorbs energy commensurate with 10% of electricity consumption of the United States. All this could soon be gone. As British Petroleum predicts, oil flow will dry up by the year 2040, unless we can beat the clock and develop full-fledged energy alternatives. The creation of a controlled thermonuclear deuterium-tritium fusion reaction seems the most alluring prospect. Humankind will get an inexhaustible source of energy if we can. If it weren't for the main problem with deuterium-tritium reaction, producing a large amount of tritium radiation with a half-life of only 12.5 years. In contrast, substituting helium-3 and deuterium for tritium makes fusion reactions nuclear safe. The problem is that helium stocks on Earth are scant, measuring only a few kilograms. True, one could stock up on cosmic helium with a view to meeting Earth's current annual energy requirements. We would need to mine the moon for about 100 tons of helium-3, for which 3 or 4 trips with a space shuttle seem quite enough. But at first, helium-3 has to be separated on the moon from other gases, mainly helium-4. Igniting this kind of reaction requires heating the plasma up to 1 billion degrees, with the plasma control solution to be found at the same time. Therefore, such options are currently considered as the basis for future thermonuclear reactors. No synthesis is required, however, for direct use of solar radiation. Industry leaders already produce solar panels with a performance index as close as 37.8%, utilizing them in cheaper and more efficient semiconductors instead of conventional silicon photodiodes. But even such innovations in solar panels don't make them cheap and efficient enough to replace oil. On top of that, this energy source has proven to be reliable in countries only with a lot of sunny days. On cloudy days, performance drops drastically. Unlike helium-3, another substance, hydrogen, is ample on Earth and can serve as a perfect motor fuel. Hydrogen emits a large amount of energy during combustion, with formation of steam alone and no environmentally polluting substances. Hydrogen can be drawn from methane, coal, biomass, ordinary garbage, and, of course, water. Obtaining this substance from water is extremely simple. It splits into hydrogen and oxygen by electrolysis. It's true that production of hydrogen for refueling cars is only at the stage of development so far, so that it'll be a long time before it could be competitive with oil. Wind-powered generators are another way to draw an unlimited energy from natural sources. They don't pollute the environment, with only a slight impact on the local climate. A wind turbine, as a rule, takes little space, not exceeding 1% of the whole farm area. The rest of the land can be used for agricultural needs. However, the productivity of such farms is completely dependent on wind power. If its annual average speed is below 5 meters or 16.4 feet per second, then using generators with a horizontal axis of rotation would not be feasible. True, currently there are rotary generators with a vertical axis of rotation that operate to advantage even at wind speeds of only 1 meter or 3.28 feet per second. Despite this, wind-driven generators are too expensive to produce, install, and maintain with a view to make them peer competitors of oil. In addition, there are wave and tidal power plants, also allowing the use of elemental powers. For example, at the Vigor Concern in Portland, Oregon, they created the OE Buoy Energy Platform for the company Ocean Energy. It's a huge buoy weighing 826 tons, with about 1.25 megawatts of energy generated by the platform through wave forces. This amount is sufficient to provide electricity to a settlement of 18,750 houses. Unfortunately, with such stations, we're literally forced to wait by the sea for weather with the near-the-coast placement of major equipment. So experts regard them rather as an effective supplement to other energy sources. It appears that oil, now addressing 33% of our energy needs, cannot, however, be entirely replaced, at least not so far. Sooner or later, we'll come up with a way to get rid of this dependency. Perhaps the perfect future source of energy is currently on its way, although now the idea of it may look weird to us. Scientists from University of California, Berkeley, have developed a method for generating electricity using the genetically modified bacterial virus M13. They added 4 negatively charged molecules to one end of its protein chain, thus enhancing the difference between the positively and negatively charged ends of the protein molecule, which resulted in an increase of electrical voltage. The researchers used a stack of virus films as big as 1 square centimeter, about 0.16 square inches, for building a postage stamp size electrical generator and placed it between 2 gold-plated electrodes with electrical voltage of approximately 2.5 volts, enough to ignite the digit 1 on a liquid crystal display. Scientists have also detected the first implications that quarks, subatomic particles, can merge with each other and emit energy tens of times greater than reactions in the interiors of stars. Collisions of tetraquarks should result in energy release of approximately 200 mega-electron volts. This is about 10 times as much energy as thermonuclear reactions generate. However, to date, such reactions are of no practical use, since the particles where they can occur don't last very long. Nevertheless, physicist Gerald Miller from the University of Washington in Seattle notes that the discovery suggests the possible existence of stable exotic matter composed of quarks. The annihilation is theoretically proven to take place where interaction occurs between antimatter and matter, with a huge amount of energy from this reaction of fusion released into surrounding space. Interaction of 1 kilogram of antimatter and 1 kilogram of matter produces energy of approximately 1.8 times 10 to the 17th joules, which is equivalent to the energy released during the explosion of 42.96 megatons of TNT. For comparison, the most powerful nuclear device ever exploded on the planet, the Tsar Bomba, weighing 26.5 tons, released energy equivalent to between 57 and 58.6 megatons. In light of advances in technology, the implementation of this method is unlikely before the end of the 21st century. put annihilation as the best alternative to oil, or consider another method more promising? Leave your comments below. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And be sure to click on the bell to be among the first informed about new riddle releases of the most interesting videos still to come. How to explain what one cannot feel or even see with one's own eyes. The provocative footage recently received from the far side of the moon has caused heated debate in the scientific world. The China National Space Administration has released a statement that their rover has discovered something incredible on the moon, a gel-like and colored matter. But what is it really? And how many other anomalies does the Earth's natural satellite hide? The soft landing of the Chinese spacecraft Chang'e 4 with the lunar rover Yutu-2 on board, which occurred on January 3rd, 2019 on the far side of the moon, has become the first landing on the hidden side of the moon. The spacecraft landed in the crater Von Karman, one of the least explored regions of Earth's satellite, which is about 180 kilometers or 110 miles in diameter and 3 kilometers or 1.9 miles deep. The event had been preceded by 15 years of serious work since the official launch of the Chinese Lunar Exploration Program in 2004. The program was called Chang'e in honor of the moon goddess. The lunar rover developed under the program was dubbed Yutu, meaning Jade Rabbit. As the legend goes, the moon goddess Chang'e is whiling away eternity with a moon rabbit, which is pounding the powder of immortality in a mortar. The Chinese scientists set off on a journey of historical immortality when they published the sensational statement that the lunar rover had discovered a substance strikingly different from anything ever found on the moon before. At the end of working Lunar Day 8, the Chang'e 4 mission team was preparing to power Yutu-2 down for its nap mode for a 2-week moon night, when the work of the solar panels is impossible due to the complete absence of direct sunlight. But one of the team members checking images from the rover's main camera suddenly spotted a small crater of about 2 meters or 6.5 feet in diameter that seemed to contain stuff of a color and luster unlike that of the surrounding lunar surface. The Chinese language publication Our Space announced the results using a term that can be translated as gel-like. This description has aroused wide interest and intense speculative reasoning among researchers. Dedicated followers of conspiracy theories have spun wild tales, insinuating that the Chinese engaged in the whole lunar mission just solely to discover this very same powder of immortality from the mortar of the mythological lunar rabbit. The first images of the crater and its contents had no high resolution. Adding color filters further obscured the material of interest. The sun moving in the sky also changed the illumination and influenced the results. The lunar rover was given a command to check out an unusually colored substance. It was rather difficult, as the site was hard to reach and the rover could fall and get stuck in the crater. Yutu-2 made several approaches to the material, aiming to analyze it using the visible and near infrared spectrometer, VNIS, which detects light that is scattered or reflected off materials, thus revealing their makeup. Tension in the media had been growing fiercely until China posted new photos. Daniel Moriarty from NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center joined the study of the photos. He improved the images by creating different versions by changing the brightness, contrast, and other parameters. Moriarty noted that although such a method allows for making certain the nature of the material, all the same it still has limitations, as a lot of useful information is missing on the compressed image. According to Moriarty, the most reliable information here is that the material is relatively dark and hard, and that is glinting when light is reflected off its smooth surface. But most likely, the material composition is heterogeneous. The scientist inferred that the fragments of interest are similar in shape to others found in these surroundings. If true, then the substance has a history similar to that of its surroundings. It crashed and broke apart as a result of strikes on the lunar surface, like everything else nearby. The image also gives an idea as to the origin of the substance. It may be breccia, a rock containing fragments of rocks and minerals in a glass-like matrix created from impact and melting as a result of a meteorite bombardment of the lunar surface. Dr. Clive Neal, researcher of the moon at the University of Notre Dame de Lac, said the new image supports the earlier assumption that the material is generally similar to a sample of shot glass discovered during the Apollo 17 mission in 1972. At that time, the moon surprised us when the American missions discovered green and orange glass on its surface. The Apollo 15 and 17 missions brought samples of them back to the Earth. The discovery of the moon glass immensely impressed the astronauts at that time. When Eugene Cernan and Harrison Schmitt were doing their work at the edge of the Shorty crater, Schmitt exclaimed that he saw orange soil. Cernan, in his autobiography, later admitted that he suspected a deviation in the health of his colleague. But when he approached Schmitt, he also saw orange soil. Subsequent studies of the soil samples back on the Earth showed that they were volcanic ash consisting of small fused beads of volcanic glass. The collection of samples of the Apollo 17 mission is known to include 6 sorts of lunar volcanic glass. Sample number 70019, collected by Schmitt, consists of a mixture of dark minerals embedded in shiny black glass. The shot glass could have formed during a meteorite bombardment of the lunar surface. Indeed, the dark, fused, and glittering material can be easily mistaken for something fluid. But in fact, as stated by Darby Diar, a planetary scientist at Mount Holyoke College in South Hadley, Massachusetts, glass beads on the moon are far from rare, making up about 20% of its surface. In all likelihood, it was this substance that was found by the Chinese rover on the far side of the moon. But the astronomical community certainly has no doubt of one thing for sure. Earth's satellite definitely has some even more amazing puzzles in store for us on its dark side. In April 2019, an international team of astrophysicists discovered a huge mystery mass under the surface of the far side of the moon. The formation resembles a pile of metal with a mass 5 times greater than that of the largest of the Hawaiian Islands. The mysterious mass structure is located about 290 kilometers or 180 miles from the South Pole. Aitken Basin, the moon's largest crater, created billions of years ago. This strange excess of an underground mass that was discovered is somehow a result of its formation. The researchers have proposed 2 hypotheses. According to the first, it's a mysterious underground structure which may be the remnants of dense oxides formed at the final cooling stage of the moon when it was covered in oceans of magma. According to the second, the anomaly may be the remnants of the metal core of an ancient celestial body that crashed into the moon. If it its size was sufficiently large, then its mass and energy would have been enough to create a huge crater, together with the separation of the lunar mass into different layers. For all that, the surface of the young moon still, at that time, had not yet been sufficiently firm and stable. This theory sounds really convincing, said Brandon Johnson, a planetary scientist at Brown University. I would bet on that. The remnants of the metal core are the most likely explanation. On the far side of the moon, there's a very thick crust. There are no seas habitually associated with the visible lunar appearance. The pronounced asymmetry of the moon, the differences in the mass, and the appearance and structure of the visible and hidden hemispheres remain an unsolved mystery still today. Collision with a large celestial body at the very dawn of its days is most seriously suspected by the scientists to be the cause of the anomalies on the far side of the moon. But these are still only hypotheses. And as with all such, they must either be confirmed or rejected. After a 40-year pause, humanity has reached for the surface of the moon once again, with China becoming the third power to leave its imprints upon the lunar regolith. Perhaps the Chinese mission might help solve the mystery of the dark side of our satellite. So tell me, what do you think of the anomalies discovered on the hidden half of the moon? Write your comments below and subscribe to the channel if you've not already done so. And be sure to click on the bell to be the first informed about the most interesting videos still to come. If you shoot yourself with a gun, you can create a copy of yourself who will continue to live in a parallel dimension. This is what quantum physics says anyway. But in reality, you would simply end your life with a rather silly death for the simple reason that quantum laws do not work in the macrocosm and vice versa. So this, in turn, has created a huge gap in modern science for the last 100 years. On the one hand, there's quantum mechanics explaining the world of elementary particles, and on the other, a general theory of relativity that provides answers at the level of stars, galaxies, and the universe. But in order to reconcile these two areas, scientists had to put forward a completely crazy idea, according to which our universe has not 3 or even 4 dimensions, but as many as 10. What does a 10-dimensional universe look like? What happens in each dimension? And why don't we see them? Let's skip the usual and rather boring 3 spatial dimensions, the temporal 4th dimension, and immediately proceed to the 5th. If we could perceive the 5th dimension, we would see a new parallel world, significantly different from ours. This world exists in the same position as the entire universe, and also shares its origin with our world, that is, the Big Bang. We would have the opportunity to observe both worlds, to compare and measure their properties. In the 6th dimension, we would be able to see all possible universes, as well as all variants of the past, future, and present. Any of us could easily travel through time and choose the options of the future that seemed most attractive. Starting with the 7th dimension, universes with new physical laws of nature, gravity, and light will be revealed to us. If in previous cases all parallel worlds had the same beginning as our universe, that is, the Big Bang, starting from the 7th dimension, the new dimensions have completely different origins. The 8th dimension will allow us to see all the options of the past, future, and present for all infinitely emerging universes. In the 9th dimension, we would be able to compare the histories of all probable universes that originated under all possible laws of physics and initial conditions. The 10th dimension offers absolutely everything. The universal laws of physics for all universes and unlimited possibilities for movement in space and time would be revealed to man. There may also be an 11th dimension, similar in its properties to the 10th. Any further dimensions will fall back to the 10th or 11th. So this leads to a completely logical question. Since there are so many dimensions in our universe, why don't we see them? Imagine that you are a squirrel living on an infinitely long tree. In this case, you have 2 dimensions, along the tree and around it. But then you wanted an adventure, and you jumped onto a thinner neighboring tree. After that, the measurement around the tree becomes so small that you simply don't notice it and are now moving only along. The same thing happens with extra spaces. Each time you make some kind of hand movements, you cross all 6 dimensions. Only they are completely invisible since they are compactified. This means that measurements are curled to subatomic sizes and hidden in our universe. To collapse at least 2 dimensions, we take some 2-dimensional figure. For example, the geometric shape torus, a shape which can be seen by example in a swim ring or an inner tube. This figure is defined by 2 opposing circles. One of them goes around a hole in the center, and the second goes through it. First, the torus shrinks its donut shape down smaller and then into a 0-dimensional point. When additional measurements are collapsed to a single point, their size is no more than 3.937 times 10 to the minus 34 inches, or 10 to the minus 33 centimeters. No devices exist that can visually detect anything with such an incredibly small size. 6 invisible dimensions add up to a geometric space called the Calabi-Yau manifold. But unlike the torus, the 6-dimensional Calabi-Yau has up to 500 holes and innumerable multi-dimensional circles. Power electromagnetic fluxes pass through the holes, each of which is able to be in 10 different states. American physicist Joseph Polchinski performed calculations with these numbers and found that the number of varieties of the Calabi-Yau is approximately 10 to the 500th power. The size of each circle of a Calabi-Yau manifold is called a module. Such modules are fields in 4-dimensional space-time and correspond to the size of the Calabi-Yau manifold. At the same time, these points are the so-called scalar fields, each of which determines such values as temperature or atmospheric pressure. Relatively speaking, when we look at indicators about tomorrow's weather, we're actually capturing signals from all hidden spatial dimensions. However, there is another way to see the manifestation of each dimension in our world. According to string theory, which gave rise to the idea of 10 dimensions, our entire universe consists of the smallest oscillating strings, too small to be detected with any device. Their vibration is determined by what kind of particle is involved. In one dimension, the string vibrates in such a way that we can see a photon. In another dimension, vibrations occur completely differently, which allows us to detect an electron. And so, with all particles, each is the embodiment of its dimension. If you follow this logic, you are also a 10-dimensional creature, since you consist of almost all the supposed elementary particles. The presence of a large number of measurements allows scientists to explain many phenomena. For example, why gravity is so weak. Indeed, of all physical forces, gravity is the easiest to overcome. You do this every day constantly by raising your legs while walking. In turn, the electromagnetic force is 10 duodecillions, or 10 to the 40th power times stronger than gravity. This should not be so, but string theory explains these differences with the fact that they have different strings. Gravity has closed strings, allowing you to move into other dimensions, thereby scattering your energy. The remaining physical forces consist of open strings. Therefore, they are completely concentrated in the dimensions accessible to the human eye. Although it is possible that the measurements are even greater. Since string theory also has its mathematical inaccuracies, scientists proposed a theory of superstrings involving as many as 26 dimensions. According to this theory, besides strings, the universe is also made up of brains, multi-dimensional analogs of strings in the form of plates, smaller in size than the point in space in which they are located. According to Suvik Banerjee, our universe is one of these brains, which is an expanding bubble inside which there are other dimensions. The ends of the strings from additional dimensions go out into our universe, thanks to which we can see all the existing substances. Actually, to prove this crazy theory, one of the most expensive projects in the history of mankind was built, costing about $10 billion, the Large Hadron Collider. This giant device was supposed to fix the lack of gravity in the collision of elementary particles. The higher the collision energy, the higher the probability that gravitons, particles responsible for gravity, will leave our brain and slip into another dimension. However, gravitons turned out to be so elusive that no detector is capable of seeing them. Although this doesn't mean that the high cost did not result in some success. With the help of the Large Hadron Collider, it was possible to identify another particle that can shed light on many dark spots in the history of the universe. But that is a topic for another issue. Nevertheless, this main scientific debate stands a chance of being resolved thanks to particle accelerators of the future. Then perhaps the existence of strings will be confirmed, which would offer an explanation for almost every phenomenon in the universe. In the opposite case, the mysteries will only increase. So, do you think that strings really exist? Or is this all a big mistake? And would you like to experience the capabilities of all 10 dimensions? Please leave your answers in the comments below. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. And click on the bell to receive notifications of new, interesting, and fascinating videos that are waiting for you ahead. Escaping from a black hole, if you're unlucky enough to be there, means picking up speed to be 10 times faster, or maybe 1 trillion times faster than the speed of light, or even more. No one can say for sure. Since nothing can move faster than light, a black hole absorbs absolutely everything, including directly photons of light and pure energy, and never lets them escape. For this reason, a black hole is the darkest place in the universe, completely unable to emit light. Or is this not so? Indeed, the black hole in the very center of our galaxy has just flared, shining 75 times brighter than usual. How is that even possible? As a matter of fact, if you look at this real picture of a black hole, which was discussed a great number of times, you may find that it's not so black after all. There's a glow around it. Only, in fact, this glow emanates not from the black hole, but from the accretion disk. That is, the stuff that was accumulated near the event horizon, also known as the Schwarzschild sphere. Any body or particle inside the event horizon can move in only one direction, towards the black hole. Outside the event horizon, matter still has a chance to escape. Particles accumulate at the outer boundary of the event horizon and move in all possible directions, including towards the telescopes locked onto the black hole. The more matter gathers in this region, the more light it emits. It's like a man with a ring of fire around his waist. From afar, you'll get the impression of a burning man. But in fact, there's a sufficiently large space not engulfed in flames between the man and the ring of fire. However, in the case of a black hole, we can only see the ring of fire, since we can't get a view of the black hole itself. Even if you get close to the event horizon and shine a light from a super powerful flashlight on a black hole, it doesn't mean you'll have even the slightest chance to see anything. As soon as the rays of light cross the event horizon, they'll instantly disappear from your field of view. To put it simply, a black hole is like a giant stomach capable of digesting an unlimited amount of food, and the event horizon is a kind of mouth from where there's yet a last chance to escape before it tears matter apart into elementary particles. Here comes a reasonable question. How then do we understand that there's a black hole in the middle of this ring of fire? It's the ring of fire that gives us the answer to all of our questions. A black hole rotates at a huge speed, approximately equal to the speed of light. As a result, the space and time around the black hole get twisted as well, involving the accretion disk of matter also. This ultra-fast rotation generates strong friction, accompanied by the release of huge amounts of heat and energy capable of producing even more light. In this case, most of the matter disappears into the track of rotation of the black hole, since it goes within the inner limits of the event horizon. Scientists compare all these data and include them in complex formulas for obtaining approximate size and mass of the black hole. However, all of this cannot fully explain why the black hole Sagittarius A star in the center of our galaxy has flared, growing 75 times as bright. And its brightness was so intense that even astronomer Tuan Do from the University of California, Los Angeles, who was keeping watch over the black hole, had mistaken it for a bright star. And he had every reason to do this, because there are stars that orbit our black hole closely. The flash came directly from the event horizon of the black hole, but it's quite possible that the stars were no strangers to it. Actually, more than 6,000 stars revolve around the black hole at the center of our galaxy. Closest to the black hole is a group of 7 stars called S-class stars, also known as zirconium stars, as they're called because of an increased amount of zirconium in their composition. Some of them have more or less rounded orbits, with stars moving on them at a relatively uniform distance from the black hole. Other stars orbit according to the hula hoop principle, which means that a hula hoop orbit comes close to your waist at a certain point, while the other points are as far away from you as possible. Only in contrast to a hula hoop, it's not an orbit that moves, but a star traveling in an orbit around the black hole. At its points closest to the black hole, a star with its gravitational field can factor into the disk of matter around the black hole. One of these stars, called S0-102, has the smallest orbit. It takes S0-102 approximately 11 and a half years to travel in its orbit. At At a certain point, it gets closest to the black hole at a distance of 38.9 billion kilometers, about 10.4 billion miles, which is as many as 2 times the diameter of the solar system. For this reason, the star could become a source of a mysterious flash. However, the radius of the gravity effect produced by the black hole is approximately 3,333 times less than this distance. The black hole needs to get much closer so that it can begin to suck the matter from the star. Apart from that, the black hole is too massive for the star to somehow affect it. The mass of Sagittarius A star is about 4.6 million times greater than that of our sun. All stars orbiting this giant have significantly lower masses, so they cannot even develop a subtle change in the accretion disk of the black hole. If it's almost impossible that a stellar mass could affect a black hole, then something voluminous, hot, and light must be involved here. For example, a cyclopean hydrogen cloud. The G2 glass cloud fits this description perfectly. It was spotted back in 2002. By 2012, the cloud temperature had reached about 10,000 Kelvin, with its mass 3 times higher than that of the Earth. At the moment it got close to Sagittarius A star, the black hole was expected to tear the cloud apart and draw it into itself. All this accompanied by a beautiful sight with bright flares. Scientists even suggested a small faint star inside this cloud, or even better, another black hole of a mass comparable with a star, thus providing the most spectacular show in the galaxy in the wake of their collision. Scientists have waited long for this event, but it would never happen. So everyone unanimously forgot about the hydrogen cloud until in May 2019, they discovered the black hole with its brightness bloomed to over 75 times normal. Whether it was a cloud or something else is not yet known. One needs more information to be sure. Above all, this flaring is not optically visible to the human eye. It can only be captured by infrared-sensitive devices. The most annoying thing is that due to the one-way motion of particles in the direction of the black hole, we shall never be able to study this phenomenon and, the more so, to utilize it. And to think, what a huge source of energy goes to waste. The fact that it goes to waste will probably give us a chance for in-depth study of this effect and even how to use it. As early as the 1970s, renowned physical scientist Stephen Hawking suggested that black holes not only absorb matter, but also evaporate it. That is, if a black hole is small enough, it can evaporate like a drop of water from a boiling kettle. Particles can leave a black hole at the quantum level only due to the quantum tunneling effect. Normally, a particle can occur at that point of space only where its potential energy is. That is, there's a potential barrier between 2 points in space, and it would take a large amount of energy to break through. Yet only a quantum particle passes through a barrier like this, absorbing no energy at all. To put it simply, the particle, instead of resisting the powerful gravity of a black hole, roughly speaking, teleports away from its event horizon. Based on this hypothesis, the concept of a singular reactor capable of generating a large amount of energy from continuously evaporating microscopic black holes has been developed. This is just theory only, at least for now. When do you think humanity will be able to keep in check the energy of black holes for its own benefit, if ever? And do we have a chance to live long enough to see this? Leave your comments below. If you like my video, subscribe to the channel. Click on the bell so as not to miss the most interesting and mind-boggling episodes still to come. And of course, give it a thumbs up. And please share this video with your friends. Riddle is always much more fun together. dream of a long and happy life. Think you're in control of your future. But what if there's something that could destroy you? Without weapons, pain, or even fear. If you were born between the years 1981 and 1996, then your life is in danger. What threat hangs over the millennial generation, and can they be saved? Let's face it, however scary it may be, I promise I'll be there until the very end of the video. And if necessary, I'll lend you my strong, albeit virtual shoulder. Specialists from the U.S. health insurance company Blue Cross Blue Shield Association conducted an analysis and concluded that the health risks that millennials are exposed to are greater than any other generation. The conclusions were drawn from a study of 55 million U.S. residents with commercial insurance who turned 21 to 36 years old in the year 2017. As it is difficult to believe, but according to an unfavorable prediction, it's expected that the mortality rate of millennials could be 40% higher compared to Generation X at the same age. 3 terrible threats loom over them, and the most significant one is depression. The millennial generation is very active. There's the morning jog, stress at work, and hard studying. And also, you can't forget about the family and meeting with friends. With a phone always in your hands, there are 100 chats, 300 messages a day, a flurry of information that the brain simply doesn't have time to process. Such stress takes its toll on mental health. Since 2013, among millennials, there's been an increase in the prevalence of deep depression by as much as 47%. But 1 in 5 of them doesn't seek help. A total of 2 million privately insured Americans that have been diagnosed with major depression don't go to the doctor. American journalist Malcolm Harris, author of the best-selling book Kids These Days, Human Capital and the Making of Millennials, believes that American millennials have a minimal level of trust, and they even outdid the previous Generation X. According to some, this includes those born from 1965 to 1979. According to others, from 1961 to 1981. Only 1 in 10 millennials say that they can trust another person. Millennials have not been spared from burnout either. According to the American writer Anne Helen Peterson, from their very childhood, millennials were taught self-optimization of every aspect of life to survive. As a child, all activities were totally controlled by their parents, and this has given negative results. Millennials constantly feel empty and exhausted. Even simple tasks like laundry or grocery shopping are complex since work sucks all the energy out of them and leaves no room for anything else. Michael P. Leiter, a professor of organizational psychology who studies burnout, has added to the image of millennial dependency on the internet that blurs the boundaries between work and play, preventing the body and mind from properly recovering. The second, no less serious threat to millennials is poverty. The richest generation is considered to be the baby boomers, those born before 1964. When they reached the average age of 35, they own 21% of national wealth. Over the next 4 years, the millennial generation will begin turning 35, but they won't even be able to claim 1/5 of total wealth. According to MarketWatch, one of the largest American online financial portals, the economist Greg Kimbrough, using data from the Federal Reserve System, compiled a chart that illustrates a serious wealth shortage among millennials. Boomers currently boast more than half of national wealth, 57%, while Generation X owns only 16%, and millennials, 3%. Millennials need to triple their net worth in order to catch up with Generation X over the next 4 years. And to achieve the level of boomers, they need to increase their wealth by 7 times. And this is a pretty difficult task, says a MarketWatch expert. Most millennials are overwhelmed by student loan debt, which reached a record $1.6 trillion. The Federal Reserve estimates that more than a third of 45 million debtors are under 30 years old. This all shouldn't come as a surprise. The 2008 global financial crisis hit millennials hard. Slow wage growth, high living expenses, and a lack of pension savings mean that millennials will play catch-up until retirement. This all affects the welfare of millennials and weakens their health. At present, millennials are the largest participants in the labor market. In the USA, for example, they make up more than 35% of all workers. In the worst-case scenario of the oldest millennials, in 10 years, they expect to earn $4,500 less per year as compared with the amount that the youngest representatives of Generation X earn today. Jason Dorsey, an expert on generations, argues that people aged 30 to 40 years old and a little older will still be largely dependent on their parents. People over 30 will still live with the older generation, and even the parents of some people over the age of 40 will still pay their cell phone bills. This phenomenon will be a burden for the older generation. It will become a reality if there's no rapid growth in income. The rapid introduction of artificial intelligence also threatens to leave millennials out of work. Using the calculations of Carl Benedict Frey and Michael Osborne and the independent research of the American Institute of Public Opinion, they determined the risk for each generation of losing a job due to the development of artificial intelligence and found that millennials are the most vulnerable. Almost 4 out of 10 millennials, 37%, are seriously at risk of losing their jobs due to automation. According to analysts, positions occupied by professional millennials are easy to automate. It may be insulting, but artificial intelligence can easily handle the work that most of them do. Already, bots are successfully writing articles, protesting parking fines for parking, and diagnosing diseases. The optimistic news is that the introduction of artificial intelligence in work processes will be gradual enough to allow millennials to adapt and keep up with the times. Depression and poverty can be quite scary, but death from despair is even worse. And this is the third danger lurking for Generation Y. Over the past decade, there's been a notable upsurge among millennials of so-called deaths from despair, those associated with drugs, alcohol, or suicide. These numbers are even too scary to say out loud. In 2017, death from despair claimed the lives of 36,000 millennials. Mortality from drugs, alcohol, and suicide has increased in almost all age groups, but this growth was especially pronounced among younger Americans. According to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, in the period from 2007 to 2017, annual drug-related mortality increased by 108% among adults aged 18 to 34 years. Mortality from alcohol increased by 69% and from suicide by 35%. Why are millennials so neglectful of their own lives? The reasons are pretty clear. Youth pushes us towards reckless actions, while at the same time, we feel pressures from our financial problems. Student loan debts, medical insurance, mortgages, and expenses related to raising children all make millennials go on a one-way trip called death from despair. The forecast forecasts of the American insurance company paint a gloomy picture of the future for millennials. But is it possible to rewrite the script? I think it is. Now, millennials are considered the largest generation living on Earth. This means that almost every important decision in each of the spheres of a person's life that have to be made are being made by Generation Y. Morning runs, toast with an avocado, and a selfie on Instagram. Of course, no one ignores these things, but it's important to maintain mental health as well, often arranging for digital detoxes, quality rest, and conversations with a therapist. By the way, let's count in the comments how many millennials have watched this video. Let us know if you are one. If you have a life hack, how else can you rewrite the disappointing prognosis of BCBSA? Share it with us under the video. Your like and subscribing to us will save the Riddle channel from deep depression. For us, this is the best psychotherapy. No one will hear you if you scream out loud for help in outer space. Sound waves are simply unable to reach our ears due to the lack of air or any other medium. Perhaps it's all for the best, because if we really heard what our planet and other cosmic objects sound like, the human psyche might have a very hard time dealing with that. Still, how exactly does the Earth sound? Will we ever get to enjoy the music made by distant galaxies? Perhaps the loudest sound made by our planet originates from the very depths of the Earth. The molten core creates a magnetosphere that protects us from the effects of the ionized particles of solar wind. The stronger the solar wind, the louder the hum of the magnetosphere. When the charged elementary particles of the solar wind, together with cosmic rays, bounce off the magnetic field, some of them go back towards the radiation of our star. This leads to instability of the plasma and produces powerful magnetosonic waves. Scientists succeeded in translating the waves into sound, so a kind of song of the sun and the earth was born. Our planet's polar residents are even able to see these sounds. What you heard a few seconds ago is an echo of a fairly calm interaction between the magnetosphere and the solar wind. Such sounds become a lot louder when a real storm sets in, leading to the occurrence of the amazing northern or southern lights. Charged particles of the solar wind glide in huge numbers at a speed 10 times the speed of sound across the Earth's magnetosphere, entering the atmosphere at the poles and interacting with its gases. As a result of this action, the atmospheric oxygen begins to glow in green and red, while nitrogen emits blue and violet light. In turn, some particles enter the atmosphere not from the solar wind or cosmic rays, but during the appearance of meteorites as they leave behind a trail of particles that reflect radio signals. It dissipates in just a few seconds, but if there's a whole meteor shower, then a real symphony is created. All space objects emit their own electromagnetic waves, which can also be converted into sounds. Of course, without interacting with the Earth's magnetic field, the sun does not sound so impressive. However, these low-frequency oscillations allow us to study the complex phenomena occurring inside our star. For example, solar flares. Jupiter is a different story. Juno, NASA's space probe, succeeded in recording the sounds of the largest planet in the solar system. Juno traversed through solar wind, which had a density that averaged about 66 particles per cubic inch, or 4 particles per cubic centimeter. After penetrating deep into the magnetic field and approaching the gas giant, the number of particles increases and extends outward to a length 5 times the distance from the sun to the Earth. As the solar wind crosses outer space at an incredible speed of between 186 to 621 miles, or 300 to 1,000 kilometers per second. Its collision with huge obstacles causes an entire storm of magnetic waves. Perhaps the eeriest sounds are made by Saturn. They're formed by the interaction of the ring planet with its satellite Enceladus, which acts as a kind of generator of electromagnetic waves. Enceladus is located inside the magnetic field of Saturn and emits jets of water vapor. The water vapor then turns into charged particles that fill the entire space around the planet. Saturn responds with emissions of numerous plasma waves in turn. When met with charged particles, these waves create a series of really scary sounds. The same thing happened when Saturn interacts with its own rings. The Moon and the Earth do not create such a sound, since our satellite, unlike Enceladus, is located outside the magnetic field of its planet. At the same time, the most harmless noise recorded was caused by the intentional collision of part of a space probe with a comet. Actually, more precisely, from what was left of that comet. Approximately 5,000 particles formed from chunks of ice and dust that broke away from Comet Tempel 1 and were attacking NASA's Stardust spacecraft for 11 minutes. The most astonishing fact is that scientists were able to simulate sounds that arose about 13.8 billion years ago. John Kramer of the University of Washington in Seattle produced the Big Bang noise. It could be compared to the sound of a powerful 9.0 magnitude earthquake covering our entire planet. Only in the case of the Big Bang, the rumble swept across the entire early universe, and its echoes still reach earthly devices today. Gap of as much as 380,000 years is recorded in a 100-second audio file, meaning meaning that each and every second captures 3,000 years. Another equally loud event occurred at a distance of 1.3 billion light years from Earth. Two black holes, each 30 times the mass of our sun, merged into one. As the black holes were approaching each other, they spun faster and faster. As a result of this tremendous acceleration, part of the masses of the black holes turned into energy that reached our planet in the form of gravitational waves. Now, we're able to hear the collision of black holes. To be able to hear all of these sounds in outer space, you'll need at least a radio or some other kind of special listening equipment. After all, the human ear isn't able to pick up electromagnetic waves since it only perceives air vibrations. Therefore, without any special devices, you'll only be able to hear those sounds that occur when foreign objects collide with your spacesuit. You most likely will hear a knock if you get close to a satellite, or if a small piece of an asteroid hits your spacesuit. In this case, an environment for sound waves to travel is created by the fabric of your spacesuit and the air inside of it. However, if the same thing transpires for your friend, who just so happens to be about 32 feet or 10 meters away from you, and he comes under attack by several dozen small stones, you won't hear anything. At the same time, your friend may be deafened by the noise if the impacts of the stones on his suit are strong enough. If for some reason you forgot to wear your spacesuit, you'll have a chance to hear these final sounds through so-called bone conduction before you die in the vacuum of space. The bones of the skull are capable of transmitting sounds into the inner ear, bypassing the eardrum. In this case, there's no need for air to be present in order for a sound wave to travel. It's simply enough to touch your jaw to the source of the sound. However, taking the risk of an almost 100% chance of dying without a spacesuit, well, it's hardly worth it. Fortunately, NASA took care of this so we don't have to, and over the past decade has created a diverse and often creepy soundtrack of space. Before perceiving this dissonance of the universe, various sounds from the Earth were first sent into space by NASA. A gold-plated disc containing images of our planet and Earth sounds was placed on board the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 space probes way back in 1977. The disc contains sounds such as a mother's whisper, a baby's cry, the sound of the wind, the sounds of birds and animals, volcanic eruptions, as well as music by Bach, Mozart, and other famous composers. Even so, the technology of the ancient civilizations that these recordings are intended to reach are likely incompatible with the records carried by the two spacecraft. It's quite possible that in the future, all space tourists will be provided with applications that will convert the electromagnetic waves of planets and stars, as well as the gravitational pulsations of black holes into audible sounds. And each of us will have the opportunity to enjoy the music of the most distant galaxies at any time. What kind of space music would be number one on your playlist? And what sound from today's release impressed you the most? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new, interesting, and fascinating videos that are waiting for you ahead. Until next time. Did you know that the residual glow of the Big Bang can be seen on TV at any time? Turn on an old analog TV between channels. There, in front of you, will be a screen full of black and white specks, about 1% of which are caused by photons that have remained since the inception of all things. This is the cosmic microwave background, or CMB, radiation noise uniformly filling the universe. So, is it possible to see the Big Bang itself, the mystery of our origin, which remains relevant to this day? What if you replicate it in a laboratory? It's incredible that scientists' attempt of such a recreation was a success in this year. Today, you will learn about the most unusual explanation for what caused the Big Bang. Perhaps the first thing you should understand about the Big Bang is that it was not an explosion in the usual sense and did not occur inside of anything. Let's go back to the very beginning of time, as if we were